Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes Green Demon? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Before Izuku Yagi had been just a boy with dreams of becoming a hero, but now he was Izuku Midoriya, a unique being with both human and demon traits. His transformation brought forth striking features: horns on his head, wings from his back, and a tail that marked his new identity. He possessed incredible powers, including the ability to create fire, summon dolls, and even open portals. With a microphone cane resembling that of a famous figure, he donned a suit that echoed a darker style, embodying his new persona as the Green Demon. Izuku had a complex personality shaped by his past. He cherished his M.S. Alastor, and valued his relationships, especially with his daughter Eri and his friends. However, he harbored a deep disdain for those who had wronged him, including fake heroes and anyone who dared to cross him. In a world where demons sought to eliminate him for his powers, Izuku stood firm. Whenever a hero or demon tried to dismiss him, he would broadcast their failures, gaining notoriety as the Green Demon. Meanwhile, All Might was engaged in a fierce battle with All for One. As All Might declared his intent to imprison his opponent, Izuku watched from a distance, ready to intervene. With a chilling laugh, he announced his presence, declaring AFO as the next target. As he approached, AFO questioned his motives, to which Izuku introduced himself with a sinister promise of destruction. In a live interview, All Might was pressed about the mysterious Green Demon. He dismissed Izuku as a villain, vowing that justice would be served. But Izuku, broadcasting from above, countered All Might's claims with biting commentary, questioning the hero's strength and integrity. As tensions rose, Izuku's appearance transformed further, his horns, wings, and tail growing larger, signaling his readiness to unleash chaos. With a final declaration, he ended his broadcast, leaving the world in suspense. The story was far from over, as Izuku prepared to reveal more about his journey and the challenges ahead. Izuku soared through the sky, leaving behind Class 1A, Toshinori, and Inko, who were filled with a mix of fear and uncertainty about what they had inadvertently created. As he approached Aldra, he transformed back into his human form and made his way to the entrance. Inside, the teachers, staff, and students were celebrating the end of the year. Suddenly, the door burst open with a loud crash. The principal exclaimed in shock, and everyone turned to see who had entered. Deku? They all gasped in unison. Izuku greeted them with a smirk. Welcome to your reckoning. A moment of silence hung in the air before the teachers, staff, and students erupted into laughter. One student, unable to contain himself, shouted, "Like you can do anything, Deku. You're just a waste of space." Izuku shot back with a playful gesture, "Then why don't you come and show me, my friend?" The laughter quickly faded as the student's anger flared. He activated his quirk, transforming his fist into a bare paw, ready to strike at Izuku. But what happened next astonished everyone, except for Izuku. With a swift motion, Izuku caught the bare paw with just a finger. "How?" The student stammered in disbelief. "Are you done?" "This is how it's done," Izuku replied confidently. He flicked the student on the forehead, and the force of the impact sent him flying through the crowd of teachers and crashing through the wall. The student landed outside, hitting a tree with tremendous force. Izuku looked at the stunned audience and said, "What a vivid scene. Now, I have an announcement for you." As he walked toward them, leaving scorched footprints behind, flames began to envelop him. He spread his wings, and his horns and tail emerged, signaling a transformation that would change everything. Izuku laughed, declaring, "Not to mess with the Green Demon." The others began to run in fear, but they found themselves unable to leave the campus due to the barrier Izuku had created around the school. "Don't go just yet. The party is just getting started. Before it begins, I have something to do," he said, disappearing in flames. Outside the school, Alastor sat waiting. When Izuku appeared beside him, he greeted, "Alastor, my friend. What brings you back here?" Alastor replied in his signature radio voice, I sensed you using your powers, so I came. I didn't think you'd want to start this show without inviting me. How rude. Izuku apologized. I didn't mean to exclude you, but I thought you were going back to hell. Here, take this as an apology. With a snap of his fingers, a bag of popcorn appeared next to Alastor. Thank you, my friend. Now you must go and start the show, Alastor urged. Got it? Enjoy, Izuku said before disappearing again, reappearing at Aldra. He snapped his fingers, teleporting everyone who had shared his fate out of the school. I will make you all pay, he declared as chaos ensued. Aldra now resembled a scene from a horror movie, with destruction everywhere. Izuku soared high into the sky, creating a giant energy ball and launching it at the school, obliterating it. From the flames, words emerged, "You're next." Izuku then joined Alastor in hell, where he donned a stylish suit similar to Alastor's and created his microphone cane. You look very good, Izuku, Alastor complimented. Thank you, Alastor, Izuku replied. Curious, Alastor asked, what will you do about your past? I'll lay low for a while, Izuku said. They'll think I'm scared to face them, which will make them overconfident and lower their guards. How clever you are. Now come, we have work to do, Alastor said as they walked through hell together. Back in the living world, Toshinori had undergone surgery and received a new eye. A week passed since Izuku became half-demon, thanks to Alastor. As long as he didn't anger him, Alastor was a good ally. He had also given Izuku a special ability to discern the innocent from the guilty. As they walked through hell, Izuku made a name for himself as the new overlord, the Green Demon. Many had tried to challenge him, but none succeeded. With Alastor's guidance, Izuku grew more powerful, gaining the ability to make deals. They soon spotted a crowd gathered around a TV shop, where Charlie Morningstar was presenting the Happy Hotel. What do you think of her idea? Alastor asked. Izuku replied, it's a good attempt to redeem a demon, but I doubt anyone here would want that. You're right. Let's pay her a visit, Alastor suggested. As they approached the Happy Hotel, Charlie accidentally bumped her head against the door. When someone knocked, she hesitated but opened it to find Alastor and Izuku standing there. Her curiosity quickly turned to fear. Hello. Alastor began, but Charlie promptly closed the door, only to open it again. May I speak now? Alastor asked. You may, Charlie replied, allowing him to enter. Alastor, a pleasure to meet you, sweetheart. I couldn't help but notice your performance on the picture show. Quite entertaining, he exclaimed, reminiscing about past events. Izuku followed inside, introducing himself. Good to meet you, appealing. I'm Izuku Midoriya. He kissed the back of Charlie's hand, causing her to blush. Vaggie, protective, pointed her spear at Alastor. I know what you are, and I won't let you hurt anyone here. If we wanted to hurt anyone, we would have done so already, Alastor assured her. Charlie and Vaggie exchanged glances before Alastor continued, We're here to help. Help with what? Charlie asked, confused. Alastor leaned in, This hotel. You're trying to run. I want to assist you. Why? Charlie questioned. Sheer boredom, Alastor admitted. I lack inspiration, and I came here to create a new form of entertainment. Charlie asked, Does getting into a fistfight with a reporter count as entertainment? Alastor chuckled. It's the purest form of reality, my dear. After all, the world is a stage. Charlie inquired, So, do you think it's possible to redeem a demon? Alastor smirked. Of course not. That's nonsense. The punishment for their past lives is this existence. There's no undoing what's done. Then why do you want to help if you don't believe in my cause? Charlie pressed. Consider it a benefit for myself. I want to watch the scum of the world struggle to climb the hill of betterment, only to fail, Alastor explained with a smile. Meanwhile, Angel and Vaggie discussed the newcomers. What's the deal with the two of them? Angel asked. Vaggie replied, You don't know? They're the Radio Demon and the Green Demon, two of the most powerful beings in hell. Angel shrugged, not a big fan of politics. Angel wondered about the newcomer with green hair. Vaggie admitted that she still knew nothing about him. After a brief time skip, Izuku found himself in his new room, reflecting on the moment Charlie had hurried away after he smiled at her. Vaggie lingered in the hall, still feeling flattered by Izuku's compliment. Just then Alastor appeared. "Looks like you've settled into your room, Izuku," Alastor remarked. "Yes, it's a nice change from the basement of my previous house. But I need to leave now. May I borrow your microphone for a bit?" Izuku asked. "Sure," Alastor replied, handing over his cane. "But what do you need it for?" "I want to try something," Izuku said, using his powers on both canes. "And done. Here you go." He returned the cane to Alastor. "May I ask what you did?" Alastor inquired. "It's simple. I connected my microphone to yours, so either of us can call the other. Can you hear me?" Izuku asked. Alastor confirmed he could hear Izuku's voice through the microphone. "You're quite unique, my friend. What are you waiting for? Go and create some entertainment." "You can count on that," Izuku replied, opening a portal back to Earth. As he walked through town, Izuku felt no need to hide his demon form, as it was normal for someone like him to have horns, wings, and a tail. He soon heard some commotion coming from a nearby meat shop and decided to investigate. Upon entering, he noticed a customer escaping from the butcher. With a friendly smile, Izuku greeted the butcher, expressing curiosity about the shop and his intention to try every meat shop in town to find his favorite. The butcher appeared annoyed, but Izuku continued, asking for fresh venison. "A friend of mine cooked it once, and I'd love to try making it myself. Sirloin is great, but venison is my favorite. It reminds me of simpler times." The butcher hesitated, reaching for a knife, but Izuku quickly placed his hand on the counter, his demeanor shifting. "And we all love to return to simpler times, do we not?" The butcher stammered, agreeing to get some nice cuts for Izuku. As the butcher began to prepare the meat, Izuku made sure to specify the quality he desired. Once the butcher handed him the bag of meat, Izuku thanked him and exited the shop. As he opened the door, he accidentally bumped into a lady who resembled a sheep. He apologized, but then heard a commotion inside the shop. "Come here," the butcher shouted. "No. Get off me. Someone, please help," the sheep lady cried. Izuku noticed the heroes nearby, but they seemed unwilling to assist. He observed that the butcher glowed red, indicating his sins, while the sheep lady glowed green, representing her innocence. "I really dislike those who can't show respect to their customers," Izuku said, returning to the shop. In an instant he dealt with the butcher, then exited, leaving the heroes to confront him. With a snap of his fingers, tentacles emerged, swiftly dealing with them as well. "Tell All Might that sooner or later, the green demon will come for him," Izuku declared before flying away to a nearby building, where he returned to hell. "Alastor, my friend, would you like some venison?" he asked. "How could I refuse fresh venison?" Alastor replied, and they enjoyed a meal together, saving some for later. "I see you've captured more souls. You're growing quickly, my friend. But what will you do to help Charlie?" Alastor inquired. "I'm not sure yet, but I'll figure it out," Izuku responded. Alastor then activated the television, showing the I.M.P. "Do you have any ideas now?" he asked. "Yes, I think I'll go there tomorrow and apply for a job. With the money, I can help Charlie," Izuku said. "Very good, my friend. Let's call it a day, shall we?" Alastor suggested, yawning. "Yeah, I'm tired too. Good night, Alastor," Izuku replied. "Good night, my friend," Alastor said as he left. Izuku collapsed onto his bed, feeling its comfort. Meanwhile, news of the hero's demise spread quickly on Earth, with cameras and phones destroyed during the incident. Toshinori grew nervous and furious upon hearing Izuku's declaration. The Hero Commission, learning about Izuku's newfound abilities, moved to destroy everything that belonged to him. Next, joining the I.M.P. After first job, then commercial. Until next time. Chapter end. Izuku was making his way through hell to reach I.M.P., where many demons noticed him and hurriedly stepped aside. As he prepared to cross the road, someone called out to him. "If it isn't the green demon?" Izuku turned to see Vox, who seemed pleased to see him. "Hey Vox," Izuku replied. "You know me? I guess my reputation is well known, Vox said, a hint of pride in his voice. Actually, Izuku pointed in a direction, and Vox followed his gaze to a billboard featuring him. Oh. Well, what is a powerful overlord like you doing here? Vox asked. I'm looking for a job, Izuku stated. Well, look no more. I know the perfect job for you. Come with me. Vox glanced at Izuku's unique suit, wondering why it resembled that of another notorious figure. Unbeknownst to Vox, Alastor was eavesdropping on their conversation, having been called by Izuku to listen in. After a ride in a limousine, they arrived at their destination. Welcome to the V-Tower. Now I'll introduce you to the other members, Vox announced. Just then, a girl with 2 pigtails approached, accompanied by a tall demon. The girl jumped on Izuku, hugging his arm enthusiastically. Hey there, handsome. I'm Velvet, she said. Velvet, stop bothering the nice demon, Valentino interjected, pushing her away. Hello there, Mr. Green Demon. I'm Valentino. Greetings to both of you. I'm Izuku Midoriya, he introduced himself. Velvet jumped back, claiming, Back off, that handsome demon is mine. I'm sorry, Velvet, but I have to say no, Izuku replied politely. Why? She asked, surprised. Sweetie, I just met you. How can I be with someone I just met? He explained. That's fair, Velvet conceded, letting him go. Come here, Izuku. Let's discuss business, Vox said, leading him away. As you can see, the V's are formed by powerful overlords like myself. With you by our side, hell will be ours. So, what do you say? Will you join us? Vox proposed. That's a tempting offer, but I have to refuse. I just met you and I can't really trust someone I just met. Goodbye, Izuku replied before exiting. Vox smiled at first, but once Izuku left, he became furious, thrashing his office. How dare he refuse me? I'll make sure he pays for that. Meanwhile, Izuku contacted Alastor. Did you hear everything? Yes, indeed. What a delusion to think he could sway you, Alastor responded. I know. Anyway, I arrived. Talk later, Izuku said as he reached I.M.P City, spotting a billboard. This is pretty vulgar. But who am I kidding? This is hell, he muttered before finding the building and entering. Inside, he was greeted by a female houndum working as a receptionist. Hello, she said, bored and distracted by her phone. Actually, I'm here to apply for a job, Izuku replied. She pointed toward a door while still on her phone. Thank you, he said, noticing her lack of enthusiasm. As he entered the office, a tall imp with part of his face white appeared. Hello, I'm Blitz. The O is silent, he said, surprised to see Izuku. What do you mean? Izuku asked. Exactly. So, you want to apply for a job? Blitz inquired. Yeah. I saw the commercial and thought I could give it a try, Izuku explained. I knew it could work. In your face, Moxie. Anyway, congratulations. You're hired, Blitz announced. Thank you, Izuku replied. Luna, Moxie, Millie, come here. We have a new member to the family, Blitz called out. Family? Izuku echoed, confused. The door opened to reveal 2 imp demons and Luna. Are you sure about this, boss? You know he's the green demon? No offense. My name is Moxie. Nice to meet you, Moxie said, a bit wary. So, he's the green demon? I'm Millie. And this idiot is my husband, she added, hugging Moxie. Do you have any experience with killing? I don't mean to offend, green demon, Moxie asked. Yes, I do. But please, call me Izuku Midoriya, he replied. Okay, Izuku. Did Blitz hire you instantly, or do you need to show him what you can do? Millie asked. I can assure you that I have what it takes, Izuku said confidently. We have a training room, Millie suggested. Okay, Izuku agreed, looking at Blitz. Sure. It's not going to hurt to see what you can do, Blitz said. They headed to the training room, where Blitz tossed Izuku a gun. Shoot some targets, Blitz instructed. Izuku returned the gun, saying, I don't think I need it. He then used his hand like a gun, shooting fire from his finger and hitting the targets perfectly. All 4 of them were left speechless. Now I see why almost everyone avoids you, Blitz remarked. Later that day, Izuku returned to the Has-Been Hotel, greeted by Charlie. "Welcome back, Izuku." "How was it?" she asked. "Oh, I got the job," he replied. Alastor appeared. "I never doubted you wouldn't get the job, my friend." "Thanks, Alastor. I'm going to head to bed." "Good night, Charlie," Alastor, Izuku said, yawning. "Good night, Izuku," Charlie replied. "Good night," Alastor echoed as Izuku left for his room. Alastor mused, "The purest soul is in hell." Such irony. Charlie expressed concern. "Yeah. I feel bad for what happened to him." "Don't worry, my dear. He's going to be fine," Alastor reassured her before sinking into the floor and disappearing. Meanwhile, Izuku thought to himself, "Just you wait, Toshinori. Sooner or later, you'll face the green demon." Haha. On the surface, Toshinori felt a chill run down his spine. Why did a chill go down my spine? He wondered. Inko was in her room, crying on the floor while hugging an All Might onesie that Izuku once wore. The Hero Commission was searching for Izuku, trying to find him but failing to locate him. Katsuki had undergone a laser operation to remove an embarrassing mark from his face, but the humiliation lingered, and he swore revenge on Izuku. Tenya struggled to find a donor for his loss. The girls felt sorrowful, realizing they had turned the most innocent boy into a demon seeking vengeance. In the future, Izuku found himself in the UA principal's office, facing the staff, Class 1A, and MDM president. "What do I owe the displeasure of being here, my homunculus friend?" Izuku asked. "Nizu," he began, but was interrupted by a blast of fire that struck the wall beside him. Nizu looked frightened at Izuku, who had his hand in a shooting position. "I'd watch my words carefully if I were you, Nizu," Izuku warned. "Green Demon. We know we can't do anything to you. We can't contain you, and we can't kill you because you'll return more powerful," Nizu admitted, acknowledging Izuku's half-human, half-demon nature. If he were to die, he would be reborn in a different realm with his powers intact, and no one could match his abilities. So, he proposed a deal. Izuku asked, "And what do you offer?" Nizu replied, "Whenever you go after someone, no one will try to stop you." A concerned voice interjected, "Nizu, you can't let this villain do what he wants." Nizu countered, "Do you have a better idea?" The room fell silent. Nizu continued, "In return, you'll become a teacher at UA, and you won't harm my students. Deal?" Izuku extended his arm, which was engulfed in a green glow. "Deal." They shook hands. Katsuki shouted, "Take that, Deku. You're trapped." Izuku smirked. "Are you sure about that, Mutt?" "Izumi, punch him." Izumi charged her power and struck Katsuki. Eraserhead asked, "Izumi, why did you do that?" Izumi replied, "I have to do anything Oni-chan commands me." Midnight questioned, "Why?" Izumi explained, "Because Oni-chan owns my soul." A hush fell over the group. Izuku added, "As you can see, I can make Izumi harm them." Cementos interjected, "But you're not respecting the deal." Izuku retorted, "You think you know deals better than me? The agreement states that I can't lay a finger on them. It says nothing about my servants. Plus, this is a regular deal, not a soul deal. A soul deal would easily surpass this." They pondered his words and realized he was right. Izuku continued, "Also, I can't harm them since they're students of UA. I respect my deal." He walked to the door and opened it, pausing to add, "You know that the deal only refers to students. I could easily target the staff if I wanted to." A chill ran down the teachers' spines. "But that wouldn't be fun. I guess I'll have to wait for 1A to graduate, and then I'll have some fun with them." As he left, Midnight asked, "What does he mean by 1A graduating?" They began to think it over, and Nizu suddenly realized, "I didn't think of that." Izumi inquired, "What do you mean, uncle?" Nizu explained, "Izuku won't harm you since you're students. But once you graduate, get expelled, or transfer to another school, that means." Eraserhead finished, "You'll no longer be UA students, and the deal won't protect you." The implications hung heavily in the air as they contemplated their future. Next, first mission. After, commercial. Then, radio killed the TV star. Until next time. Izuku woke up from his sleep and went to get some venison from the fridge. He smiled to himself, thinking that nothing was better than some venison in the morning. Just then, Alastor appeared in his room. "Alastor, my friend. What are you doing here?" Izuku asked, surprised. "You see, my friend, I ran out of venison in my room. Can I have some?" Alastor replied. "Be my guest," Izuku said, gesturing to the fridge. "Thank you," Alastor said as he took the rest of the venison. "What are you going to do today, my friend?" Alastor inquired. "Well, I'm going to my job, and then I'll see what happened on Earth. Maybe I'll cause some entertainment," Izuku replied. "Well, what are you waiting for?" "I don't want to hold you," Alastor encouraged. "Thanks, my friend," Izuku said, and with that, he sank into the shadows and appeared at the front door. Charlie approached him, asking, "Are you going to I.M.P? "Yes," Izuku confirmed. Charlie hugged Izuku tightly. "Be careful there." "I will," he said with a smile before leaving. Charlie watched him go, feeling a blush creep onto her cheeks. Vaggie, witnessing the scene, felt a similar warmth at Izuku's smile. Izuku spread his wings and flew towards I.M.P City. After a few minutes, he arrived at the city and entered Blitz's building. Inside, he found Moxie holding a crossbow, visibly shaking, while the red light of a deranged client was flashing. "Moxie, stop shaking. You're going to shoot our only hellhound," Millie said, trying to calm him. "Oh, I'm so loved," Luna quipped sarcastically. "Just take a deep breath and let it out," Millie advised. "But it's a family. Under what circumstances are we going to kill a human family?" Moxie protested. "I mean, if that's what the client wants," Millie replied. "Maybe a bad dad or a mob family. That's understandable. But to eradicate an innocent family?" Moxie argued. Luna pointed at the photo of the family. "Hey, you don't know they're innocent. This kid probably set dogs on fire, and maybe this girl is bullying kids online. And this guy definitely watches questionable things. And the wife is recording," Izuku added. "Exactly. Humans are full of secrets. It's why they end up here," Millie said. "Guilty or innocent isn't our business. Killing who we're paid to is our business." She kissed Moxie. "Shoot the target." "But I think it's a bit excessive. We could be more selective," Moxie insisted. Just then Blitz burst through the door. "Guys, I want you to meet." Moxie accidentally shot the arrow, hitting the wall and narrowly missing Ms. Mayberry. Blitz caught the arrow. "Our new client." As chaos ensued, the aquarium fell, and everything caught fire. "Dim it, Moxie. I just bought those eels," Blitz exclaimed. Outside, Ms. Mayberry hopped into a taxi and left. Blitz reminded everyone, "And don't forget, if we don't kill the target in less than 24 hours, it's free." "When did we make that rule?" Moxie asked. "When you almost shot our client. Now, do you have the grimoire?" Blitz pressed. "You mean our only way to Earth?" "Yeah, right here," Luna replied. Izuku thought to himself, "Should I tell them that I can create portals too?" Blitz attempted to give Luna a treat but ended up eating it himself. "You're so gross," Luna exclaimed. Luna opened the portal, and Blitz, Moxie, Millie, and Izuku stepped through. "Here's the plan," Blitz said. Izuku used his powers, making all members of the family glow bright red. "Now, we need a plan," Blitz said. "I have one. I just need to buy something from Earth," Izuku replied, snapping his fingers and changing his appearance. His green curly hair turned into long black hair, and his eyes became blue. "Now no one would recognize me." "Why would anyone recognize you?" Moxie asked. "You'll see," Izuku said, teleporting to a nearby pizza place to buy a pizza before returning. "You went to buy a pizza?" Blitz asked incredulously. "It's part of my plan," Izuku explained, making a Pizza Hut uniform appear on him. "Now, wait here and I'll take it from here." Izuku knocked on the door, and a man named Ralphie opened it. "Can I help you, boy?" "Pizza DLVOI," Izuku said. "Oh, thank you. But we didn't order any pizza," Ralphie replied. "Wait, isn't this the street?" Izuku trailed off. "No, this is..." Ralphie began, but Izuku interrupted. "I got lost. Sorry. It's my first day, and I had a lot of work. It's okay, boy. How about I call the pizzeria, and you can spend the night with us to rest? Ralphie offered kindly. Thank you. You're too kind, Izuku said, stepping inside. Blitz watched in disbelief. What is he doing? I don't know, Millie replied. Inside, Ralphie called for his wife. Honey, a young boy got lost here after his job delivering pizza. Can he stay with us? Martha, with bandages on her head, came over. Of course. Guide this young boy to the guest room, and I'll make some extra food for him. Ralphie led Izuku to the guest room. Here you have the bed and there's the bathroom. By the way, what's your name, young boy? Izuku, shedding his disguise, revealed his true form. Izuku Midoriya. But I'm sure you've heard of me as the Green Demon. Ralphie's eyes widened in shock. I'll see you in hell, Izuku said with a smile, swiftly taking care of Ralphie. With the family taken care of, Izuku exited the house, pizza in hand, where Blitz, Moxie, and Millie were waiting. Can you explain what just happened? Blitz demanded. I took care of all 4 of them, Izuku replied confidently. And the kids? Moxie asked. They were guilty like their parents. They were a sadistic family who killed for pleasure, Izuku stated. He snapped his fingers, igniting the house in flames. Shall we return? Blitz called Luna, who opened a portal, and they stepped through, ready to enjoy some cake. Later, Ms. Mayberry was preparing to leave when Izuku stopped her. I believe we haven't finished, Ms. Mayberry. Please call me Jill, she said. I want to make a deal with you, Izuku proposed. A deal? Jill asked, intrigued. You know that your husband and that family are here now, don't you? Izuku continued. Yes, she replied, sensing the gravity of the situation. Izuku was determined to help Jill become stronger. That's where I come in. I can give you power and make you more powerful, he said, extending his hand. Green flames flickered around his fingers as he spoke. Deal, Jill replied, shaking his hand, and Izuku smiled, feeling a surge of energy. Now, sign here, he instructed, presenting a contract that Jill quickly signed. Try your new powers, Izuku encouraged. As Jill tested her abilities, she realized she was stronger than she had ever imagined. Thank you for this power, Green Demon, she said gratefully. Don't worry. You can call me Izuku if you want to. Do you have a place to stay? He asked. No, Jill admitted. Don't worry. You can stay at my friend's hotel afterward, Izuku offered. Thank you, Jill responded, and they parted ways. In a small future scene, Izuku found himself at the beach where Jill lived. She had asked him to let her relax on Earth as a demon, and it was now common for people to see those who looked different. Izuku, Jill called out, catching his attention. He turned to see her and felt a rush of emotion. You like what you see, she teased. Izuku looked away, feeling shy. Even after meeting others, he wasn't prepared for the sight of someone as mature as Jill. It's okay if you don't answer me. Why do you say that at night to have some bed talk? Jill asked playfully. Izuku blushed, unsure of how to respond. Don't worry, I already have permission from Charlie and the rest of them to be together, she reassured him. As night fell, Izuku and Jill spent time together, sharing a deep connection. In the future, a commercial featuring Izuku aired on TV, showcasing UA Academy. He was seen running with a camera in hand, approaching some villains. Excuse me, do you like chaos and illegal activities? He asked, pausing for effect. Silence followed, and then he continued, Of course you do. That's why you're a villain. But what if I told you that there's a place without any of that? The scene shifted to UA. Welcome to UA, the school where villains are in disguise. We offer customer service, animal pest control, and much more. Right here at the UA Academy. It all starts here, he announced confidently. Then the TV screen went blank. So, what do you think? Izuku asked, eager for feedback. The commercial ended, leading into the next segment. Chapter end. All of the residents of the Has-Been Hotel were gathered, watching a commercial featuring Alastor. Vaggie expressed her disbelief, questioning the tone of the advertisement. Charlie acknowledged Alastor's creativity but suggested that the message could have been clearer. Vaggie pointed out that the commercial failed to convey their mission of saving sinners from extermination. Alastor, with a twitch, defended his approach, stating that he aimed for humor, having not been active in hell for a while. Izuku chimed in, agreeing with Alastor and finding the commercial entertaining. Vaggie, however, was frustrated, reminding them that they had promised to help run the hotel, not mock it. She insisted that no one would come to a place that powerful beings like them deemed a waste of time. Angel raised his hand, suggesting they utilize the talent they had on hand. When Vaggie reminded him of his profession, Angel argued that his fame could attract sinners. Vaggie firmly stated that they were not making a commercial of that nature, to which Angel playfully responded that SEC sells. As the conversation continued, Alastor and Izuku playfully appeared behind Angel, dismissing the idea. Charlie appreciated Angel's enthusiasm but didn't want to exploit him. Angel insisted that he was made for such attention and humorously listed his attributes. Charlie received a call from Lucifer, prompting her to step away. During her conversation, Angel posed a question about why powerful beings like Alastor and Izuku couldn't simply make people stay at the hotel. Izuku reassured him that they could, and Husk chimed in, revealing his own reluctance to be there if not for external pressures. Nifty popped up, adding her own quirky remark, while Vaggie urged Angel to let Husk do his job. She reiterated that they couldn't force sinners to stay, it had to be their choice. Angel, still skeptical, pointed out that they were in hell, implying that it was the end of the line. Vaggie countered that just because no one had escaped didn't mean it was impossible. Izuku added that perhaps no one had truly tried to redeem themselves. Angel approached Vaggie, jokingly expressing his longing to stay rent-free. Izuku announced he had to leave to gather supplies, offering to bring back some venison for Alastor. After creating a portal to Earth, he transformed his appearance and walked through a town where rumors about him, the Green Demon, had spread. He noticed that cameras malfunctioned when trying to capture him. Entering a meat shop, Izuku purchased venison and other ingredients. As he left, he spotted his past friends, who were searching for him. They expressed their concern about his deal with Alastor, vowing to rescue him. Suddenly, a shadow resembling Izuku appeared, taunting them and revealing that it was growing stronger. The shadow vanished, leaving his friends shaken. Back in hell, Izuku returned to Alastor, who eagerly awaited the venison. They prepared to film a commercial in a classic style. Meanwhile, Adam and Loot discussed their plans regarding the extermination of demons, with Adam suggesting that they wait for the right moment. In a future scene, Izuku walked through Yue's yard, where his friends observed him from a distance. They were initially relieved to see him admiring flowers, but their relief turned to shock as he used his powers to wilt the bush instantly before leaving. Eraserhead concluded that they needed to bring Izuku back, while Midnight suggested a more personal approach to reach him. Izuku suddenly appeared next to them, laughing. Izuku shook his head firmly, determined that it would never happen. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving the conversation behind him. As he moved forward, his thoughts shifted to the next chapters he was working on, including Izuku Midoriya Wave and Izuku Midoriya Bendy. Excitement bubbled within him as he anticipated the upcoming stories. Radio Killed the Video Star, followed by Loo Loo Land, and then Scrambled Eggs. He knew there was much more to come, and he was eager to share it all. Until next time. Chapter End. Izuku watched as Charlie became increasingly anxious after the news of the early extermination was broadcast. Charlie, in a state of panic, reassured herself. So the extermination is coming in 6 months instead of a year. No big deal. Just a little setback. Nothing we can't handle. Just angels cutting our timetable in half. But who needs a whole year to save souls? Am I right? And next time when they cut the time in half again, we'll just handle it, right? Izuku and Vaggie stepped in to support Charlie, helping her calm down. Vaggie affirmed, "Yes, we will." Izuku added with a smile, "I believe in you, Charlie." Both Charlie and Vaggie felt a warm blush at Izuku's encouraging words. Angel interjected, "Oh, please, you had less than half a chance when you started this salvation effort. And now," he paused as his phone vibrated with messages, "ain't no silver lining this time." Jill chimed in, We just need to find the ones who want redemption. There are many out there. Charlie responded with determination. Sure there are. We just have to look a little harder for it. Angel, showing his phone displaying chaos, said, well, while you're looking, the rest of hell is going nuts. People are already freaking out about the news. Look at what's happening in the Doomsday District, he continued. Charlie, curious, asked, what is a donkey show? Angel quickly retreated his phone, laughing nervously. Nothing. My boss, Val, is just freaked out about the news too. Like I said, everyone is losing their minds. Vaggie added, yeah, that's true. Sinners are desperate. Maybe desperate enough to try anything to escape the extermination? Charlie gasped. This is the perfect time to recruit more sinners for the hotel. Angel replied, cute idea and all, but are you really going to go out in all of this? He gestured to the chaos outside. Charlie insisted, well, it's not like people are just going to show up on our doorstep. Suddenly, an explosion interrupted her, creating a hole in the hotel wall. Outside stood Serpentius. Show yourself, Alastor. Come and face, he began, but then spotted Alastor on the second floor, casually drinking coffee. Oh, there you are, face my wrath. Alastor, unfazed, asked, who are you? Who am I? I'm the great Serpentius, he declared, puffing out his chest. Alastor appeared beside his friends, watching the spectacle unfold. Inventor, architect of destruction, villain extraordinaire. Serpentius continued. Wow, you tell him, boss, one of the Eggbois chimed in. Nifty perched on Alastor's shoulder, adding, oh, he's a bad boy. Alastor smirked. Well, if all that's true, you'd think I'd have heard of you. Serpentius retorted, I attacked you literally last week. Alastor looked confused. We've battled like 20 times, Serpentius insisted. Well, you must be really bad at this, Alastor replied. Silence. Now cower. For when I've slain you, the almighty V's will finally acknowledge me as their equal, Serpentius proclaimed. Nifty, now on Izuku's shoulder, asked, wait, who are the V's? Alastor dismissed it. Oh, nobody important. Izuku added, just some idiots. Meanwhile, with the V's, Valentino smoked a cigarette. You know, Angel isn't the only one spending time at this ratty hotel with Devil's Princess. Vox, intrigued, asked, oh, who else is there? Someone who owes you money. Valentino chuckled, someone who owes us much more than money. The Radio Demon and Green Demon are there. Upon hearing this, Vox's demeanor shifted, and he nervously scratched the desk. What did you just say? You heard me, Valentino replied. Alastor came back, and Izuku is there with him, and they are with Lucifer's daughter. And that wasn't the first thing you told me? Vox exclaimed, grabbing Valentino by the collar. Valentino shrugged off the grip. Hey, killing Alastor is your thing. And Izuku is also your problem. He turned on the television. Vox teleported to watch. Back at the Has-Been Hotel, Serpentius pleaded, Arg. Please. Stop. Charlie interjected, Alastor. I think he's had enough. He's got a few more hits in him, Angel said, watching the scene unfold. Serpentius fell from the Zeppelin, landing face-first on the ground. Alastor twirled his staff, remarking, thanks for another forgettable experience. An egg fell and broke as Serpentius said, thank you for letting your guard down. He used his tail to rip a piece of Alastor's coat, angering him. Alastor retaliated with a massive green explosion. Well, it looks like I need a visit to the tailor. Best of luck, chums, Alastor said. Izuku added, I also need to leave to Earth to produce entertainment. Vaggie exclaimed, wait, you're leaving? Izuku, Alastor, we need your help. We need you to do your jobs. Angel chimed in, we need a wall. Alastor replied, of course. Can't let my new project fall into despair already. What would the papers say? With a snap of their fingers, Izuku and Alastor summoned ink demons with construction tools before leaving. Angel began to flirt with the ink demons. Meanwhile, with the V's, Valentino fumed, see. Look how he flirts with that guy, and he's not even paying. Who's that? I'm going to take down this whole family. Vox. Vox, still focused on Alastor and Izuku, muttered, "That guy is back, and that person is with him." Valentino added, "Yeah. I thought he was gone for good too." Vox, frustrated, replied, "It's been 7 years." Valentino smirked, "You're still mad he almost beat you that time and that Izuku rejected you?" No. Just saying," Vox shot back. Valentino nodded. "Things have changed a lot since he left town." "That's for sure," Vox agreed. "I need to send a message about who's really in charge now." Meanwhile, Izuku walked through the streets of Mustafa, having changed his hair and eye color. As he strolled, he noticed a news report on a nearby television about a villain being captured by All Might. The reporter announced, "Today was saved by All Might, who came to the rescue. We're grateful to have him." A nearby child exclaimed, "When I grow up, I'm going to be a hero like All Might." Another person chimed in, "I'm happy we have All Might as our #1 hero. He saves everyone." Izuku chuckled at the scene, his laughter growing louder. This caught the attention of those around him. "What's your problem, psycho?" someone asked. Izuku replied, "What you said about that so-called hero made me laugh. This world is full of fakes and jokes. All Might is the biggest joke of all." "Watch your mouth, boy, or you'll regret disrespecting All Might like that," warned another. In response, Izuku shed his disguise, and a fiery aura enveloped him, revealing his demon form, which sent a wave of fear through the crowd. "Where's that courage you showed earlier? Are you afraid of the green demon?" he taunted, the mere mention of his name sending shivers down their spines. Suddenly, a random hero charged at Izuku, glowing red with determination. Izuku, using his abilities, shot a fire blast from his finger, eliminating the threat. "What a fake. Now, let the entertainment begin," he declared, before sinking into the shadows and disappearing. Meanwhile, in Tartarus, Kana Tsutsumi, also known as Lady Nagant, sat in her prison cell. While the civilians believed she was incarcerated for her crimes, the truth was far darker. She had killed her boss, who had forced her into committing terrible acts, and the Hero Commission had covered it all up. Suddenly, an old radio appeared in her cell, crackling to life. "What's this?" Kana wondered, intrigued by the unexpected turn of events. Izuku's shadow appeared, his glowing eyes and smile radiating an unsettling charm. "Why don't you and I get down to the nitty-gritty, and then we can let the fun begin?" The shadow vanished, and Izuku emerged, introducing himself as the Green Demon. He spoke of good investments and bad intentions, hinting at a deal that was too enticing to resist. Just then, a security guard, glowing red, entered to confront Izuku, but he was swiftly dealt with. Izuku extended his hand towards Kana, which ignited with green fire. "Don't worry, the price is worth it," he assured. "Now, if you take a look around, you can see the sights and sounds of your world on fire. So sign the line and you'll be fine," he continued, weaving a web of temptation. "I can pull from my resources, take what you want, and make this prison appealing. But remember, your soul will be mine to haunt." Kana, caught in the moment, signed the contract, which was absorbed into Izuku's staff. "Can't let you live to tell the tale," he said with a smirk. "It's time to take a walk with me through hell. You signed your name, you have yourself to blame." With a flicker, Izuku teleported himself and Kana outside Tartarus. "Thanks," Kana said, still processing the whirlwind of events. "No problem," Izuku replied. "You're also a victim of this corrupted society. Now you can use your quirk freely, without drawbacks. I've also given you new powers, including the ability to discern the guilty from the innocent. But be cautious, leave All Might, Magnet, their daughter, and her friends alone." "May I ask why?" Kana inquired. Izuku's eyes flickered with static. "They're mine." With that he departed. Time passed, and Izuku made several deals before returning to Hell, where he learned that Serpentius had become a resident of the hotel. As he entered his room, Charlie walked in. "Charlie, what can I do for you?" Izuku asked, curious. Charlie hesitated, blushing. "I just have to do it." She wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him, leaving Izuku momentarily stunned. After releasing him, Charlie confessed, "Izuku, I love you. Will you be my boyfriend?" "I don't know, Charlie. Everyone treated me poorly on the surface, but I'll try my best," he replied, and they shared another kiss. Just then they heard a cough. Vaggie stood at the door watching them. "Vaggie, what are you doing here?" Izuku asked, surprised. Without a word, Vaggie approached and kissed him as well. "We both love you," Charlie explained. "We've decided to share you, with the condition that I'm the alpha." "I'm not sure if I'm good for both of you, but I'll try my best," Izuku said, and they kissed again. Meanwhile, on the surface, people were terrified of the villain's new powers, but they only targeted those glowing red, leaving innocents untouched. In Class 1A, Katsuki gritted his teeth at Izuku's actions, while the girls felt an ache in their hearts, each hoping they weren't being cheated on by him. In a different scene, Vortex confronted Verasika. "You what?" he asked. "Meet my new bodyguard, Hellhound Vortex," she replied confidently. Blitz smirked. "Oh, you think I'm scared of your puppy?" Vortex, angered, demanded, "What did you call me?" Verasika teased, "Oh, you made Vortex mad." "Scare that puppy away," Blitz instructed Izuku, who appeared beside him. "You called me boss?" Izuku asked. "Yeah." "Show him what you're made of," Blitz said. Vortex scoffed, "Like I'm scared of a weak demon." Izuku smiled, his eyes turning static. "You should be. After all, I believe you know me by my overlord name, the Green Demon." Vortex immediately recoiled, hiding behind Verasika. "Hey, what's wrong with you? You're scared of him?" she questioned. "He's no ordinary demon. He's the overlord, Green Demon," Vortex stammered. Meanwhile, the UA staff in Class 1A were trying to figure out how to enroll new students. "Seems like you're having a little problem, Izuku said, casually sitting on a couch. "Katsumi, why are you doing this?" she asked, concerned. "For entertainment," Izuku replied with a smirk. "I took the deal because I enjoy watching you try to make me forgive you and fail spectacularly. Good job." Shoto, recording on his phone, attempted to capture the moment, but the device malfunctioned and broke. "I wouldn't try that, Scarface," Izuku warned, pointing at himself. This face was made for radio. And with that, the scene faded. Chapter end. Izuku woke up from his sleep and noticed a weight on him. He looked at his bed and saw Charlie and Vaggie resting on top of him. Realizing what had happened the night before, Izuku gently got up to avoid waking them and got dressed. As Charlie and Vaggie stirred awake, they realized they couldn't feel their legs. "Ow!" they exclaimed in unison. "You did a number on us, Izuku," Charlie said, rubbing her legs. "We can't walk now," Vaggie added. "I'm sorry for that, my appealing friends," Izuku replied, snapping his fingers to heal them. Now try to stand up." Charlie and Vaggie tested their legs and found they could stand. "Sorry, I wish we could have another round, but I have to go to work," Izuku said, and with another snap, his suit appeared. He sank into the shadows and disappeared. At the exit, he prepared to leave when Alastor appeared. "I see you marked your girlfriends," he said with a smirk. "Did you spy on us?" Izuku asked, startled. "Of course not, my friend. But the rooms aren't soundproof," Alastor replied. Izuku sighed, realizing the implications. He opened the door, spread his wings, and flew to his job. After a few minutes of flying, he arrived at I.M.P. He entered the elevator, and when it took him to the office, he heard Blitz yelling at Stolas on the phone. Once the call ended, Blitz shouted again. "And you too, Izuku. Get in here. We're going to Loo Loo Land," he called out. "Loo Loo Land?" Moxie questioned, while Millie excitedly smashed her head through the office door glass. "Loo Loo Land?" she echoed. "Shut up." Luna barked, clearly annoyed. The crew set out to pick up Stolas and his daughter, Octavia. After a short drive, they arrived at Stolas's place. "Get in the van," Blitz ordered. Stolas stood by the window, and Octavia approached Izuku. "Greetings, my feathered friend. I'm Izuku Midoriya," he introduced himself. Octavia seemed a bit reserved, prompting Izuku to say, Not much of a talker, I presume. I respect that. After a few more minutes of driving, they arrived at Loo Loo Land. Stolas exited wearing a whimsical apple hat, while Octavia groaned and pulled her hat over her face. Stolas bounded toward the park like a child. I'm starting to think it's the other way around. You're the adult and he's the kid, Izuku remarked to Octavia. Good one, she laughed. Why thank you, Izuku replied with a smile. Moxie and Millie went off to enjoy the attractions, while Stolas suggested, why don't we check out the rides? As they walked together, Stolas playfully stroked Blitz's horn. You know, it's quite thrilling to see you on the job. Save it, I'm working, Blitz replied, trying to maintain his focus. You both need to get a room, Octavia chimed in. Hey, I'm not a day hooked. Blitz retorted, defending himself. A woman walking nearby with her baby shot Blitz a disapproving glare before moving on. What? I just said I'm not one, prude. Blitz exclaimed, showing her a gesture of frustration. Stolas then pointed excitedly at a circus tent. Oh, Via, you used to cry tears of joy at this show. Octavia's expression changed to one of panic. Oh no. She recalled a childhood memory, and together with Blitz, they expressed their disdain for a clown from their past. Suddenly, Stolas was surrounded by some imps. Oh, Blitzy, I need my bodyguard, please, he called out, unfazed. Hold still. I got this, Blitz said, aiming his rifle. Izuku stepped in, pushing Blitz's gun away. No, boss. Leave it to me. It's time I let them know that I'm here. With a swift motion, Izuku summoned his tentacles and dealt with the imp that had tried to stab Stolas. He swiftly dispatched the others, causing the remaining imps to flee in fear. That's my employee, Blitz said, impressed. Octavia entered the tent, and Blitz carried Stolas inside, while Izuku followed, ready for whatever came next. Octavia was visibly upset, exclaiming that she couldn't handle the situation any longer. Stolas, concerned, called out to her as she ran into a building called Funhouse, with Izuku following closely behind. Inside, an imp jumped onto Stolas's back, prompting him to express his annoyance. Izuku quickly intervened, using his abilities to subdue the imp. Stolas, brushing off the remnants of the encounter, wondered where Blitz was, only to be informed by Moxie and Millie that he was preoccupied. Stolas and Izuku then set off to find Octavia, eventually spotting her riding in circles on apple-themed rail cars, tears streaming down her face. Stolas approached her gently, acknowledging that she wasn't having fun. Octavia expressed her frustration, revealing that she didn't want to be there and reminiscing about happier times before her family dynamics changed. Stolas apologized for the current situation, admitting that he should have listened to her feelings. Izuku then stepped in, explaining to Octavia that her father's love for her remained strong despite the challenges in his relationship with her mother. He reassured her that Stolas would always protect her. Stolas echoed this sentiment, expressing his commitment to her well-being. After a heartfelt moment, Stolas picked Octavia up, ready to leave the funhouse. As they exited, an imp appeared, but Stolas dealt with the threat effortlessly. Outside, they found Blitz, Moxie, and Millie engaged in a battle with Robo-Fizz. Octavia suggested visiting Stylish Occult, a place known for its unique taxidermy, which Stolas reluctantly agreed to. As they walked, Octavia thanked her father for his support, acknowledging that he could be okay at times. Suddenly, an explosion interrupted their conversation, and the group landed nearby. Moxie voiced his frustration about the chaos, while Blitz claimed it was worth it. Izuku used his powers to heal the injured imps, earning their gratitude. Octavia asked Stolas to set her down, and she approached Izuku to express her appreciation for his help. She handed him a piece of paper with her number, but Izuku humorously declined, explaining his preference for older forms of communication. Blitz chimed in, teasing Izuku about his interests. As Stolas and Octavia returned home with the imps, Izuku flew back to the Has-Been Hotel. Once in his room, he prepared to create entertainment, opening a portal to Earth while altering his appearance. He arrived at a facility that claimed to care for children with special powers, but he knew the truth about its dark purpose. After a tense exchange with the receptionist, guards appeared, but Izuku's presence caused a malfunction in the security cameras. Realizing the danger, the guards attempted to flee. Izuku revealed his true form, growing in size and power, and confronted the guards. After a fierce confrontation, he eliminated the threats and opened a portal to an orphanage where he had previously worked, ensuring the safety of the innocent children there. Later, he flew to a tall building and activated his radio gear, addressing the people of Japan. He introduced himself as the Green Demon, promising to expose the truth about the illegal facility that had exploited children. The members of the Hero Commission began to sweat, realizing the implications of his revelations. "I'll make every fake and joke from this world disappear," Izuku declared with determination. He began to sing, his voice resonating with emotion. "I swear, I testify, it's not all just black and white. I'll find a better life, just give a hand to shake. You hate me? Get in line. We'll brace for better times. Just keep your head up high and get out of my way." As he continued, the lyrics flowed with intensity, reflecting his struggles and aspirations. He spoke of facing challenges and overcoming obstacles, his tone filled with conviction. The crowd listened intently, captivated by his message. "They all want to hear your pain," he sang, broadcasting through the stereo haze. "Right now, it's a city of saints. Turn the volume up." Izuku's performance was electric, and as he concluded, laughter echoed in the air, a stark contrast to the tension felt by others. Meanwhile, Tashinori and Inko exchanged worried glances, realizing the transformation of the once innocent soul into someone formidable. In Class 1A, anxiety filled the room as they feared their secrets would be exposed. Katsuki clenched his teeth, knowing that Izuku's newfound power could jeopardize his hero career. As Izuku walked through the halls, he danced with an air of confidence. Class 1A blocked his path, and Katsumi stepped forward, papers in hand. "We have the papers, Aiken. You need to sign here." Izuku glanced at the quirk marriage papers and burst into laughter. "What's so funny, Deku?" Katsuki demanded. "The idea that this would work on me is hilarious," Izuku replied, using his fire to burn the papers. "I'm still quirkless. The power I have is because I'm a demon now. That won't work on me." Izumi pleaded, "Please, Oni-chan. We want to make things right. Can you give us a chance?" Izuku smirked. "No. And don't try to hide, Eraserhead. I know you're there." Eraserhead emerged from his hiding spot, concern etched on his face. "You can't hide from me," Izuku warned. "Enjoy your last 2 years. Once you graduate, nothing will stop me from taking my revenge." Eraserhead questioned, "Do you want that revenge so badly?" Izuku's eyes flickered with intensity. "More than you can imagine." And with that, the scene shifted, leaving a sense of anticipation for what was to come next. Izuku woke up from his sleep to find Charlie and Vaggie beside him, and the bed was in disarray. He quickly used his power to heal them and then fix the bed. Once they were dressed, they headed downstairs where they encountered Serpentius. Charlie exclaimed her excitement about Serpentius staying at the hotel, but Vaggie reminded her that he had recently attempted to take over the city. Izuku chimed in, saying he would do the same if he were in Pentius's position. Charlie pointed out that he hadn't tried anything like that at the hotel. Just then, Serpentius entered, pushing a new machine with his egg bow eyes perched on it. Vaggie was taken aback and asked what it was. Serpentius proudly introduced his invention, the Skin Flayer 11,000, expressing his anticipation of using it against the other residents. Charlie was confused and questioned why he would do that. Pentius explained that he sensed everyone was being overly nice and suspected they were plotting against him. Odette and Clara entered, bringing boxes of weapons. Pentius eagerly approached them, and Odette requested a signature for the transaction. After he signed, she thanked him for his business. As they left, Vaggie realized he was purchasing parts from Carmilla Carmine, a notorious weapons dealer. She immediately objected, asserting that he could not build weapons in the hotel and that everyone was being nice to him out of goodwill. Serpentius looked worried and glanced at the other residents, who were not exactly welcoming. Vaggie insisted he needed to trust them, but he was skeptical. Charlie suggested they focus on activities for the day, but Vaggie laid down some rules. No more weapon building and no plotting against other guests. She pointed out the egg boys, who accidentally set off a laser, causing damage to the ceiling, much to Vaggie's frustration. Vaggie firmly stated that if Pentious wanted to stay and redeem himself, he needed to part with the egg boys. With tears in his eyes, he reluctantly agreed, saying goodbye to his little helpers. Charlie, feeling awkward, offered him comfort. Meanwhile, Alastor was in his room, enjoying a meal when Vaggie entered with the egg boys. She requested his help in getting rid of them. Alastor, initially reluctant, agreed to assist but with a caveat that he would do it humanely. He summoned his cane and prepared to leave, while Vaggie expressed her distaste for his meal. Alastor called for Izuku, and they exited together. The egg boys were curious and asked Alastor various questions as they walked down the street, which caused him some irritation. Izuku pondered the idea of eating eggs, considering if that would be acceptable. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared, revealing himself to be Zestial, an overlord. Alastor, startled, warned the egg boys to remain quiet. Zestial greeted them, and as they walked, demons around them reacted with fear, hiding or fleeing at the sight of Zestial. Zestial remarked on the fine weather, and Alastor humorously noted the potential for chaos. As they continued their conversation, Zestial mentioned rumors about Alastor's recent activities, prompting a playful response from Alastor, who enjoyed keeping everyone guessing. "But please, do guess, I'd love to know the theories," Alastor said as he continued walking. Zestial chuckled, remarking that it would be grander folly to assume the workings of Alastor's mind, who had been an enigma since he manifested in this realm. Alastor took that as a compliment coming from someone as ancient as Zestial. Zestial then noticed Izuku and expressed his fascination, asking him to reveal more about himself. Izuku replied that it was for him to know and for Zestial to find out. Zestial observed that Alastor had taught Izuku some things, to which Alastor agreed, noting that the young demon was a quick learner. The group, consisting of Izuku, Alastor, Zestial, and the egg boys, walked into an alleyway with a row of lifts. A security camera spotted Zestial, but Izuku and Alastor's images glitched when the camera focused on them. Zestial and Alastor entered one elevator, while the egg boys attempted to follow but were blocked by Alastor's cane. He instructed them to stay and guard the front until he returned, and the egg boys saluted as the lift began its ascent. One egg boy pointed out that Frank was already up in the lift, where he was seen pounding on the glass. Another egg boy questioned if they had names. The lift reached the top of the building, and as they exited, Frank watched other overlords coming out of different lifts and heading into another room, with Zizi stepping over him due to her large stature. Frank followed them in and stood near Alastor's seat. Carmilla Carmine, the head of the table, welcomed the overlords, stating that they represented the controlling powers of the city and owned millions of souls at risk due to the new extermination schedule. She emphasized the need to discuss minimizing the impact on their interests. Zestial took his seat, and Carmilla greeted him warmly. Noticing Alastor, Carmilla acknowledged his absence and welcomed him back, though she added that it wasn't a big deal. Alastor looked slightly offended. Carmilla then turned her attention to Izuku, asking who he was. Zestial introduced him as the Green Demon, prompting the other overlords to turn their attention to Izuku. Carmilla approached Izuku, expressing her admiration and offering her hand, which he graciously took and kissed the back of. Afterward, he took a seat next to Alastor. Carmilla began discussing the brutal extermination, noting a significant loss of the population and the need for a strategic response with the angelic legions returning quickly. Suddenly, Velvet entered the room, speaking on the phone and dismissing any doubts about her handling of the situation. She sat down at the opposite end of the table, and Carmilla greeted her, inquiring if her colleagues would join. Velvet replied that they had better things to do than listen to Carmilla. As Carmilla resumed her discussion, Velvet interrupted, waving her hand in the air. When Carmilla acknowledged her, Velvet dramatically placed the head of an exorcist onto the table, causing a stir among the other overlords. Zestial reacted with surprise, while Alastor expressed interest. Carmilla narrowed her eyes, demanding to know where Velvet had obtained it. Velvet explained that they found it during Extermination Day, asserting that if exorcists could be killed, the dynamics of their conflict had changed. She stood on the table, proposing a full assault plan, but her speech was drowned out by Zestial's loud sipping of tea. Zestial cautioned that rushing to war based on meager proof was foolish. Velvet scoffed, insisting that the evidence was definitive. Zestial countered that they did not know how the exorcist had perished and warned against acting hastily. Izuku, though new to the group, sided with Zestial, emphasizing the need for careful planning. Velvet, noticing Carmilla's expression, taunted Zestial, implying he was too timid to take action. The tension in the room grew as the overlords considered their next steps. The overlords departed, and Alastor instructed Frank to spy on Carmilla. Outside, Izuku turned to Alastor, expressing his longing to travel to Earth to create entertainment. Alastor encouraged him to go, stating he didn't want to hold him back. As Alastor left with the eggs, Izuku prepared to leave when Velvet approached him. "Hey, green hair," she called out. Izuku turned to her, curious. "What can I do for you, Velvet? Watch your back from now on. Vox doesn't like that you rejected his offer," she warned. "I'm looking forward to that. But why are you telling me this?" Izuku asked. Velvet stepped closer, wrapping her arms around his neck and kissing him softly. Izuku was taken aback by the sudden gesture. She released him, declaring, "Because I love you," before walking away. As she left, she thought to herself about the other female scents she had noticed on him, feeling the need to make her move. Izuku opened a portal and traveled to Earth, keeping a low profile. He soon witnessed a villain who had made a deal with him for more power, battling Magnet and preparing to harm her. It looks like he didn't listen. Time to show him what happens when he defies me, Izuku thought. Just as the villain was about to strike, Izuku intervened, blocking the attack effortlessly with a single finger. "What a naughty boy you are," he remarked, pushing the villain back. "When I granted you those powers, I made it clear that no one would touch the innocents, All Might, Magnet, their daughter, and her friends," he continued. "Like I'm going to listen to you. I'm invincible now. You can't stop me," the villain retorted defiantly. Suddenly, a metal leash appeared around the villain's neck, attached to a green chain that connected to Izuku's cane. Izuku pulled the chain, causing the villain to stumble. "If you disobey my orders again," Izuku's form began to grow larger, "I'll make sure you regret it." The villain trembled in fear, finally conceding, "Understood." Izuku returned to his normal size, satisfied. He approached Magnet, who was injured. "Oh, Magnet, you look like an absolute mess," he said, snapping his fingers to heal her. She stood up, looking at him with a mix of gratitude and caution. "Don't think I healed you because I care about you. I did it because no one will kill you except me," he stated firmly. After a time skip, Izuku returned to Hell after saving AI Hoshino's life and flew towards the Has-Been Hotel, where he took a shower. Afterward, he donned a pair of shorts and a towel around his neck when Charlie entered the room. "Izuku, we're going to need..." She paused, her gaze fixed on his impressive physique. "Yes, Charlie. What can I do for you?" he asked, noticing her stare. Charlie seemed momentarily overwhelmed and fainted. "Oh no! She passed out!" Izuku exclaimed, gently placing her on his bed. Just then, Vaggie and Jill entered the room, their eyes widening at the sight of Izuku shirtless. "Izuku, did Charlie come?" Vaggie started, but she and Jill were momentarily captivated by his appearance. "Not you too," Izuku sighed, shaking his head. In a future encounter, after defeating Stain and Native, Izuku faced Endeavor, who unleashed flames toward him. Izuku stood unfazed, responding, "Are you done?" "What?" Endeavor replied, confused. "I'm a demon. Fire doesn't affect me." "You're a joke," Izuku stated confidently. Endeavor, angered, retorted, "What?" "Your quirk is called Hellfire, but it's nothing compared to real Hellfire," Izuku declared, launching his own flames that easily consumed Endeavor's. "Do you really think you can outmatch an overlord of hell like me?" he challenged. The scene concluded, setting the stage for the next chapter, Broken Spring, followed by Masquerade, and then saving Blitz and Moxie. Until next time. Chapter end. Izuku sat in the I.M.P van with Blitz at the wheel, Luna beside him, and Moxie and Millie in the back. Blitz was enthusiastically singing along to a catchy song on the radio, much to Izuku's dismay. "Kill me already," Izuku muttered, trying to block out the noise. Luna, visibly annoyed, glanced at Blitz as he belted out the lyrics. Moxie covered his ears, while Millie rolled down her window, smiling at the breeze. As they pulled into a crowded parking lot, Blitz abruptly stopped the van, turning off the radio and glaring at a pink car that had just parked. "Oh, you think you own this spot, do you?" he shouted, pulling out a megaphone. "You have 3 seconds to move your car." The passenger door opened, and a woman in high heels stepped out. Blitz's expression shifted from anger to shock. "Oh, it's you, Verosika," he exclaimed. Verosika popped a bubble of gum and smirked. "Blitzo!" Blitz shot back. "I could smell trouble from a mile away. What are you doing here?" Verosika flipped her hair and replied, "They let me out of rehab because I'm still famous. And I'm here for a freelance gig." Blitz was incredulous. "A week? You can't park here for a week." Verosika removed her sunglasses, teasing him. "Ah, you mad? You gonna run off and leave someone else to pay for your mistakes?" Blitz was fuming, and their banter escalated until a towering hellhound appeared behind him, growling. "What's your problem?" Blitz challenged, trying to maintain his bravado. Verosika introduced her hellhound, Vortex, who seemed ready to defend her. Blitz, undeterred, called out to Izuku. "Show him what you're made of." Izuku stepped forward, his demeanor shifting as he revealed his true identity. "You should be scared. I'm known as the Green Demon." Vortex, taken aback, hid behind Verosika, who was surprised by his reaction. Blitz smirked, feeling victorious. "See? I have an overlord on my side." Verosika, frustrated, stormed off, leaving Blitz to grumble about the encounter. Luna, stepping out of the van, was astonished. "You know Verosika Mayday?" Blitz shrugged, recalling their past. "Yeah, we dated." Millie and Moxie were intrigued, with Millie asking about Verosika's fame. Izuku, confused, admitted he didn't know who she was, prompting the others to explain her popularity. As the conversation continued, Blitz decided it was time to move on. "Millie, find a temporary spot for the truck." Millie eagerly took the keys and ran to the driver's side. Blitz, along with Luna and Moxie, prepared to tackle the next challenge. The scene transitioned to the trio stepping out of an elevator, with Luna nervously checking her appearance. "Do you think they saw me? I messed up my makeup," she fretted. Blitz reassured her, "You look perfect, Looney." Luna, flustered, almost called him Dad, but caught herself, shoving him aside. As she checked her reflection, she accidentally bumped into Vortex, who looked down at her. Blitz, noticing the interaction, stepped in front of Luna protectively. "Hey there, big guy. Where's your employer?" Vortex pointed towards a room adorned with neon pink hearts, leading them further into the unfolding drama. V and M were spray-painted on the door windows across from the I.M.P office room. Vortex mentioned that she was in her office, explaining that there wasn't room on the second floor, so they rented one here for a cheaper price. Blitzo, frustrated, expressed his annoyance, but Vortex simply scoffed and walked away. Moxie suggested that he could go in and reason with her, noting that he didn't really follow pop genre music, so her fame meant little to him. Blitzo, however, tuned Moxie out with a glare. As Moxie approached Verosika's office, he pushed open the doors and entered. The silhouettes of Moxie, Verosika, and her gang of demons were visible through the glass window. Moxie introduced himself, explaining that he worked for I.M.P and that it was important for them to keep their assigned parking space. Coco pointed at Moxie, teasing him about his bow tie, while Josh made a playful suggestion that Moxie might want a kiss. Moxie politely declined, stating he was married. The gang of demons surrounded him, and Verosika sent a message to Blitzo, mocking him. Moxie, feeling overwhelmed, screamed for them not to touch him and quickly retreated into the hallway, visibly shaken and with lipstick marks on his face. He muttered that he needed to lie down and fell to the ground off-screen. Blitzo, witnessing this, kicked the doors open and confronted Verosika, declaring that he wouldn't stand for her treatment of his employees. He challenged her to a contest, stating that they would compete to see who could attract more clients during spring break. Verosika, amused, leaned in and accepted the challenge, hinting at the stakes involved. Blitzo confidently pointed out that he had an overlord on his side, referring to Izuku, who was present. Kiki, unsure about Izuku's status, attempted to take a picture but ended up causing a minor mishap. Izuku warned her not to try that again, and his presence instilled fear in Verosika and her gang, confirming that he was indeed someone not to be trifled with. Later at I.M.P headquarters, Blitzo stood in front of a whiteboard, outlining their plan to the other members. He emphasized the need to find clients and described their usual methods in a humorous yet exaggerated manner. As he detailed their strategy, Moxie raised concerns about the plan's feasibility, leading to a comedic exchange between him and Blitzo. Luna, eager to join the mission, asked if she could come along, but Blitzo firmly refused, citing the dangers involved. Luna insisted that she could blend in with humans, prompting a discussion about disguises. Moxie and the others realized they had been navigating Earth without any human disguises, which led to a conversation about quirks, special powers that some humans possessed. Izuku explained that quirks could allow them to blend in, suggesting that they could simply claim their quirk was related to their demon or imp nature. The group looked at him with curiosity, intrigued by the possibilities. For Luna, all she had to do was say her quirk was either werewolf or hellhound. Blitz quickly devised a new plan, scribbling on a piece of paper and hanging it on an easel. The drawing depicted Luna and Izuku surrounded by humans with hearts around them. Looney and Izuku can help lure the humans to us, and we'll take care of the rest. How about that? Blitz proposed. Flawless logic, Millie agreed. However, Moxie raised a concern. I think you're missing the biggest issue, sir. Isn't it crucial to have a client who demands enough to win this bet? We aren't just going up to cause chaos. I've got that covered, Mox, Blitz assured him. Later, Blitz put up a worn flyer reading, Spring Break Special, 50% off, with drawings of himself, a cartoonish victim, and horses. He approached Moxie with a confident stride. We wait, Blitz said. Moxie frowned. Sir, there's no way we're going to get enough clients by the end of the day with one poorly spelled flyer. Just then, they noticed demons lining up, including Travis, who were intrigued by the flyer. Blitz grinned smugly and nudged Moxie before strolling toward the other demons. Now who's first? He called out. The scene shifted to a beach in the human world, where people happily walked around, relaxing and chatting. Blitz, Moxie, Millie, and Luna hid behind coral-covered rocks under a dock. Now remember, Luna and Izuku can help lead targets to a better spot. You got the list, Looney? Izuku? Blitz reminded them. Luna skimmed a long list in her hands and gave it a quick nod. Got it. With a swirling flash of blue light, Luna transformed into a human version of herself, leaving the imps in shock. Izuku snapped his fingers, and his demon form vanished, revealing his black long hair and purple eyes. Blitz looked at Luna with a smirk. Oh, Looney, look at you. You look downright awful. Luna shot him a glare, but Blitz only chuckled. I am so proud. Now fetch. Luna focused her gaze ahead, spotting their targets outlined in red. Izuku mirrored her actions, his targets glowing just as brightly. With a sly smile, Luna approached a tall man wearing sunglasses. She playfully gestured toward him, giving a flirtatious grin as she motioned toward a private alleyway. Leading him there, she leaned against the wall, ready for the next move. Just as the man reached out toward her, a shot rang out. From above, Blitz, perched on the roof, gave Luna a thumbs up after taking care of the situation. In the next moment, a blond man rushed into the alley, his expression filled with longing. However, he was quickly caught in a trap set by Blitz. On another rooftop, a brown-haired man leaned in to kiss Luna, but Millie intervened, knocking him off the edge with a swift kick. He landed with a thud in a dumpster that Moxie promptly slammed shut. Luna continued her stroll down the sidewalk with a heavier-set man when suddenly, a flower pot crashed onto his head. In the chaos, Blitz and the gang dealt with their targets efficiently, wrapping up the aftermath in dark trash bags. Millie playfully jumped on another body, while Izuku used his powers to take down another foe. Blitz grinned, counting their successes. That's 9 kills in the bag. I like to see that. Just then, Verosika took the stage, her energy infectious. Alright, Spring Breakers. Y'all ready to get wild and make some unforgettable choices? The crowd erupted in cheers, a fanboy even tearing his shirt that had her name emblazoned across his chest. Verosika, he shouted, and she responded with a playful wink. This is your final boarding call. All aboard. Luna walked over nervously toward Vortex. Hey you, she called out, her voice shaky. Hey, you're the hound working for my boss's ex, Vortex replied casually. Yeah, she chuckled, feeling a bit awkward. Sorry if that's weird. It's cool. Her issues aren't mine. I'm not paid enough to care, he said with a shrug. Yeah. I'm Luna, she introduced herself, still a bit anxious. Okay, he mimicked her nervous tone with a smile. I'm Vortex. That's cool. I mean, like, literally, you know, 'cause vortexes give off heat. Probably, she stammered, biting her lip. Yeah, he chuckled. I guess, but my friends call me Texas. Oh yeah? I wish I had friends, she said, her laughter tinged with sadness. I don't have friends. Just then, Blitz arrived, standing between them. Am I interrupting something? He asked. Just having a conversation, Vortex replied. Blitz poked Vortex playfully. You know what conversation leads to. Meanwhile, chaos erupted as a fish monster emerged from the ocean, causing panic among the humans nearby. Millie dashed behind stacks of beer kegs toward a wobbling barrel, opening it just as it tipped over. Moxie, she called out as he burped, beer spilling everywhere. Millie, hi. Hey, when did you get 4 heads? I wanna kiss him, he slurred, clearly intoxicated. Millie picked up the drunken Moxie just as the fish monster roared, sending the humans fleeing. Moxie, still in a daze, exclaimed, Fish. The monster wrapped its tongue around him, pulling him closer. He giggled, oblivious to the danger. Millie spotted a spring breaker and quickly took action, tossing a Molotov cocktail at the fish. Izuku used his powers to restrain the monster, allowing Millie to slice at it. She pried open its mouth, seeing Moxie punching the monster's uvula. Reaching out, she gave him a high five before freeing him from the creature's grasp. Moxie smiled, spreading his arms as he flew into Blitz's waiting arms. A human man celebrated his narrow escape, but Blitz, annoyed, took him down. Inside the monster's mouth, Millie wrestled with it while Izuku kept it in place. I love that woman, Moxie declared, his tail forming a heart shape. Blitz teased, Oh, she totally has you wrapped around her finger, doesn't she? Millie leaped into the air, slicing from within before making her way back to shore. Izuku grew in size, ripping the monster in half. Way to show off, Mills. You too, Izuku. Blitz cheered. Is Mox okay? Millie asked, concern in her voice. Yeah, he's fine, Blitz reassured her as she held Moxie, who was still in a daze. This is funny. I'm so drinky, he mumbled, making Millie laugh. Blitz rolled his eyes. This is too wholesome for my liking. Verosika approached, unimpressed. That was handled rather obviously, don't you think? Millie tossed the flask back to Verosika. Would be a shame if anyone found out you guys were behind a giant monster fish. Moxie laughed. Oh, Satan. You're gonna be so in trouble. Verosika shot back. You 3 will be in trouble for not being in disguises. Moxie protested. A human called me a possum. I'm not a possum. Izuku chimed in. We can just tell them that's our quirks. Verosika grimaced. I hate those quirks. Blitz proposed. We could keep this little scene under wraps if you let us use that parking space. Fine, Verosika conceded. Blitz celebrated. We won. Yeah. Millie cheered. In your face. Blitz shouted. Verosika scoffed. Come on, let's get out of here, Tex. Vortex replied. Guess it's time to bounce. But hey, if you're ever down to party, I'll give you a ring sometime. Luna's expression fell as she realized he had a girlfriend. Nice. Can't wait for my first one, she said, trying to hide her disappointment. Let's get you some friends, girl, Vortex said playfully before leaving with Verosika. Izuku placed a hand on Luna's shoulder. Are you okay, Luna? She smiled at him. Yeah, I'm okay. Thanks for being concerned about me. Blitz called out. Come on, Looney Tooney. Let's go back. As they went through the portal, Luna stumbled backward. Blitz mockingly flipped the double bird as they left, causing Verosika to growl in frustration. Surrounded by police, Verosika raised her hands in defeat. All right, get ready to face the consequences. Just then, tentacles emerged from the ground, surprising everyone. Izuku smirked. Consider this a gift from me. He entered the portal as well. In a different scene, Izumi saw Ochako in danger from a robot. Using her powers, she leaped high to save her, but before she could strike, tentacles destroyed the robot. As Izumi fell, Ochako caught her, making her float. Thanks for the save, Izumi said gratefully. Thank you for saving me from the robot, Ochako replied. Confused, Izumi asked, but I didn't destroy it. Then who did? Ochako wondered. Suddenly, Izuku's shadow appeared, laughing ominously. Soon enough, the shadow disappeared, revealing a tense future. Izuku approached Izumi with intentions that could jeopardize Yue's reputation. However, Katsumi and the rest of Class 1A stood in his way, with Katsumi glaring fiercely at him. Where do you think you're going? She demanded. I'm going to take my property. I have business to attend to, Izuku replied coolly. Momo stepped forward, her voice firm. Izumi is not property. She's a living person with emotions. You can't treat her like that. Izuku's expression shifted, his eyes becoming distant. You dare to say that after what you did to me? Denki interjected. Izuku, I know what we did was wrong, but can't we leave that in the past? Ejiro nodded in agreement. Yeah, man. Let bygones be bygones. Izuku smirked. That's how you want to play? All right then. Izumi, come to me. Izumi found herself standing in front of Izuku, confused. What? How did I end up here? Mina asked. Izumi, how did you get here so fast? Izuku explained, one of my abilities allows me to summon my servants without them noticing. Now, Izumi, Denki and Ejiro are saying something foolish. Use OFA and teach them a lesson. Izumi hesitated. Come on, Izumi. Everyone is waiting for the entertainment to happen. Vamos, Izuku urged. No, she protested. Excuse me? Izuku replied, taken aback. With tears in her eyes, Izumi pleaded, no, I won't do it. Please, Onji. I'm sorry for everything. Please don't make me do those things again. She fell to her knees, crying. Class 1A looked at Izumi, then at Izuku, hoping this display would soften his heart. But that was not the case. What did you say? Izuku asked, his tone darkening. A green chain appeared around Izumi's neck as Izuku pulled it, causing her to stumble. Nothing, she gasped. If you disobey my orders again. Izuku's form grew larger, his presence imposing. I will ensure you regret it for every disrespectful wretch who dares to oppose me. Understood, Izumi replied, her voice trembling. Lovely, Izuku said with a satisfied smirk. The scene shifted, leading to the next chapter, Masquerade. Following that would be saving Blitz and Moxie, and then Dad meets Dad. Until next time. Izuku sat on the couch with Charlie on his lap and Vaggie hugging his right arm as they watched a movie featuring Angel Dust. Angel Dust proudly announced, you know, this performance won me an award. Charlie, feeling a bit overwhelmed, turned away, trying to shield her eyes. Honest. Vaggie grimaced, ew. Charlie peeked from her fingers at the screen before turning her head away again, covering her mouth. Angel Dust continued, oh, harder. Vaggie quickly interjected, okay, enough of that. She attempted to help Charlie by covering her face with her hand, giving Angel Dust a disapproving stare. Angel, what are you doing? Vaggie questioned. Angel Dust shrugged. You said it was show and all today. I'm showing you my best film. Husk, cleaning a wine glass, chimed in, not a very convincing scene. Angel Dust laughed. All right, what makes you think you can insult my work? Husk replied, you really think these scripts are good? Angel Dust gasped, this is classy art. As the scene on the screen continued, Serpentius covered his eyes, while Nifty lay on the table, enjoying the show. Husk pointed out, you complain about them all the time. I know everything about you all. That one, he said, pointing to Serpentius, is an insecure buffoon. And Charlie, he gestured, is a bleeding heart who wants to solve everyone else's problems. Charlie protested, what? No, but Vaggie just stared at her silently. Husk continued, Izuku is an innocent soul who was wronged, and Vaggie judges everyone because she hates herself. Vaggie frowned, groaning at his words. And Nifty? You don't even want to know what her deal is, Husk added, taking a sip from his drink. Angel Dust laughed, you weren't kidding. He playfully teased Vaggie, but when he tried to joke with Izuku, he quickly changed his mind. Kittens got claws, he said flirtatiously to Husk, who looked surprised. Angel Dust leaned in closer, but Husk pulled away, annoyed. Don't get me started, Husk warned. I see right through you. Angel Dust smirked. Oh, me? That's why I'm an actor. Just then his phone vibrated. Hold that thought, he said, answering the call. Yeah, I'll be right there. Husk raised an eyebrow. Sure. Angel Dust shot back. I don't care what you think. He put on his shades and prepared to leave. Charlie rushed after him. Angel, you can't leave yet. We haven't finished our exercises. I'm sure you'll manage without me, he replied, opening the door. Charlie blocked the exit. There isn't much time left for the hotel to prove itself. Angel sighed. Dollface, it's my job. Unless you can fix my boss, there's nothing you can do. Charlie's expression fell as he moved her aside and left. Why is this so hard? What am I doing wrong? She lamented. Vaggie offered, you're the princess of hell. Maybe you could command a little more authority. Charlie whined, but that's so mean. It's not mean, it's aggressive kindness, Vaggie explained. Izuku added, besides, this is hell. It's perfectly normal. Charlie perked up. I could be aggressively kind to Angel's boss to let him spend more time here. Sure, whatever gets you there, Vaggie replied. Izuku then said, I'm sorry, Charlie, but I can't come with you. I have to go handle something. He kissed both Charlie and Vaggie before opening a portal and entering. Transforming into his demon form, Izuku flew through the city and entered a building involved in illegal activities. He ensured the safety of the children inside before closing the portal behind them. Looking through documents, he discovered troubling information about the experiments conducted on the kids, including a note that caught his attention. Izuku Yagi, guinea pig for drags and experiments. Izuku was filled with rage as he discovered that Toshinori and Inko Yagi had sold him for a staggering amount of money. The date of the transaction was significant. It was the day he had met Alastor, who had saved him from a grim fate. Clenching his fists tightly, he felt the sting of his own blood as he realized the betrayal. How could they do this to him? Determined to uncover the truth, Izuku accessed their bank accounts and stumbled upon a troubling reservation made on Toshinori's card for 9 girls and 1 boy at a hotel. The reservation was for the same day, but earlier. Overwhelmed with anger, Izuku struck the ground with his cane, igniting a fire that engulfed the entire building. A towering pillar of flames rose into the sky, visible to everyone in Japan. From atop the inferno, Izuku declared, "You're next," before soaring toward the hotel to investigate the reservation. Upon arrival, he noticed that the staff members were glowing red with fear. Summoning his tentacles, he captured each worker and demanded answers. "Listen here. You'll answer my questions sincerely. Do I make myself clear?" The workers nodded in compliance. Izuku's eyes returned to normal as he pressed on. "Can you tell me about a reservation for 9 girls and 1 boy on the date in question?" The receptionist informed him that the reservation had been made for the day before, but the group had not shown up. When Izuku asked if the boy had attended, the manager confirmed that only the girls had arrived and provided the reservation details. Izuku scanned the list of names: Izumi Yagi, Katsumi Bakugo, Shoka Todoroki, Momo Yaoyorozu, Ochako Uraraka, Mina Ashido, Kyoka Jiro, Toru Hagakure, Tsuyu Azui, and himself. He then inquired about the possibility of drag sales at the hotel. The owner hesitated, stammering a denial. In a swift motion, Izuku used his tentacles to intimidate the cleaner, who succumbed to the pressure. The cook finally confessed that they did sell drags, revealing a list that indicated Izumi and the other girls had purchased a significant amount. Izuku pieced together their intentions. They had planned to incapacitate him and bring him to the hotel. With his eyes flashing back to a static state, Izuku thanked them for their cooperation but ominously stated, "Now I'll see you in hell." When the owner reminded him that he had promised to let them live, Izuku replied, "Yes, I did. I won't kill you because you answered sincerely, but I will hold you accountable for the suffering you've caused." Izuku was known as the Green Demon, a figure that commanded both fear and respect. After a brief time away, he returned to Hell, carrying some venison for himself and Alastor. As he walked through the familiar surroundings, he noticed Charlie in tears, comforted by Vaggie, while Angel and Husk were nearby, sharing a moment of camaraderie. Curious about the situation, Izuku asked, "Did I miss something?" Later he found himself on a balcony, reflecting on his life before becoming the Green Demon. Memories flooded back of how he had been treated poorly, bullied, and neglected. Just then, he heard a knock at the door and turned to see Lucifer standing there. "Your Majesty, what can I do for you?" Izuku inquired. Lucifer approached and embraced him, offering comfort. "It's okay. Charlie told me what happened to you. I'm here for you, son." Surprised by the warmth of the hug, Izuku replied, "Thank you, Your Majesty. From this day on, call me Dad," Lucifer said with a smile. "But I was wondering," Izuku began, "if you're the king of hell, why don't you make yourself taller? You're powerful, right?" Lucifer gasped in realization. Why didn't I think of that? He used his powers, transforming his appearance. This is much better. In the future, Izuku faced some complaints about his commercial for UA. "Well, my friends," he addressed them, "I haven't been active in this world thanks to some circumstances, and everyone knows me from my radio show, the proper medium to express oneself." He walked toward the TV, adding with a grin, "But you insisted on this noisy picture box advertisement, so I had a little fun with it." And with that, his story continued, leading to new adventures and challenges ahead. Inside a building, 5 monitors displayed various scenes. The first showed Blitz and Moxie outside Martha's house, where Moxie accidentally caused Blitz to shoot in the wrong direction. The second monitor captured Millie emerging from the ocean after defeating a fish monster. The third displayed Millie and Moxie sharing a kiss while swinging on a rope. The fourth zoomed in on Blitz, who was caught in a comical moment, struggling with boba pearls in his drink. The fifth monitor flickered, showing Izuku in a tense situation, but the image malfunctioned. Agent 1 pointed at the screens, noting, "Right there. This was the first sighting." Agent 2 added, "They are definitely from hell. They must use dark magic to cross into our world. And they seem to target specific individuals. But why? They always attack randomly across the country. There's no way to predict their next move. But that green demon has been spotted multiple times in Japan." Suddenly, a loud noise from outside caught their attention, followed by the sound of an angry cat. The agents exchanged glances and peered through the damaged blinds to investigate. They spotted Blitz, standing on a box and a dumpster, looking around suspiciously. "Oh, well, that's convenient," Agent 2 remarked. Outside, Blitz urged, "Remember, we can't be seen." He slammed the dumpster lid, only to fall backward into a pile of trash. Millie chuckled at his misfortune and walked away. "Pardon my words, sir, but you're currently being the loudest," Moxie pointed out. "You'll wake up even the dead, Blitz," Izuku added. Blitz jumped up from the garbage, covered in trash, with a newspaper on his forehead and a lollipop stuck to his head. He poked Moxie's face with a finger that had a used item on it. "I said shush your lips, Moxie. You too, Izuku." Moxie stepped back, slightly grossed out, just as a portal opened behind him. Luna appeared on the other side, and Millie jumped through, waving to Moxie. As Moxie approached the portal, Blitz tackled him to the ground, narrowly avoiding a net shot. "Get down!" Blitz shouted. Agent 1 readied another capture net, while Izuku used his powers to burn the net aimed at him. Blitz saw Agent 2 descending from a building, landing near the portal. "Luna, close it!" Blitz yelled. "Wait, no!" Millie protested, trying to run through the portal as it began to close. Moxie, realizing what was happening, pulled out a pistol to defend against the agents while Blitz hid. He dodged a tranquilizer dart and prepared to fire when he was hit in the neck by another dart from behind. Moxie stumbled and fell to the ground. "Moxie!" Blitz shouted. Thinking quickly, Blitz grabbed Moxie and dashed away, knocking over a trash can in the process. He struck Agent 2 with Moxie and continued running through the alley. Moxie, in a daze, murmured, "I smell colors." Eventually, Blitz reached a dead end, and the agents closed in on him. He raised his gun defiantly. "Back off! Izuku, get out of here!" "But Blitz..." Izuku started. "I say get out." Blitz insisted. Izuku opened a portal beneath himself and escaped back to the I.M.P. building. As Blitz prepared for a confrontation, Agent 2 activated her weapon, electrocuting both him and Moxie. Moxie fell from Blitz's grip, and Blitz was zapped again, dropping his gun and collapsing. Through Blitz's blurred vision, he heard Agent 1 chuckle confidently, "I'd like to see the suits at corporate calling us losers now." "That was pretty impressive." Agent 2 added, "Super impressive. And we'll capture the one who escaped earlier." Soon, Blitz lost consciousness. Meanwhile, in the I.M.P. office, Millie furiously punched the wall, tears in her eyes, overwhelmed with emotion. "Sheet! Sheet! Sheet! Sheet!" she cried, collapsing to her knees. Luna stood nearby, holding Stola's grimoire, looking concerned. "You okay there?" Startled, Millie jumped up and confronted Luna. "What are you doing sitting there?" "The boys are in trouble." "Open it again." Izuku arrived and Millie asked, "Why are you here?" "Blitz told me to leave," Izuku replied. Luna interjected, "Blitz was serious, which means I can't open it until..." Consumed by worry for her husband and boss, Millie grabbed Luna and Izuku, pulling them down to her level. "Open the portal now." The scene shifted to Luna and Millie preparing for a rescue mission. Luna zipped up a backpack labeled Blitzo's emergency bag, while Millie lifted a giant double-headed axe. Luna transformed into her human form, and Izuku opened a portal. As the portal opened, Millie leaped through, landing in a determined pose, while Luna followed casually. "They aren't here!" Millie exclaimed, dropping her axe and falling to her knees, tears brimming in her eyes. Before she could break down, Luna lifted her up and bent down to sniff the ground, tracking Blitz and Moxie's scent. "It smells like they went this way." Luna placed Millie into the backpack and slung it over her shoulder, grabbing Millie's axe. "Come on. Let's find the twins," Izuku suggested, looking up at the sky as he took flight to search for them. Meanwhile, Luna dashed towards the screen, carrying Millie in her arms. In an unknown location, Moxie woke up, groggy and disoriented. As the camera zoomed out, it revealed that he and Blitz were tied to chairs, their tails wrapped together and chained to an iron ball. Panic set in as Moxie struggled briefly to escape, but Agent 2 approached, holding a lamp close to Moxie's face, causing him to flinch. "Finally awake, huh, little fella?" Agent 2 said, releasing the lamp. "Your partner has been out for a while now." Blitz, still tied up, responded defiantly, "Look, it takes a lot to keep me down. I've been through worse." He flinched as the lamp was shined in his face. "Tell us, demon, who do you work for?" Agent 1 demanded. Agent 2 chimed in, "How did you get to our world from the afterlife?" As the agents continued their interrogation, Blitz interrupted, "Okay, I'm gonna stop you right there. We just woke up from a nasty shock, and I'm feeling a bit woozy. How about some coffee before we get into this? I mean, everyone gets coffee in scenes like this, right? I want something iced." Turning to Moxie, Blitz asked, "Mox?" Moxie replied, "I'll have a Neapolitan cappuccino, but make sure it's got the right texture. And please spell my name correctly on the cup, they always get it wrong." If that's too much, I'll settle for a venti traditional misto with soy milk and a few specific adjustments. Enough. We aren't getting you coffee. Agent 1 shouted. Blitz smirked. Wow, I was getting massive chills just there, Mox. Congrats. Agent 2 leaned close to Moxie's face, threatening, if we have to, we are willing to resort to extreme measures to get answers from you. Moxie replied, when you say extreme measures, do you mean physical or psychological? Because physical seems counterproductive, we might just tell you anything to end the pain. Blitz added, or we might end up enjoying it too much. Agent 1 pointed at Blitz, confused, what do you mean by that? Blitz grinned, you're not the sharpest tool in the shed, huh? I can work with that. Moxie struggled to hold in his laughter but eventually burst out, good one, sir. You better stop laughing at us. Agent 2 warned. Agent 1 grabbed Blitz by the collar, pulling him closer. You are the ones at our mercy. Moxie replied, it's hard to resist, especially since you've had us tied here for hours without confirming what we actually are. Curious, Agent 2 leaned down and asked, what are you? I'm a Virgo, Moxie answered. Blitz laughed and Agent 1 responded, oh, a smart guy, huh? One more quip out of you and we'll silence you. Agent 2 threatened. Blitz teased, ooh, getting a bit intense. Both agents recoiled in shock. We aren't playing into your vile games. Agent 1 exclaimed. Blitz shot back, that's what it sounded like, you know. Moxie added sarcastically, please don't give them ideas, sir. The agents began to walk away, and Blitz called out, hey, aren't we going to get our phone call? That depends. Who are you going to call? Agent 1 replied. Your mom, thanking her for a great time. Blitz shot back. Agent 2 retorted, nice try, demon. His mom is gone. Agent 1 started to cry into his arm, and the scene shifted to the exterior of the Dicharchus building where Blitz and Moxie were trapped. 2 guards stood outside, armed and vigilant, while security cameras monitored the area. Izuku, Millie, and Luna peeked around the side of the building, searching for a way in. Is this where they ended up? Millie asked. Luna nodded. It looks intense. How are we going to get in? Spotting a small vent overhead, Millie pointed, lift me up to that vent. Luna helped her climb up, and Millie crawled inside, opening a side door to let Izuku and Luna in. As they snuck through the halls, they were unaware that a guard was watching them on the surveillance camera, which malfunctioned whenever Izuku appeared on screen. The guard, startled, spilled his coffee, setting off an alarm that alerted other guards. Luna screeched to a halt as the camera zoomed out to reveal agents armed and ready. An agent charged at them, swinging a weapon. The girls ducked, and Luna retaliated, taking down an agent while Millie fired her pistols. Amidst the chaos, Izuku, the Overlord Green Demon, stood confidently, his eyes glowing as he prepared to unleash his powers. Let the action begin, he declared. Izuku summoned dark energy tentacles that swiftly ensnared the agents, his voice low and menacing as he declared his demps. More tentacles burst forth from the ground, swirling with deadly precision. The agents attempted to fight back, but Izuku's powers were overwhelming. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the dark tendrils snaking toward them, breaking through their defenses and taking them down one by one. The air filled with the sounds of chaos as Izuku effortlessly dispatched the agents, a cruel smile playing on his lips as he stood victorious amidst the destruction. Luna threw an axe at an agent, where it lodged firmly. Millie climbed the agent's body to retrieve the axe, skillfully dodging another guard's attack before striking down the katana-wielding agent. Izuku then grew claws on his fingers, slashing at the remaining agents. Luna charged at an agent with twin nunchaku, attempting a split kick, but he evaded her. She rolled back and jumped to avoid his strikes, and when an agent swung a kuzurigama at her, she ducked low, causing the nunchaku-wielding agent to be taken down instead. Millie stealthily approached the surprised kuzurigama-wielding agent and swiftly incapacitated him. As he fell, Luna grabbed Millie, who then retrieved the axe from the ground, and they rushed toward another group of agents inside a large doorway. One agent pressed a button to close the blast door, but Izuku fired his hellfire, destroying it. The other 2 agents revealed shuriken and threw them, but they missed entirely. Throw me! Millie exclaimed, and Luna complied, grunting as she launched her friend forward. Holding her axe in front of her, Millie landed with a roll just as the blast door labeled, "Caution Blast Danger," closed behind her. The sounds of chaos could be heard off-screen as Millie took down the agents. When the door opened again, Millie stood surrounded by defeated foes, blood splattered on the walls and ceiling. Luna walked into the room, impressed. "Wow. You're pretty agile for someone your age," she remarked. "I'm only 5 years older than you," Millie replied. Meanwhile, Blitz and Moxie were in another room. An agent shouted at Blitz, who responded playfully by sticking his tongue out. The agent, frustrated, declared, "Stop insulting my mother. She's dead." Another agent suggested leaving them until they were ready to talk, and they exited, slamming the door behind them. Blitz glanced at the door, then struggled against his bonds for a moment before giving up. "Don't worry, Mox. If we keep being obnoxious, they'll slip up and we'll get a chance to escape." "It usually works," Blitz said, trying to reassure his friend. As they spoke, the camera zoomed out to show them on a video feed being monitored by the agents. One agent smirked. "So, the demons want to play games, huh? Well, we can play games." She pressed a button labeled Truth Bomb, which began glowing ominously. Back with Blitz and Moxie, Blitz continued to struggle against his restraints. "I'm just worried about Millie. She'll be on her way by now," Moxie said anxiously. "She'll be fine, Moxie. It would take a massive force to take her down when she's upset," Blitz reassured him. "But we've never dealt with the human government before. She's in danger," Moxie insisted. As they spoke, a green gas began filling the room. "What is this?" Blitz asked, sniffing the air. "I think it's some kind of truth serum," Moxie replied, his eyes widening in fear. "Just ask me something specific I wouldn't normally tell you," Moxie suggested. "Does Millie ever?" Blitz began, but Moxie interrupted. "Sometimes," he admitted, then realized what he had said. "Wait, why did I say that?" Blitz chuckled. "I knew it," Moxie retorted. "Well, your suit is tacky." He flinched, regretting his words. Blitz gasped dramatically, "How dare you? You have terrible taste in music." Moxie was taken aback. "But you said you liked that musical I recommended." "I lied. I left halfway through," Blitz confessed, tears in his eyes. Moxie started to cry, overwhelmed by the revelations. The scene zoomed out to show the agents watching them, amused by the unfolding drama. As the gas filled the room, Blitz coughed, and the environment began to distort. "Damn it, Moxie. This is all your fault," he yelled. "How is this my fault?" Moxie protested. Suddenly, the ropes binding Moxie fell away, and he stepped into a purple fog. The art style shifted, and Moxie's outfit transformed into something more classic. Organ music began to play as he looked around in confusion, calling out for Blitz, unsure of what was happening. Moxie's rant was abruptly interrupted by a figure standing at an organ at the top of a staircase. As the camera panned into view, it revealed Blitz, dressed similarly to Eric the Phantom from The Phantom of the Opera. He wore a black cloak with a wide-fringed collar and a mask over his right eye, which turned it entirely red, imitating the white blotch normally seen on his face. The symbol on his forehead had transformed into a broken heart. In a deeper voice than usual, Blitz declared, "It is no prank." Moxie, confused, responded, "Hey, why do you sound like that?" Blitz, appearing as a hallucination, teased, "Because you, my precious little friend." "Stop it," Moxie interrupted. Blitz continued, "Are tripping." The shiny organ pipes acted as a spotlight, causing Moxie to flinch. He grabbed a candelabra and ascended the stairs, beginning to talk-sing. "No. What? How could this be? I've never tried anything like that. It's a bad trip. Of course, Blitz, this would be your fault." The scene transitioned to a close-up of Hallucination Blitz's gloved fingers as he played the organ. Moxie began to sing normally, expressing his feelings. "My lungs are full of honesty. Would you promise me that you won't judge?" Blitz, still a hallucination, dramatically played his organ and replied, "Yes." Moxie continued, not trying to divulge too much, but I'm in too deep. So, first of all, you. Blitz responded, what? This is just typical. Well, two can play at this game of dismay. If you're here, causing frustration, I'm torturing you in your hallucination. The scene shifted to inside Blitz's hallucination, where he found himself sitting on a chair in a strange, formless wasteland made of ink. Stalactites of ink dripped in the foreground, and Blitz's art style shifted to resemble early animation. He was now wearing a clown outfit, and the symbol on his forehead mirrored Moxie's hallucination. 4 globs of ink floated around him. As Blitz stood up, he almost fell backward onto the softer terrain. One of the ink globs morphed into a 6-eyed monster that screeched at him, dripping inky sludge all over. Blitz looked at his hands, now coated in red ink, and hesitated before the ink monster approached him, causing him to stumble and fall. The ink monster transformed into a version of Moxie, drawn in a playful style, speaking in a British accent. I simply follow your orders. It isn't my fault that your orders are as nonsensical as a sun-tanning bed left out in the rain. Blitz, confused, asked, why are you talking like that? What does that even mean? The doodle Moxie continued, shifting between doodle and real Moxie, his voice changing accordingly. I am simply speaking plainly. Perhaps you should crack open a dictionary sometime. Then maybe you can understand half of my rants about. The music crescendoed, drowning out Doodle Moxie's words as Blitz looked up at the swirling ink creatures around them. Shut up! Blitz shouted. Back in Moxie's hallucination, he sang, Why do you hurt me so? Blitz harmonized, I know. Why must you push your friends away? Moxie continued. I push my friends away, Blitz echoed. They both began to sing together, expressing their frustrations. Why does it seem like a recurring theme that you alienate with your toxic routine? Moxie questioned. I don't know. Eventually, everyone goes. Blitz replied. 'Cause you're thoughtless and cruel, and you'll end up alone. Moxie accused. The camera zoomed in on Blitz's shocked expression as he processed Moxie's accusations. Off-screen, Doodle Moxie added, Admit it, my dear boss, you don't know what you're doing half the time. And you depend on me and the missus to manage your flights of fancy. I don't need you. I can do this easily. Blitz insisted. Suddenly, an ink creature grabbed him and transformed into Striker, speaking in a southern drawl. But, you don't want to do things alone, Blitzo. More brown sludge tossed Blitz into the air, and another creature morphed into a playful version of Fitzgerald, who echoed Blitz's voice. You tried the solo act. It didn't work out so well. Blitz coughed as the pink ink creature morphed into a hallucination of Verosika Mayday, taunting him. Yet you still shove away anyone who gets too close until they resent you for being selfish. As Blitz noticed a staircase forming from the ink behind him, he pulled Verosika's hands away and scrambled toward it. The stairs transformed into pristine white stairs with golden railings. Blitz ran up the ink-covered stairs as glowing white feathers fell, dissolving the ink away. He tripped on some residual ink and looked up to see Stola sitting on a throne at the top, being fanned by 2 silhouettes of Blitz. Are you afraid to love people, Blitzy? Stola's voice echoed. Blitz began to climb the stairs on his hands and knees. Glowing feathers flew onto his wrists, turning into golden shackles, while his clown costume transformed back into his normal suit. Moxie's voice echoed, I believe your subconscious is trying to tell you that you simply cannot fathom proper intimacy, but also crave it. It's unfortunate, considering how you treat those who stand by you. As Moxie, in his hallucination form, spoke, Blitz was nearing the top of the stairs when a feather landed on his throat, transforming into a golden shackle attached to chains that cleaned the ink from his face, restoring him to his original art style. Stolas tugged on the chains, pulling Blitz closer with a mischievous grin. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the stairs, hallucinations of Striker, Fizz, and Verosika surrounded Moxie as he monologued. They then transformed back into inky sludge and floated away. Moxie morphed into a semi-normal version of himself, appearing quite feminine in a purple dress and holding a fan. His audio quality returned to normal. Are you worried I may have enough of it one day as well? Moxie asked, his tone serious. Stop talking, all of you. Blitz shouted in frustration. Angered, Hallucination Moxie closed his fan and dissolved into gold dust, scattering away. The scene shifted back to the DHRKS interrogation room, where Blitz and Moxie appeared dazed, locked in their respective trips. Agents 1 and 2 observed them from behind the glass, casually enjoying snacks. Back in Blitz's hallucination, Stolas transformed into gold dust and blew away, along with his throne and feathered surroundings. The unseen hallucinations began to taunt Blitz, with Stola singing, "You're going to die alone," and Fitzgerald adding, "You're gonna die alone, Blitzo," as the ink creatures swirled above. Blitz found himself surrounded by a whirlwind of golden feathers that bound his arms and covered his mouth. He opened his mouth in a silent scream, struggling against the feathers. The scene transitioned back to Moxie's hallucination, where Blitz sang, "I'm Moxie, have you held your true feelings inside?" Moxie set a candelabra down and replied, "I am scared of rejection." Blitz continued, "I'm Moxie, do you have Millie put it in your Buick?" Moxie exclaimed, "Hey!" Blitz reassured him, "No need to hide. We accept your true feelings, so promise me." Moxie nodded, "That I can do," as he began walking towards the stairs. They harmonized, "To be true." Blitz added, "The world is your canvas, so paint it with honesty." Moxie responded with a thoughtful, "Oh," and approached Hallucination Blitz to join him at the organ. "I've been a jackass, it's true," Blitz admitted. Moxie echoed, "You've been a jackass, it's true," Blitz concluded, "but soon as we're back as ourselves." The chapter ended without a specific point of view, transitioning to Vaggie, who was sleeping in bed. She stirred awake, yawning and rubbing her eyes, then turned to see Izuku gazing out the window. "Charlie?" Vaggie asked, noticing Charlie was missing. Izuku replied, "She woke up early. Do you want to sleep more or get up?" Vaggie got up, and they headed downstairs. The scene shifted to Charlie, who was in a panic, surrounded by papers and strings, trying to figure out why the hotel wasn't functioning. "I'm just not understanding why it's not working." "But I think Charlie." "We can do," she gasped. "Trust falls every single morning." Angel Dust commented, "Yikes." Charlie continued, "Come on, Charlie." Vaggie asked, "Charlie?" Izuku added, "Appealing? You good?" Charlie turned back, her eyes sleep-deprived and frantic. "Nope, not really. I've been up all night trying to figure out why the hotel isn't working." She crumpled a piece of paper in frustration. "We only have a couple of months left before the angels come." Vaggie suggested, "Maybe it's time." "And oh," Charlie interrupted, getting close to Vaggie's face, holding her cheeks. "Don't say it." Vaggie insisted, "Your dad." Charlie groaned, knowing the implications. He let the extermination happen to begin with. They just had a meeting and said, "Go ahead and kill everyone." "That's it? Kill everyone?" Vaggie echoed, surprised. "No. He could get me a meeting with heaven." Charlie clarified, "Didn't we already try that?" Vaggie asked, "Well, yeah, with Adam he was difficult. But he isn't in charge of all of heaven. We could go to the top. There's sure to be some angels who will listen." Izuku chimed in, "If heaven is like Adam, then I doubt it, but it's worth a try." Charlie scrolled through her contacts, hesitating over her father's name. Husk remarked, "What's the holdup? You got daddy issues?" "No, we just have never been close. After he and Mom split, he never really wanted to see me. He calls sometimes, but only if he's bored or needs something," Charlie explained. Husk recognized this as an excuse and turned to the others. "Well, I'd like to meet the big guy in charge," Angel Dust said. Nifty, holding a knife, added excitedly, "The ultimate bad boy. I bet he's scary." As Charlie prepared to call her dad, the scene shifted to Lucifer's house, where framed photos of his family adorned a dark room filled with RBB ducks. Lucifer was heard making noises as he worked on something, revealing a room cluttered with RBB ducks. "That's it. Almost there. Now presenting The magic-tastical backflipping RBB duck. Ha! That spits fire. He demonstrated, but then sighed, oh, God, who am I kidding? This is. He tossed the RBB duck at a family portrait, feeling sad. Suddenly, his phone rang, and he was surprised to see who was calling. Daughter? Daughter calling. Hello, Charlie. Hey, Charger, he stammered, trying to sound cheerful. This has to be perfect. Where have you been lately? Charlie asked, a hint of frustration in her voice. You know where I am, Dad. I've told you before, she replied, crossing her arms. Lucifer fumbled for words. Oh, did you? Well, you know, I've just been really busy with important things. Charlie sighed. I told you when you called me 5 months ago. Did you not listen? No, I just forgot. It's been a hectic time, he insisted, trying to deflect. Well, I'm actually running a hotel to rehabilitate sinners. Maybe you saw our commercial? Charlie said, hoping to catch his interest. Sadly, I missed it. I haven't been watching much TV lately, Lucifer admitted with a chuckle. But a hotel? Fun. Charlie took a deep breath. Listen, Dad, I have a big favor to ask. Lucifer set down his tea, intrigued. Of course. Anything in my power is yours. I need to speak to heaven. I need to go to the top, she said earnestly. Lucifer's expression shifted. Oh no. No, Charlie, that's not a good idea. Look, I don't ask you for much, but this is really important to me. I need your help, she pleaded. Lucifer hesitated. I don't know, Charlie. Please, just come see what I'm trying to do. You'll understand why it's a good idea. Heaven will agree if I get the chance to talk to them, she urged. Wait, you're inviting me over? Absolutely. I'll be there in an hour, he exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice before hanging up. Back at the hotel, Charlie and Vaggie prepared for Lucifer's arrival. We have an hour until he gets here, Charlie said, glancing at the clock. Okay, everyone. Lucifer is on his way, so we need to make this place presentable and make an amazing impression. Vaggie rallied the team. Everyone scattered to tidy up. Izuku used his powers to help with decorations, while Serpentious and Nifty baked cookies. Husk cleaned up, and Alastor watched as Razzle and Dazzle hung a welcoming banner. As the preparations continued, Charlie took a deep breath. Okay, everyone, it's showtime. She opened the door to reveal Lucifer, who was visibly excited to see his daughter. Charlie, he exclaimed, wrapping her in a tight hug. It's good to see you too, Dad, Charlie managed to say, her voice slightly strained. Lucifer released her, allowing her to catch her breath. Welcome to the Has-Been Hotel, she announced. 2 egg bow-eyes popped party poppers in celebration, and Kiki curled up to Lucifer, rubbing her face against his legs. He crouched down, enchanted by her cuteness. Oh, hello, Kiki, he said warmly. Razzle and Dazzle flew by, and Lucifer greeted them with delight. You two are still fun-sized. Are you taking care of my little girl? He asked playfully, his tone shifting to a mock seriousness. Lucifer surveyed the hotel, his expression shifting as he found the bar. What in the world is that? He exclaimed, taken aback. Alastor appeared from the shadows, a sly smile on his face. Just some renovations we had done. Adds a bit of color, don't you think? Lucifer eyed him suspiciously, pointing his cane. And you are. Alastor stepped forward. Alastor. A pleasure to meet you, sir. Quite a pleasure. He shook Lucifer's cane, hiding his disgust. It's nice to finally put a face to the name. You're much shorter in real life. Lucifer raised an eyebrow. Who is this? Are you the bellhop? Alastor chuckled. No. I am the host of the hotel. You might have heard of me from my radio broadcast. Lucifer shook his head. Nope. I guess that's why Charlie called it the Has-Been Hotel. Alastor smirked. Actually, that was my idea. Lucifer laughed. Well, it's not very clever. Alastor's smile strained. Well, I think you should keep your opinions to yourself. With each sentence, Alastor and Lucifer were getting closer to a confrontation when Charlie stepped in to intervene. Okay, but anyway. Dad, look at this lovely parlor where people can get to know each other and share secrets and stories and feelings. Without Alastor, we wouldn't have been able to pretty it up this much, Charlie said, beaming with pride. Alastor placed a hand on her shoulder. Charlie has a very unique vision. I am happy to fulfill her unusual requests. Lucifer, feeling grumpy about Alastor winning over Charlie, growled in frustration. Oh, thank you, Alastor, Charlie replied. Quite an impressive young lady, Alastor said condescendingly. We're all very proud of her. Lucifer cleared his throat. Charlie, dear, why don't you introduce me to your other friends? He walked right between them, pointing his stick toward the others at the table. Angel Dust tried to grab a cookie from Serpentius, who hid them underneath himself, unwilling to let Angel touch them without Lucifer's approval. Oh yes, of course. This is Izuku. My boyfriend. Charlie introduced. Pleasure to meet the father of such a loving daughter, Izuku said with a bow. Looks like you have taste. Plus, he's a gentleman, Lucifer remarked, dragging Izuku by the collar to his level. Hurt my daughter and I'll end you. This is Vaggie. My best friend, Charlie continued. Lovely to meet you, sir. Vaggie stammered. And this is Serpentius and Angel Dust, our guests. Charlie added. Serpentius, hearing his name, stood at attention and saluted. Your Majesty. However, he stumbled and fell into the cookies just as Angel Dust snatched one for himself. Hey, a short king. Angel Dust teased. Charlie, Husk is our bartender, and Nifty is our housekeeper, she explained. Nice to meet you, Husk said. Nifty, excited to meet the ultimate bad boy, scurried over and climbed up on his coat. Hello. I clean, she laughed. Suddenly, a chandelier fell, producing a cloud of dust that made everyone cough. Lucifer and Alastor were near the chandelier, and Lucifer suspected Alastor had caused the commotion on purpose. Alright, then, Lucifer chuckled. Who? Mimsy asked, appearing in the scene. Didn't you just hear me? Why is everybody gawking? Is it because I'm adorable? She continued. I don't call you adorable. More like annoying, Izuku replied. Mimsy! Alastor exclaimed. Mimsy, sweetie dollface. So good to see you. How have you been? She greeted, hugging Alastor. Of course, sweetheart. Everyone is welcome here. Alastor replied warmly. Oh, how nice. So you two know each other? Charlie asked. Oh yeah, we go way back. We ran in the same circles when we were alive. He used to frequent the club where I performed. He's the only one who could keep up with me on the dance floor, Mimsy reminisced. Quite a talent, this gal. You should have seen her in her heyday. Alastor added with a laugh. Hey, watch it, tall, dark and creepy. I'm still in my prime. Mimsy shot back, spotting Lucifer and becoming infuriated. Oh, my stars. Is that Lucifer? She gasped, pushing Pentius out of the way. Pleased to meet you, your highness. She leaned closer to Alastor and whispered, You gotta warn a girl when she's in mixed company. Charmed, I'm sure, Lucifer replied coolly. As much as I'd love to catch up, Charlie and I have a tour to continue, Alastor said, but Lucifer took Charlie by the arms and pulled her forward. I'm sure Charlie can handle showing me around, Lucifer insisted. Nonsense. Alastor interjected, grabbing Charlie and encouraging her to lead the tour for her father. Right, Charlie? Oh, right, Charlie said, taking the lead with Vaggie and Lucifer following behind. Alastor turned to Mimsy. Why don't you let the others help you settle in, and I'll be back before you know it. With that, Alastor left to join the tour. Mimsy approached the bar, looking for a drink. So, where can a girl get a drink around here? She asked. Izuku and Husk exchanged glances, groaning in irritation as Husk cleaned a glass. Mimsy took a seat and noticed them. My, is that you, Izuku and Husker? Alastor still has you slinging drinks for him, I see. Classic. How have you been, furball? Good. Until 5 minutes ago, Husk replied. Now we're in an endless nightmare, Izuku added. Oh, don't tell me you're not happy to see me. You might hurt my feelings, Mimsy giggled. While Husk prepared a drink for Mimsy, she turned to Nifty, who was busy looking for bugs on the floor. "Hey Nifty, what have you been up to, girly?" Mimsy asked. "Fighting bugs," Nifty replied. "And how's that going for you?" Mimsy inquired. "They're winning," Nifty said, pulling out a large knife with an intense smile. "But not for long." "Aha," Mimsy said, accepting her drink. "Thanks, kitty." "Come on," Husk muttered. As Husk left the bar, Angel and Pensius took a seat next to Mimsy. "So, you and Alastor are like what? Friends?" Angel Dust asked. "Well, that's your word, not mine, but I think it fits." "Why so surprised?" Mimsy replied. "Just didn't know he had any of those. He's been here a while and is still a big creepy mystery. What's his deal?" Angel wondered. Mimsy began her tale, sharing stories of how Alastor came to be. Mimsy recounted the tales surrounding Alastor, the radio demon, who had made a sudden and impactful entrance into hell. Initially dismissed by many, his presence became undeniable as powerful overlords began to vanish without a trace. Strange radio broadcasts filled the air, echoing with unsettling sounds, and with each disappearance, a new voice could be heard crying out in despair. It was then that Alastor revealed himself, and those who dared to cross him faced dire consequences. Despite his fearsome reputation, Mimsy insisted that beneath it all, Alastor had a softer side, especially when jazz music played and a drink was in hand. As Mimsy finished her story, Angel and Pensius exchanged uneasy glances, clearly unsettled by the dark history of Alastor. Mimsy, however, seemed unfazed and raised her glass, asking for another drink. She soon realized that Husk was missing from the bar, which annoyed her. Meanwhile, Vaggie was explaining the hotel's mission to redeem demons, particularly focusing on Angel Dust. She mentioned their ongoing efforts to locate his hidden drag stashes. Charlie chimed in, optimistic that once those were dealt with, things would run more smoothly. Lucifer, however, expressed skepticism about the hotel's purpose, questioning whether sinners could truly change. Lucifer's concerns were interrupted by a loud thud that shook the hotel, prompting Vaggie to exclaim in frustration. To illustrate his point about the chaos that often surrounded them, Lucifer gestured to a group of lone shark demons outside, armed and ready to break in. The leader of the group shouted for Mimsy, revealing her troubles with them. Inside the lobby, Mimsy realized she was in trouble and sheepishly acknowledged her situation. Just then, fireballs began to rain down on the hotel, causing panic among the guests. Nifty was particularly distressed about the damage to the windows she had just cleaned. Amidst the chaos, Angel Dust and others scrambled for cover as fireballs crashed through the windows. Lucifer remained calm, attempting to lecture Charlie about the dangers of inviting chaos into their lives. As the situation escalated, Vaggie prepared to confront the attackers, but Alastor suddenly appeared, urging her to stand down. He declared it was time to remind everyone of his true power, transforming before their eyes. Mimsy, peeking out from behind the bar, expressed her relief at Alastor's arrival, while Izuku, caught up in the chaos, urged her to be quiet. Alastor transformed into his demonic form, a green aura illuminating the surroundings. Outside, the mafia was preparing to reload their catapult, when they noticed the eerie glow. With a sinister smile, Alastor warned them not to underestimate the radio demon, his laughter echoing ominously in the air. With Alastor now in his demon form, he unleashed his tentacle tendrils, causing chaos as one smashed a catapult and others overwhelmed the mafia gangsters. The remaining gangsters panicked at the sight of the radio demon's power. Mimsy cheered, "Yeah," as Alastor's body grew larger, his limbs extending ominously as he exited the front door with a sinister grin. "I will devour each and every one of you," he declared, heading out to confront the mafia for attacking the hotel. Izuku remarked, "He takes all the fun." As Alastor stepped outside, Mimsy, Charlie, and Lucifer emerged to witness the unfolding chaos. Charlie was appalled by Alastor's terrifying and monstrous nature, while Lucifer nodded in agreement. From a distance, Lucifer lectured Charlie about the nature of sinners while Alastor dealt with the mafia outside. Body parts scattered around the entrance, but Lucifer remained oblivious to the mess. "You see? What I tell ya?" Charlie, sinners are violent psychopaths, hell-bent on causing pain and destruction. There's really no point in trying. Dad, stop. He's defending this hotel. Charlie exclaimed, glancing at Alastor. It may be a bit more intense than I'd hoped, but he's doing it for me. How come he can have faith in me but my own father can't? Nearby, Angel, Pensius, and Husk watched the drama unfold. Ooh, drama, Angel said excitedly, pulling out a bucket of popcorn. Husk joined in, grabbing some popcorn of his own. Give me some popcorn as well, Izuku requested. Outside, Alastor finished dealing with the mafia and returned to his usual form, satisfied with his actions. Oh, I missed getting to let off steam, he exclaimed. Mimsy cautiously approached Alastor, checking if the coast was clear. Oh, Alastor! What a fantastic show! Bravo! Thanks for helping me out of a tough spot. You're always such a pal, she said, though a nearby debris startled her. Oops. Sorry about the mess, but I'm sure you can take care of it, she added. I think you should go, Mimsy. Now, Alastor replied firmly. Oh, Alastor, you're such a kidder. You are so funny. Mimsy laughed, but Alastor's tone remained serious. I mean it. You brought danger here just to have me clean up your mess. I can't have that, he insisted. But you love taking care of me. You don't actually care about this place, do you? Come on. I know you, she poked at him playfully. Alastor moved her finger away and stood in front of her, his microphone stick in hand. You are welcome if you actually want to give redemption a shot, but we both know that's not really your style, so you need to leave. Fine. Who needs you? Have fun with your princess and your hotel. See if I care, Mimsy retorted, turning away and flipping him off. Izuku, who had never liked Mimsy, used his tentacles to send her flying like a baseball. It's going. And that's a home run, thank you everyone, he announced. Husk chuckled before returning his attention to the drama between Charlie and Lucifer, now with his own bucket of popcorn. Angel had his, along with a drink, while Pensius held a TV guide. This is really getting good, Angel commented. In a heartfelt moment, Lucifer retreated to the lobby with Charlie following closely. Vex. Help me, she pleaded. I can't, he replied. Why can't you? Charlie pressed. Charlie, you don't understand. Heaven never listens. They didn't listen to me. They won't listen to you, Lucifer explained. You don't know that. Charlie insisted. I do, he countered. As the song ended, Izuku left the lobby, feeling overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Lucifer and Charlie returned after a journey across dimensions. Sir Pensius, touched by the moment between them, remarked, Ah, that was sweet. Noticing Izuku's absence, Lucifer asked, Where's Izuku? He left because of the song, Alastor replied. Charlie explained what had happened to Izuku. On a balcony, Izuku reflected on his past, recalling how he had been treated poorly and neglected. Just then, he heard a knock at the door and turned to see Lucifer standing there. Your Majesty, what can I do for you? Izuku asked. Lucifer approached and hugged him. It's okay. Charlie told me what happened to you. I'm here for you, son. Izuku was taken aback by the warmth of the hug. Thank you, Your Majesty. From this day on, call me Dad, Lucifer said. But I was wondering, Izuku began. About what? Lucifer prompted. If you're the king of hell, then why don't you make yourself taller? You're powerful, right? Lucifer gasped. Why didn't I think of that? He used his powers, transforming into a more imposing figure. This is much better. They returned to the lobby, where Charlie admired her father's new height. Okay, I can get you the meeting, but once you're in heaven, I won't be able to go with you. Will you be okay? Lucifer asked. I'll be fine, Charlie assured him. That's my girl. Good luck, kiddo. Take care of my daughter, son, Lucifer said before transforming into a violet-red mist and disappearing. Vaggie approached Izuku and Charlie with uncertainty. This next part is going to be scary. Charlie hugged Izuku and Vaggie tightly, expressing her readiness for the journey ahead. Vaggie, feeling a bit hesitant, asked if Charlie meant they would be together in spirit. Charlie reassured her, affirming they would be in heaven. In a future scene, Izuku walked through the streets of hell, where demons quickly moved aside, sensing the immense power he radiated. He moved with purpose, his eyes glowing with fierce determination. Suddenly he encountered a familiar figure, his father. Memories of his father's tragic death flooded back, filling him with a mix of rage and sorrow. Hisashi looked at Izuku with sadness, silently pleading for justice. Izuku's heart hardened as he vowed to avenge his father's death, clenching his fists as his green aura intensified. He promised himself that Toshinori would pay for the pain he had caused. The flames around him flickered, mirroring the burning fury within Izuku's heart. With newfound determination, the Overlord Green Demon set off through hell, focused on one goal: to confront Toshinori. The demons cowered in fear as he passed, aware that his wrath was not to be underestimated. As he continued his journey, the fires of vengeance burned brighter, driving him toward his ultimate confrontation. In another scene, Izuku stood before Class 1A, who confronted him. Shoto demanded that he free Izumi's soul, while Ejiro argued that she didn't deserve it. Izuku retorted that he wouldn't free her soul after what they had done to him, pointing out that doing so would lead to her death. Class 1A was shocked by his words. Izuku explained that he had made a deal with Izumi. He would remove one for all from her in exchange for her soul. He laughed, declaring that they were in checkmate. Denki questioned what had happened to him, noting he wasn't always like this. Izuku replied that he had become this way because of their bullying and torment. He confronted the girls, reminding them of their past actions. Momo insisted they would never do such a thing, but Izuku challenged them, revealing his power over Izumi. He summoned chains around her neck, threatening her safety if they didn't tell the truth. Mina questioned the validity of his threats, but Izuku reminded them that a soul deal surpassed any previous agreements. Izumi struggled against the chains, and Momo pleaded with Izuku, insisting this wasn't who he was. Katsumi claimed a demon was controlling him, but Izuku clarified that Alastor had never controlled him. As Izumi began to cry, Izuku pressed for the truth. Kyoka continued to deny their intentions, prompting Izuku to take drastic action. He threw Izumi against the wall, tightening the chains around her neck. Momo finally admitted their intentions, and Izuku released the chains, allowing Izumi to cough and regain her breath. He warned them that if they didn't tell the truth, Izumi would face a fate worse than death. Izumi finally confessed that they had thought he was stubborn and had wanted to teach him a lesson. Izuku responded coldly, stating that once they graduated, nothing would stop him from having his way with them. With that, he sank into the shadows and disappeared. The story continued with hints of what was to come, including a court in heaven and a date with Luna, leading to the next chapter in their journey. Izuku, Vaggie, and Charlie were in their room, preparing for a trip. Charlie was busy packing clothes into a suitcase, and the sight of her overpacking was causing concern for Izuku and Vaggie. The suitcase was nearly bursting with a mix of warm and cold weather clothes, jackets, and accessories. "Charlie, you're only going to heaven for a few hours," Vaggie pointed out, shaking her head. Charlie stood up, pacing slightly. "Vaggie, we're only going for a day. I just want to be prepared. It's our last chance to show that a soul can be redeemed." Vaggie sighed, feeling guilty. "I wish I could come, but I have other commitments." "What commitments?" Charlie asked, her curiosity piqued. Vaggie struggled to find the right words. "The thing with, never mind. I'm just a bad liar." Taking Vaggie's hand, Charlie said, "I need you there with me." "Fine," Vaggie relented, a smile breaking through her earlier frustration. "Yes," Charlie exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Izuku added, "I wish I could join, but I have other things to take care of." The scene shifted to the main hotel room, where Angel Dust stumbled in, looking exhausted. "Oh man," he groaned, collapsing onto the couch. Nifty peeked out from behind a plant, her feather duster in hand. "You look messy. What happened?" "It's everyone. Val had me working non-stop," Angel replied, clearly frustrated. As he settled in, Izuku, Charlie, and Vaggie entered, with Vaggie carrying 2 suitcases. Suddenly, the wall exploded, startling Angel out of his rest. "What is with that wall?" Angel shouted in annoyance. Maybe someone put a target on it, Izuku suggested. From the red smoke that filled the room, Cherry Bomb emerged, holding a bomb and laughing. What's up, everyone? Angel's mood shifted instantly. Cherry Bomb? Long time no see. Cherry jumped into the room, her energy infectious. You've been texting me all day with depressing stuff. Let's have some fun like old times. As Cherry handed the bomb to Charlie, she panicked and started tossing it back and forth. Oh my god! What do I do with this? Vaggie quickly intervened, taking the bomb and tossing it out of the broken wall, where it exploded harmlessly. I love seeing you, Cherry, but I'm too tired, Angel said, trying to settle back down. Cherry wasn't having it. You can sleep when you're double dead. You need a recharge. Charlie chimed in, that's a great idea. Hi. I'm Charlie. It's nice to meet one of Angel's friends. Cherry laughed. Wonder why he doesn't bring anyone around. Charlie, oblivious, continued, Angel and everyone have been working hard. They deserve a night of fun. Cherry, misinterpreting, said, wait, I'm only here for Angel? But Charlie handed her a stack of money, and Cherry's eyes lit up. Never mind. Let's go. Izuku excused himself, saying he had other business to attend to. Charlie then announced, the portal to heaven should be opening right about now. Just as she said it, the portal appeared in the lounge. Now, she shouted, grabbing Vaggie and throwing her into the portal. Turning back to wave goodbye to everyone, she exclaimed, bye. As Charlie vanished, Serpentious walked by, surprised to see Cherry Bomb. Well, if it isn't my arch-nemesis. Have you come to meet your fate in battle? Cherry, unfazed, replied, I'm going out with Angel and you're coming too. Serpentious, flustered, asked, wait, we're going out for fun? What do I wear? Cherry, not appreciating his touch, firmly said, don't touch me. With that, she left him blushing and confused. Izuku decided it was time to leave, stepping out into the fiery streets of Pentagram City, his microphone cane tapping against the ground with each confident stride. His eyes glowed with an otherworldly power, and his presence sent shivers down the spines of the lesser demons scurrying around him. The sound of his footsteps reverberated through the air, causing buildings to shake and flames to flicker. Demon creatures cowered in dark corners, their red eyes wide with terror as they caught sight of the powerful being known as the Overlord Green Demon. Izuku's very aura exuded power and authority, and the demons could sense it from miles away. They knew better than to cross his path, for his wrath was swift and merciless. With a wave of his hand, Izuku silenced the cries of the terrified demons around him. The demons scattered, their frightened whispers filling the air. They knew that the Overlord Green Demon was not to be trifled with, and they fled in all directions, desperate to escape his gaze. As Izuku continued his journey through the darkened streets of hell, the demons whispered tales of his power and fear, trembling at the thought of crossing paths with him again. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hey, Green Hair!" Izuku turned to see Velvet approaching him. "Listen here, Green Hair," she said. "Here's the deal. You and I are going to have our night. If I'm satisfied, Angel is free from Valentino. If not, you'll work for the V's. Deal?" "Deal," Izuku replied, and they shook hands before heading to a hotel. The night was eventful, and it was fortunate that Izuku was an overlord working for the I.M.P., as he would need to cover the damages to the room. Velvet lay exhausted on the bed, unable to speak from fatigue. "How was it, Velvet? Can you go for another round?" "I usually go for more than 5 rounds, Izuku asked playfully. Meanwhile, Valentino noticed the chain around Angel's wrist had vanished. "What the?" he exclaimed, just as his phone rang. "Hello," he answered. "Valentino, did the chain around Angel disappear?" Velvet's voice came through. "Yes." "What's happening?" Valentino asked, confused. "You no longer own Angel Dust. I made a deal and you lost him," Velvet declared. "What?" Valentino shouted, realizing the implications. As Angel and the others prepared to leave, Valentino marched to the hotel, only to find the room in disarray and Velvet on the bed, looking dazed. "What did you do?" he demanded. With a dreamy expression, Velvet replied, I made a deal with the green demon, and he surprised me. I can't really feel my jaw or my legs. I thought he was like the others who begged me to stop. It seems you underestimated him. And now I lost Angel because of you, Valentino said, frustrated. Later, Izuku returned to the hotel and found Charlie visibly upset with Vaggie and the others in the lobby. Where have you been all day? Alastor asked. I was at a hotel, Izuku replied casually. I spent time with Velvet. The group gasped in. While we were trying to get Heaven to listen, you went and... Charlie exclaimed, her voice filled with anger. I didn't do it for fun, Izuku clarified. Then why did you do that? Husk asked. To get this, Izuku said, pulling out Angel's soul contract. That's my soul contract, Angel said, recognizing it. Indeed. Now. Izuku used his hellfire to burn the contract, freeing Angel. You're free, Angel. Angel fell to his knees, tears of joy streaming down his face. I'm free, he said, overwhelmed with happiness. In a future moment, Izuku stood atop a tall building, admiring the view. The view from up here is appealing, he mused, until he noticed something flying toward him. Wait a minute. That's not just any bird. It's that idiot Hawks, and he wants to capture me. And with that, the story continued, hinting at more adventures to come. Chapter End. Izuku and Luna were in a taxi, heading to a party hosted by Vortex. As they approached their destination, Luna glanced out the window and confirmed it was the right place, even though she hadn't been there before. Izuku admitted the same as they stepped out of the vehicle, the sound of music filling the air as the taxi drove away. Luna checked her phone and sent a quick text to Vortex, letting him know they had arrived. Just then, Vortex called out to her, waving enthusiastically. He greeted them both, though his expression turned sour when he looked at Izuku, who had unintentionally embarrassed him in the past. As they entered the mansion where the party was taking place, Vortex excitedly introduced them to the crowd. He offered drinks, but Izuku politely declined, stating he wasn't a drinking person. Luna, however, accepted, her tail wagging with excitement. Nearby, a group of hellhounds were chatting, and one of them, Vicky, recognized Luna. She teased her about a previous party incident, pulling out a phone to show a picture that made Luna uncomfortable. In response, Izuku made a sarcastic remark, which led to a tense exchange between him and Vicky. Luna, feeling defensive, stood up for herself, leading to an unexpected outburst that caught the attention of the partygoers. As the atmosphere shifted, a voice boomed through a microphone, drawing everyone's attention. The voice belonged to Beelzebub, who was hyping up the crowd. She twirled around the disco ball, exuding energy and excitement, and invited everyone to join the festivities. Izuku, wanting to shield himself and Luna from the chaos, created a small barrier around them. Beelzebub, noticing Luna, approached her with enthusiasm, calling her a cutie and expressing her hope that this party would be a fun experience for her. Luna, feeling a mix of flattery and annoyance, responded with skepticism. Beelzebub continued to chat, sharing stories and making jokes, which lightened the mood. Vortex introduced Luna to Beelzebub, who found her hilarious and refreshing. The two quickly bonded over their shared sense of humor, and Beelzebub encouraged Luna to enjoy the party. As the night progressed, Luna felt more at ease, despite her initial reservations. Vortex urged her to stay and enjoy at least one drink, but Luna insisted she preferred to leave before things got out of hand. Izuku echoed her sentiment, and together they decided it was best to exit the party, leaving the lively atmosphere behind. I shouldn't have come. Izuku offered, do you want me to fly with you to your home? Luna shook her head. No thanks. I already called my dad. She quickly corrected herself, I mean Blitz. The I.M.P van arrived, and Blitz rolled down the window. Hey Looney. How you doing? You alright? Luna got into the van. Yeah, I'm fine. I just wanna go. Hey, that sounds like Blitzo, an imp exclaimed. Blitz replied, the is silent, you know. The imp continued, I knew it was you. Where have you been? You here for the party? Blitz shook his head. No, I'm just here picking up my daughter. Oh wow. You have a daughter now? The imp asked. Luna, feeling annoyed, clarified, adopted. The imp urged, "Oh man, you're already leaving? Things just got started. Come in and show us all up again." Blitz declined, "No, no, thank you. But I think Looney wants to head back." Just then, Luna noticed a handsome hellhound approaching the van. The hellhound said, "Huh, the hottie next to you wants to leave?" Izuku's voice crackled through the radio. Blitz growled, "Watch it." Luna, her tail wagging, said, "I mean we could stay a little longer." Blitz insisted, "I think we need to go. It's been a long night." Luna pouted, "Well, these people seem to know you. Come on. I think I want to give this another try." She made her best puppy dog eyes. "Please." Blitz rubbed his temples. "Okay, fine. Maybe one drink." Cut to Blitz drinking from a keg as the other guests chanted his name. "Blitz! Blitz! Blitz! Blitz!" they cheered. Blitz hopped off the empty keg, exclaiming, "That was nothing. Give me a real challenge." Beelzebub appeared behind Blitz, holding a chicken leg. "Oh yeah? Wanna challenge the big boss, imp boy? I got a challenge for ya." Vicky commented, "Oh, he's gonna regret that." Vortex arrived with 2 yellow kegs. "All right, let's do this," he announced, putting the kegs down. "From B's personal supply, the hardest stuff there is." Blitz did some stretches. Vortex asked, "You ready, my man?" Blitz replied, "Oh, born ready. Bring it, Barky. I will drink you under the table. You have no idea what kind of night I've had." Beelzebub used her powers to lift the kegs and prep the nozzles. "All right, talker, but there hasn't been a soul yet who can beat me at my own game. So, you better bring the fire." Izuku chimed in, "Husker will beat you without even trying." Blitz taunted, "Oh, is Queen Bee too scared to lose to a little imp like me?" Beelzebub responded, "Oh, let's get it on, you little rascal." Vortex signaled for the contest to begin, and Beelzebub and Blitz started drinking. "Come on, Blitz. You can do it." Luna cheered. Blitz ripped off the nozzle and chugged the whole keg, surprising Beelzebub, who looked at him in concern. Izuku remarked, "Husk will finish much faster than Blitz." Blitz climbed on top of the empty keg, shouting, "Who's the queen now?" "Yeah, that's my dad." Luna cheered. Beelzebub admitted, "Well, that was impressive. I tip my crown to you, imp boy." She bowed before Blitz, who then passed out drunk. The other party guests cheered as he was carried off, while Beelzebub and Vortex exchanged worried glances. As the party continued, Luna laughed with a couple of other hellhounds when Vortex tapped her on the shoulder. "Hey Loon, I don't mean to be a buzzkill, but your dad. He seems a bit." Beelzebub approached, looking concerned. "Out of control, a mess." "Yeah, it's worrisome. You might want to check on him," Vortex suggested. Luna protested, "What? Blitz is fine. He's always a mess, trust me." Izuku added, "He just got started." Beelzebub insisted, "Look, I see people having fun and getting carried away all the time. But he's clearly getting wasted and causing problems on purpose. You should check on him." Luna's frustration grew as the hellhounds she was talking to eavesdropped. Beelzebub urged, "Just see if something's up." Luna marched over to Beelzebub. "Don't act like you know him like I do." "I'm not saying that. I'm just pretty sure he's had too much to drink." "Good for him," Beelzebub replied. Vortex nodded in agreement. "But I can sense something's off, you know?" Beelzebub added. Luna's anger flared. "Oh yeah, and I'd bet you'd know the vibe, right? Everyone likes you so much." Beelzebub flew up near Luna's face. "What's that supposed to mean? You got a problem or something?" Izuku summoned his tentacles, grabbing Beelzebub. "I suggest you stay put." Izuku and Luna prepared for a confrontation until Luna noticed how upset Vortex looked. Luna sighed. "Sorry. Yeah, I'll check on him." Izuku turned back and followed Luna as they walked off, while Beelzebub shrank back to her normal size. "Sorry, I got a little heated there. I just hope everything works out. Now let's dance," Beelzebub said, flying off with Vortex. Before they could dance, Izuku grabbed Vortex with his tentacles and tossed him against a wall. What was that for? Beelzebub asked. He asked for it, Izuku replied. Meanwhile, Luna searched for Blitz. Blitz? Where are you, you troublemaker? She spotted Blitz in a compromising situation with another imp. Oh no! What are you doing, Blitz? She exclaimed, pulling him away. Blitz pointed at the imp, who waved. This guy, Luna scolded. It looks like you're in the middle of a party. Stop. Blitz slurred. I didn't expect you to walk in and see this, loony. I'm just having fun with. What's your name again? Dennis, the imp replied. Blitz waved his arms, shooing Dennis away. Get away from me. I need someone else in here. Just then, Luna punched the imp, causing him to back off. Blitz stumbled and she caught him. Izuku used his tentacles to toss the imp out through the window. You don't need anyone else bothering you, weirdo, Luna said. Luna carried Blitz over her shoulder, insisting that he needed to drink something other than Beelzebub. Blitz groaned in protest, but Luna was determined. She placed him in the van, buckled him up, and waved goodbye to her 3 new friends before driving off. Do you need to throw up? She asked, glancing at him. Blitz pouted. No. Yeah, you do, she scoffed. Back at the apartment, Izuku opened the door as Luna turned on the lights and gently placed Blitz back on the couch. She then got him a glass of water and a blanket. I had a really rough day. Blitz admitted. Oh yeah? Is that why you drank like 5 gallons of who knows? Luna replied. Fizz was right. I'm going to die alone, aren't I? Just a wrinkly, old waste. Will you be there, loony? Blitz asked, his voice trailing off. Be? Where? Luna inquired. I dunno, just lonely. Die alone, he mumbled. I'll be there, Dad, she assured him, draping the blanket over him and patting his head. Now go to sleep, okay? She turned off the lights. Blitz mumbled names of friends before Luna took one last look at him and headed to her room. Moments later, Blitz realized he did need to throw up. Izuku was getting ready to leave when Luna stopped him. Can you sleep with me tonight? I need company after what happened. Sure, Izuku replied, following her to her room. Luna climbed into bed with him, wrapping her arms, legs, and tail around him, not wanting to let go. Luna? Are you all right? Izuku asked. Yes. I just need someone with me, she responded. Don't worry, Luna. I'll always be with you. No matter what, he reassured her. Luna looked into his eyes and saw the sincerity there. Blushing, she closed her eyes and kissed him, surprising Izuku. Charlie and Vaggie told me they're happy if I join. Now you're going to have 3 girlfriends, she said with a smile. Time passed, and Izuku found himself on a tall building in Japan when All Might appeared. So we finally meet, Green Demon, or should I say son? All Might exclaimed. What do you want? Izuku replied, irritation in his voice. I was on my way to produce entertainment. I just want my son back, All Might said earnestly. And I wanted a normal childhood, but you ruined it when you killed my father and then started to neglect me, Izuku shot back. Izuku, we're sorry for what we did, your mother, All Might started. That woman is not my mother. She never did anything motherly. She forgot my birthday but remembers her daughter's. The day it went downhill was when Izumi got a quirk and I didn't. So tell me, All Might, if I did come back, what would I expect to happen? Izuku challenged. Comfort from your family, happiness, doing everything in our power for you to forgive us. All you had to do was apologize for the lives you took. All Might shouted. Izuku walked towards All Might, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the silence. Izuku confronted All Might with a fierce intensity, expressing his deep-seated anger and betrayal. He recounted the painful experiences he had endured, feeling pushed to his limits by those he once trusted. Izuku declared that he would not apologize for the person he had become, as he had faced betrayal and hurt without any acknowledgement from those who caused him pain. All Might, realizing the gravity of the situation, pleaded for mercy, insisting that Inko, Izumi, and her friends did not deserve to die. However, Izuku was resolute, refusing to spare anyone involved in his suffering. As tensions escalated, Izuku created a protective dome around the rooftop, dismissing Hawk's attempts to reason with him. The atmosphere shifted as more heroes arrived, turning the confrontation into a chaotic scene. Izuku's sharp words cut through the air, targeting his mother and the others, revealing the depth of his resentment. Inko attempted to reach out, acknowledging her past mistakes and pleading for a chance to rebuild their family. But Izuku, feeling betrayed, declared that he already had a family with his father, Hisashi, and that he was not interested in reconciling with her. As the heroes prepared to engage, Izuku effortlessly dodged All Might's charge, showcasing his newfound strength. He dismantled Midnight's WHP with ease, asserting his demps in the battle. Mirko charged at him, but Izuku countered her claims about radio being obsolete, asserting that he would end the broadcast in his own way. With a swift movement, Izuku sank into the shadows and disappeared, leaving Inko desperate for her son to return. He teleported to a different location, ready to confront new challenges. In a tense moment in the future, Stain was about to attack Tenya when Izumi cried out in horror. Just as the situation seemed dire, a powerful presence filled the air, causing even Stain to tremble in fear. Izuku emerged, declaring that his friends were off-limits and that he would protect them. As the scene shifted back to UA, Izuku walked through the halls with determination, leaving his classmates to ponder how they could earn his forgiveness. Chapter End. Izuku, Hisashi, Vaggie, Luna, Jill, Nifty, Alastor, Angel Dust, Serpentious, and Husk were all sitting in the hotel's lounge. Nifty asked, "So, where are your wings?" Vaggie replied, "Nifty, I don't have." Angel Dust interjected, "Did you ever think maybe she's sensitive about her lack of wings, just like her lack of other things?" Nifty tugged at Vaggie's shirt. "Yeah. Where are your other things?" Vaggie sighed. "Any other questions?" Husk chimed in, "I got one. How come every time Charlie talks to heaven, we get in deeper trouble?" Vaggie defended, "It's not her fault. Angels are just..." Angel Dust cut in, "Liars?" Izuku added, "Assholes?" Hisashi said, "Biases." Vaggie concluded, "Difficult. But Charlie's trying her best." Husk shrugged, "Yeah, well, her best isn't turning out so well so far." Angel Dust asked, "And where is our fearless leader anyway? Isn't it about time for another doomed-to-fail plan?" Vaggie responded, "She's upstairs. Coming up with something, I'm sure, in our room. Alone." Izuku pointed out, "It's not easy for Charlie. She's done most of the work alone." Alastor vanished into black smoke, and Izuku followed him. The scene shifted to Charlie in her bed, softly crying while Razzle and Dazzle comforted her with tissues. Izuku and Alastor reappeared in her room and approached her bedside. Alastor remarked, "Oh, Charlie, you look an absolute mess." Charlie groaned, "Go away, Alastor." Izuku and Alastor sat down on her bed while Charlie hid under the covers. Alastor continued, Now, is that any way to act after picking a fight with all of heaven and dooming everyone you love?" Izuku encouraged, "In times like this, you need to be strong." Charlie emerged from the covers, "I have enough on my mind without hearing your twisted idea of a joke." She wrapped herself back under the covers, but Izuku and Alastor appeared beside her. Izuku and Alastor said in unison, "Who's joking?" Startled, Charlie jumped and fell off the bed. Alastor informed her, "You have a captive audience downstairs waiting to hear what kind of inspiring performance you have planned next." Charlie lamented, "I can't. How can I face them after failing them all so hard?" Izuku encouraged, "Failure should motivate you to try harder, Charlie." Alastor repositioned himself on his stomach, kicking his legs in the air. Charlie expressed her frustration, "They came here to be saved, and all I gave them was more pain. I'm just as bad as the cruelest overlord in hell. And maybe worse." She stood and paced back and forth, adding, "At least they don't go around giving false hope." Alastor observed, "Well, I never expected to see such a miserable display of self-loathing from you." Izuku agreed, "I agree." Charlie snapped, "Oh, come on, you two." Izuku stood up, and Alastor adjusted himself, now lying on his side. Charlie accused, "All you do is stand there, smiling while you watch us struggle and fail." I don't know how you can enjoy all this suffering so much. Alastor stood up, chuckling as he wrapped his fingers around Charlie's shoulder. Just because you see a smile doesn't mean you know what's going on underneath. He let go of her and added, a smile is a valuable tool, my dear. Izuku explained, it inspires your friends, keeps your enemies guessing, and ensures that no matter what comes your way, you're the one in control. Charlie replied, but I'm not. She walked toward her bedroom window, declaring, I'm the farthest thing from in control. The person I trust most has been lying to me for years. Heaven refuses to listen. She thudded both fists against the window, exclaiming, even if they did, I can't prove the hotel works. Adam has an invincible exorcist army pointed right at my doorstep, and there's nothing I can do about any of it. Sinister music played as Alastor smiled. He sang, I know something you don't know. Charlie asked, huh? Alastor walked over and grabbed Charlie's arms. Those big, scary angels are not quite as indestructible as they seem. He let go of her and walked away. Charlie questioned, what are you talking about? Alastor replied, just that you and your little band of misfits might stand more of a chance than you think. Charlie, desperate, asked, how? I'll do anything. Alastor proposed, anything? Let's make a deal. Charlie hesitated. You want my soul? Alastor responded brightly, your soul? Heavens, all I need from you is one little favor. What's a favor between friends? Charlie insisted, I won't hurt anyone for you. Alastor assured her, who's asking? One favor at a time of my choosing, where you harm no one. In return, I tell you what I know. Do we have a deal? Razzle and Dazzle growled as Charlie put her hands down to stop them. Charlie agreed, deal? Ominous music played as both Charlie and Alastor shook hands, resulting in a green aura flashing throughout the room. The scene cut to Hisashi, Jill, Luna, Vaggie, Angel Dust, Serpentious, and Husk in the hotel lobby, observing the flash. Vaggie rushed to her and Charlie's room, exclaiming, no. No. She strained and slammed the bedroom door open with her spear in hand. Alastor remarked, right on cue. Vaggie demanded, what did you do? Let her go. Alastor and Charlie finished their handshake. Charlie called out, Vaggie, stop. Vaggie asked, what? Vaggie dropped her spear, realizing the gravity of the situation. Vaggie pleaded, no, Charlie, please tell me you didn't. Charlie confirmed, I made a deal with Alastor. Vaggie urged, Charlie. Izuku tried to calm her, oh, calm down, Vaggie. Alastor reassured, she still owns her soul. Charlie explained, he gave me information that can save the hotel, but we're going to need help. The angels can be defeated, and Carmilla is the key. Vaggie questioned, what? Carmilla Carmine? Charlie clarified, she killed an exorcist in the last extermination. She knows how they can be harmed. Vaggie expressed disbelief, but I didn't even know that was possible. Charlie challenged, if you did, would you have told me? Vaggie hesitated, Charlie insisted, I need you to go to her, convince her to teach us. If she can, we might have a chance. Vaggie responded, with just the 10 of us? Charlie replied, no, we're going to need numbers too. Alastor re-entered the conversation, and I know just who can help, as long as Charlie can be her normal, charming self. Charlie smirked, what's that you said about smiles? Alastor patted Charlie's head, good girl. Izuku suggested, Luna can also ask Blitz to come and help us. Maybe Stolas will come too. Vaggie whispered, Charlie, can we talk about this? Charlie interrupted, we can talk later. Right now, we have a job to do. Izuku asked, you with us? Vaggie sighed. As Vaggie walked down the stairs, she was met by a confused Angel Dust. Angel Dust inquired, so, Izuku, Alastor, and Charlie just left like they were running away from their responsibilities. Should we be alarmed? Vaggie reassured, no. We have a plan, but it includes defending ourselves against the angels. Husk questioned, are you serious? Hisashi quipped, I believe that's Angel's specialty. Vaggie affirmed. They can be defeated. Frank chimed in. Yeah. That knife lady, Camaro car fight killed one. Vaggie asked. Wait, you knew about this? Frank replied. Yeah. I told boss about it months ago. Vaggie turned to Serpentius, surprised. He what? What? They say insane things all the time. How was I supposed to know this one was true? Serpentius replied. Eggboy chimed in. Bank accounts are a scam created by the shadow government. Serpentius pointed at him. See? Vaggie sighed. What's important now is that we're going to have a fight on our hands. Look, this hotel is about to become the most dangerous place in hell, and I can't guarantee your safety anymore. I still believe in Charlie's dream. I know this place can work. But none of you signed up for this. She headed out the door, determination in her stride. I'm going to learn how we can fight back, and when I come home, well, I'll understand if none of you are here. With that, Vaggie left, and everyone sighed, worried about what she had said. Luna went to get help from Blitz. Oh, this is awkward, Serpentius remarked. Okay. Nifty responded cheerfully. The scene shifted to Cannibal Town, where Izuku and Alastor skirted Charlie. Down the streets. Alastor was cleaning his monocle as he listened to Charlie. 3 years. 3 years I've been sharing my life with her, and I tell her everything. My hopes, my dreams, my insecurities, my embarrassing habits, what deodorant I like, and she keeps something like this from me? Why would she lie for so long? Did she think I wouldn't accept her? Charlie paused, overwhelmed. What about me? Am I that ununderstanding? She stopped suddenly, looking around. Where are we? Cannibal Town. There's a friend of mine I think you should meet, Alastor replied. In Cannibal Town? But it's surprisingly nice here, Charlie observed. It's kind of surprising, Izuku agreed. Isn't it though? And it's all thanks to a very special someone, Alastor said, opening the door for Charlie as they entered Rosie's emporium. Inside, they found the Cannibal Overlord herself at her desk, speaking to a young woman at the front of a long line. Well, who hasn't thought about eating their first husband? I certainly would have if he didn't taste so bad. Rosie joked. She noticed Alastor and exclaimed, Oh, my stars! Do my eyes deceive me? Alastor, where have you been? These halls really lost some of their sparkle without your lively presence. Then her gaze shifted to Izuku and Charlie. Oh, who's this you brought with you? Come now, Alastor, they're much too young for you. Charlie rolled her eyes at the teasing. Oh, I'm just kidding. I know you're an ace in the hole, Rosie added. Alastor, slightly confused, introduced them. Izuku, my dear friend. This is Rosie, a fellow overlord. And Rosie, it's my pleasure to introduce you to Princess Charlie Morningstar, daughter of Lucifer and heir to the throne of hell. Charlie waved nervously. How do you do? Well, isn't this a regal surprise? Rosie exclaimed, ushering them to her desk. Come in. Can I offer you something to eat? I'm sure I have a leg around here or something. Oh, what am I thinking? Small thing like you? You're probably watching your figure. How about some nice pinky fingers instead? She pulled out a box of cut-off pinky fingers in little pink wrappers. No, thank you, Charlie said, shaking her head. Me neither, Izuku added. Rosie put the box away, smiling. Oh, look at you. So polite. Alastor, you could learn a thing or two. She led Charlie to a table with 2 chairs, sitting across from her. Izuku sat next to Alastor, who approached Rosie again. Well, sit down. Sit down. Tell Auntie Rosie what she can do for you. You know, Alastor, I got a primo connection on a guy with about 8 blocks of territory and not enough goons to run it. Prime pickings for a deal to be made, my friend. Appreciate the offer, Alastor said, walking back to Charlie, but we're here on business of another kind. Well, don't keep me in suspense. I'm a very busy woman, Rosie replied, sipping her tea. Charlie took a deep breath. As you know, the extermination is coming early. It'll be here in a month, and they're coming for my hotel and my friends first, and I. Izuku gently massaged Charlie's shoulders. Easy, Charlie. Alastor interrupted. We need your help. Well, your cannibals help at least, to fend off the attack. Wow! Rosie exclaimed, putting down her cup. When you ask for a favor, you don't start small, do you, Your Highness? Oh now, don't fret. I didn't say I wouldn't help. But I assume there's more to this plan than a bunch of unarmed cannibals. Oh, your people will be far from helpless when we're done with them. And by the end, they will be able to eat their fill, Alastor assured her. It's a win-win, Izuku added. Well, in that case, sure. Why not? Rosie agreed. Really? Charlie asked, her eyes lighting up. What can I say? I like your moxie, girl. And old Alastor has never done me wrong before, Rosie said. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Charlie exclaimed, holding her hands together in excitement. Later, Rosie stood with a megaphone. Cannibals and cannibettes, assemble in the square. She walked with Charlie to the stage. Now, darling, you know I would do anything for my clients, but I can't exactly command all of Cannibal Town to follow someone else into battle. Now, don't get me wrong, they love carnage and bloodshed, but to get this group into line, you've got to win him over. She spoke into the megaphone again. Settle in. Settle in. Important meeting. The cannibals formed a crowd around the stage. But how do I, Charlie began. With Sparkle. Razzmatazz. And that oh-so-appealing moxie of yours, Rosie encouraged. Alastor added, shouldn't be a problem. It's not like you've ever failed to inspire before. Charlie groaned as she walked on stage. Now, fair warning. This group sticks together. So in order to convince any of them, you'll need to convince all of them. And there's one in particular, Rosie started. Ugh, Susan, Alastor interjected. Susan, who's a bit of an... Rosie continued. Ornery old character? Izuku suggested. Remind me of someone from my past, he added. That, she's tough, but win her over and the rest will be easy as pie. Ready? Rosie asked. I guess, Charlie replied. Everyone, we have a very special, very royal guest this evening. Rosie announced through the megaphone. Please put your hands together for Princess Charlie. In Vox's surveillance room, various videos from cameras around the Has-Been Hotel play on the screens. Vox sits in his office chair, watching intently while sipping from his mug. Vox exclaims in disbelief, no way! They're going to fight? Oh my god! Ha! Looks like your little hotel didn't work out so well. He focuses on a screen showing Alastor, which glitches slightly. Oh, Alastor, I cannot wait to see how this unfolds. His laughter echoes in the room. The scene shifts to the cannibals gathered outside the hotel, practicing with their weapons. Blitz is busy loading ammunition. Charlie watches from the hotel's entrance when Izuku and Vaggie approach her. Charlie sighs, I wish my mom were here to see this. Vaggie replies, the cannibals seem ready to fight. Are we? Suddenly, Serpentius bursts out of the hotel's doors, proudly dressed in a Victorian-style British Army uniform. Fear not, damsels. I shall have the staff ready for victorious combat, he declares. Vaggie raises an eyebrow. What in the world are you supposed to be? General Pentius, reporting for duty. I'll turn those troublemakers into soldiers in no time, he responds with a salute. Thank you, Pen, Charlie says appreciatively. Nifty, who has been running around the hotel's entrance, approaches Pentius eagerly. What can I do to help? I'm glad you asked, soldier. The base needs fortifications. Reinforce the southern wall. Create a moat around the perimeter to stop a ground assault, Serpentius instructs. Nifty blinks, confused by the orders. Charlie then interjects, how about this? If you see an angel, stab it. She hands Nifty a small blade. Nifty spots angel dust a few meters away and, thinking that's what Charlie meant, dashes toward him with the knife in hand. Nifty excitedly exclaimed, stab. Stab, as she dashed off in search of more things to stab. Angel dust, climbing up the pole he had been leaning on, called out to her, hey, 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 hey. Charlie, concerned, shouted, not him. As Nifty ran off, Angel performed a flip and landed gracefully on the ground, joining Izuku, Charlie, Vaggie, and Pentius. Vaggie, taking charge, announced in a drill sergeant tone, "Listen up, sinners. We've got 24 hours before the extermination begins. Let's get to work." Back at the hotel, Charlie held Alastor's microphone, preparing to address the gathered crowd of cannibals and hotel residents. "Hello," she tapped the microphone. "I want to thank everyone for coming, even those who aren't staying here yet." Cherry Bomb chimed in. "Look, I can't resist a fight, especially when I get to tag team with this guy." She wrapped her arm around Angel, who grinned in response. Charlie continued, "Tomorrow, the Exorcist Angels will face a hell ready to defend itself and win." Vaggie cheered, Yeah, we will." "Tell him Charlie." Charlie added, "Yes. And we are going to win. But in case we don't, I want you all to know that getting to know you has been the biggest honor of my life. I have seen the good in all of you, and I love you all so much. Live tonight however you want because—" Nifty interrupted with a laugh, "We're all gonna die." Vaggie clapped her hands. "All right, let's give it up for not dying. Love not dying. Drinks." Blitz eagerly replied, "I'm in." Inside the hotel, the group shared drinks, laughter, and camaraderie. Vaggie expressed her excitement. Personally, I'm excited. It's been a while since I really meant it when I stabbed someone, you know?" Luna scrolled through her phone while Stolas enjoyed drinks with Husk and Angel. Hisashi chatted with Jill, and Cherry Bomb raised her glass. "Cheers, everyone." Husk joined in. "Yeah." Angel Dust raised his glass. "Here's to us." Serpentius approached Cherry Bomb, shaking her hand. "I want to wish you good luck in the battle ahead. You have always been a worthy opponent." Cherry Bomb responded, "Okay." Pentius added, "Please don't die tomorrow." "Okay, bye." He hurried away as Angel approached Cherry, passing her a shot. "You know, you could totally tap that." Cherry rolled her eyes. "Don't be gross." Angel teased, "I hear he's got 2 dis." Cherry glanced back at Pentius, intrigued. The scene shifted to Charlie standing outside Angel's bedroom door, where photos of Angel and the group were stuck. She smiled at the memories but then felt a wave of fear wash over her. What if they lost the battle tomorrow? Tears began to fall as Vaggie and Izuku appeared in the corridor, concerned. "Charlie?" Vaggie asked. "Are you okay?" Izuku added. Charlie turned away. "I'm sorry. I'm just so scared. What if we lose?" Izuku reassured her, "We won't lose. You gave us hope, and now it's time for us to believe in you." Meanwhile, in heaven, the exorcists lined up outside the gates as Adam delivered a spirited pep talk. "Extermination Day is here. We're going to go down and take care of business." The exorcists cheered, and Adam continued, "Prepare to take down every sinner in that hotel." As the portal to hell opened, Izuku, Hisashi, Jill, Charlie, Vaggie, Angel, Pentius, Husk, Nifty, Cherry Bomb, Blitz, Moxie, Millie, Luna, Stolas, Octavia, and the cannibals gathered at the entrance, ready for battle. Each of them was armed with enhanced weapons, prepared to face the exorcists. Vaggie rallied the group. "Here they come. Get ready, everyone. We fight together." As they braced for the impending conflict, Valentino, Velvet, and Vox watched the scene unfold on a screen in V-Tower. Vox, excited, exclaimed, "Oh, this is going to be good." Back at the hotel, Vaggie raised her spear. "Now, for your souls." The group cheered and charged forward as the exorcists poured out of the portal, ready to clash. Charlie shouted, "Let's show them what we've got." Alastor stood on the hotel's roof, observing the chaos below. "Let the battle begin," he declared. Alastor laughed maniacally as he swung his microphone, creating a massive force field around the hotel that trapped the attacking exorcists inside. Adam and Loot watched in confusion from outside the barrier. "What's going on?" Adam exclaimed. "They seem to have some kind of shield, sir." Loot replied. Adam responded sarcastically, "Oh, really? I didn't see this giant shield in front of me." The force field sprouted tentacles, targeting the exorcists outside with their own angelic weapons. "Is that how they can attack us? Using our own weapons? That's weak," Adam muttered. As Lute raised her sword and prepared to attack the shield, Cherry and Angel engaged the exorcists from within the force field. Angel fired his Tommy gun while Cherry launched her explosives, with Serpentius observing from his cannons. Some angels confronted Izuku, who swiftly drew his sword and dispatched them. Stolas and Octavia used their powers to turn angels into stone before smashing them. Luna joined the fray, using her claws to fight. "Come and get some," Angel Dust shouted. "Eat shrapnel," Cherry Bomb added, throwing her explosives. "Fire all angelic weapons," Serpentius commanded. Husk flew past, tossing his explosive cards at the angels. "Yelling while fighting doesn't help," he remarked. Nifty darted around, stabbing every angel she could see, even the fallen ones. Charlie and Vaggie fought back to back. "Alastor's shield is working," Charlie noted. "Trying to focus, Charlie," Vaggie replied. "We might actually have a chance," Charlie exclaimed. "Love the optimism." "Still trying to focus," Vaggie said. Meanwhile, Adam and Lute hovered above the force field, and Adam, clearly frustrated with being sidelined, declared, "I'm done with this." He drew back before flying straight at the shield. With one powerful punch, he caused it to dissipate, leaving the hotel exposed. "Oh!" Angel Dust exclaimed. "Oh no!" Charlie added. As the smoke clears, Adam sees Alastor standing on the roof, recognizing him as the creator of the shield. Adam flies down to confront him, while the V's watch from V-Tower, Vox preparing for the outcome of the battle. Alastor steps forward to meet Adam, greeting him with a sinister tone. Adam, confused, asks who he is, to which Alastor introduces himself and ominously declares his intent to end Adam's life. With a tap of his cane, 4 tentacles rise around him. Adam, with a sarcastic remark about jazz, summons his guitar and charges at Alastor. The tentacles lash out, but Adam skillfully slashes at them before gearing up for a direct attack. Alastor warns him, emphasizing the power of a soul when it takes charge of its fate. As Alastor's shadow looms, a shadow creature appears and strikes Adam, but he quickly destroys it, taunting Alastor in the process. The battle intensifies as Alastor transforms, summoning more shadow creatures that swarm Adam, sending him flying. Adam struggles to find his words but manages to express his defiance. Alastor, enjoying the chaos, throws Adam into the hotel's sign, laughing at the spectacle. Determined, Adam retaliates with a shockwave from his guitar, forcing Alastor out of his demon form and breaking his microphone. Seizing the moment, Adam lands a hit on Alastor, sending him reeling back. Vox cheers from V-Tower, reveling in the moment. Alastor, injured and unable to regain his full power, sings a mocking farewell before disappearing into the shadows. Adam, amused, bids him goodbye, while Vox expresses his frustration at Alastor's retreat. Meanwhile, at the front of the hotel, Serpentius commands his forces, instructing them to prepare for the incoming threat. Charlie and Vaggie brace themselves for battle, with Charlie apologizing to the angels she confronts. Vaggie urges her to focus as they face a swarm of attackers. As the fight escalates, Adam flies above the chaos, unleashing bursts of light. Charlie realizes that Alastor was supposed to handle him and worries about the implications. Pentius, observing the scene, devises a plan and prepares his airship for an attack. Cherry Bomb, eager to join the fight, is pulled back by Pentius, who expresses his affection for her before rushing to his airship. As the airship takes off, it targets Adam, who notices the impending danger. With a swift motion, Adam incinerates the airship, leaving everyone in shock. Charlie, devastated by the loss, sinks to her knees in tears. Izuku and Vaggie rush to comfort her, acknowledging the bravery of their fallen friend. Overwhelmed by grief, Charlie's sorrow transforms into determination as she calls upon Razzle and Dazzle, engulfing herself in a fiery tornado and rising up to face the challenges ahead. When the mist clears, she stands in her full demon form, holding a pitchfork, while Razzle and Dazzle have transformed into massive dragons. "Let's ride!" Charlie exclaims, and she and Vaggie leap onto Razzle and Dazzle's backs, taking to the skies. Izuku joins them in flight, while the others cheer from below. "Yeah, get him!" Husk shouts and Luna adds, "Go get them." Charlie urges Razzle and Dazzle higher, aiming for Adam and Loot. "Forward. Go, Razzle, go." Adam smirks. "Oh, look who thinks they're tough now." Loot sneers. The traitor came to face her end. Suddenly, Loot lunges down, striking Dazzle's wing, causing a roar of pain. "No!" Vaggie cries out as they begin to plummet. Loot drives her sword into Dazzle's heart just as they crash through the glass ceiling into the lobby. Vaggie tumbles off, rising just in time to meet Loot's gaze as she pulls her sword from Dazzle. "Before I take your life, I'm going to take that other eye," Loot threatens. "Try it," Vaggie retorts defiantly. As the fight bell rings, Loot lunges at Vaggie, who manages to throw her against the wall. Loot retaliates, slamming Vaggie to the ground repeatedly. Vaggie flips Loot over but is thrown into the wall once more. Loot charges with her sword, but Vaggie dodges, causing Loot to embed her weapon in the wall. Pulling it free, Loot leaps at Vaggie, slamming her head into a table, causing an injury. Vaggie grabs Alastor's radio and strikes Loot with it. From above, Charlie watches anxiously. "Vaggie," she calls, preparing to dive in to help. However, Adam blocks her path. "Surprise!" he shouts, smashing Charlie into the hotel sign, causing a jolt of electricity. Izuku rushes to aid Vaggie as Charlie falls onto the roof. "Risking your life for sinners? That's some wild stuff, even for Lucifer's daughter." Adam mocks. "These sinners are my family." Charlie declares fiercely. "These sinners are my family. Do you even hear yourself? You should have stayed in your place, girlie," Adam taunts. In a swift motion, Charlie stabs him in the arm with her pitchfork and throws him across the roof. "That's Princess of Hell to you," she retorts. Adam winces. "That hurt." Meanwhile, in the hotel foyer, Loot taunts Vaggie, "You always were weak." Vaggie struggles for her spear, but Loot kicks it away and drives it into Vaggie's hand, eliciting a scream. "I'll spare you the pain of seeing your friends die," Loot begins, but Izuku interrupts, moving his sword through her. "Keep your hands off my girl," he asserts. Vaggie notices the mezzanine is about to collapse. Pulling the spear from her hand, she uses it to throw Loot off her and reveals her newly restored wings, soaring up to destroy the last supporting pillars. Loot screams as the structure falls, dust swirling around them. When it settles, Loot's mask is damaged and her left arm is pinned beneath the rubble. "Do it then. Correct your mistake," Loot challenges. "Seriously, you're pathetic. Ready to die rather than accept mercy?" "No, live knowing you only do because I let you," Vaggie responds. Hearing Charlie's cries, Izuku lifts Vaggie and flies out of the hole in the roof to assist her. As they leave, Loot, refusing to accept defeat, begins to free herself from the debris, grimacing in pain as she dislocates her arm. On the roof, Adam has Charlie pinned down, lifting her by the throat as her demonic features recede. "Let me go," she gasps. "This fight was amusing, but it's time to end this." Adam declares, his mask flickering. Vaggie rushes to help Charlie, but Loot follows and pins her down. "Charlie!" Vaggie cries out. Suddenly, Adam's hand is severed. "What the?" he exclaims. Izuku catches Charlie, asserting, "Keep your hands off my girl." Adam prepares to charge, but a barrage of bullets halts him. "Don't even think about it," Hisashi warns, stepping forward with his weapons drawn. Before Adam can react, a powerful fist strikes him, sending him crashing into the hotel sign and through the roof. The figure revealed is Lucifer, his wings spread wide and wearing a striking coat adorned with red and gold. "Dad?" Charlie asks, surprised. "Sorry I wasn't here sooner, sweetie," Lucifer replies. Adam, now back on the roof with half his mask broken, exclaims, "Okay, seriously. How many of you do I have to fight?" Lucifer approaches Adam, rolling up his sleeves, ready to engage. Lucifer declared, "Oh, I'm the only one that matters. You messed with my daughter and my son-in-law, and now, I'm going to deal with you." Adam stared at Lucifer, perplexed, while Izuku and Hisashi exchanged confused glances. Loot and Vaggie paused their fight, equally baffled by Lucifer's words. Angel raised an eyebrow, grinning as Husk gave him a deadpan look, and the other exorcists looked on in confusion. The V's watched from V-Tower, Vox appearing perplexed, Velvet smiling and Valentino commenting, "Well, this just got interesting." Charlie, slightly embarrassed, whispered to her dad, "It's mess you up, Dad." Lucifer blinked, realizing his mistake. Just then, Adam charged at him with a battle cry, slamming him into the wall. In a flash, Lucifer transformed into a snake to escape, slithering into the air before changing back. "Hi-ha. So this is what you've been up to since Eden," he taunted, dodging Adam by turning into a goat. "Gotta say, you've really let yourself go, buddy." Adam seized Lucifer by the foot, but Lucifer quickly transformed into a snake again to break free. Adam hurled him away, and Lucifer morphed into a bird. "Judging me? You're the most hated being in all of creation," Adam exclaimed, trying to shoot his angelic light at Lucifer, but he dodged effortlessly. "Well, your first wife didn't seem to mind what I had to offer." "Or the second," Lucifer teased, dancing away in the air. Adam managed to catch Lucifer in a chokehold, declaring, "I'll end you." But Lucifer transformed into a horse, kicking Adam away. "Whoa, missed me," he laughed, dodging Adam's light attack. "Nice try." "Hold still, you slippery trickster," Adam shouted in frustration. Meanwhile, Charlie watched the chaotic fight for a moment before rushing over to help Vaggie, with Izuku and Hisashi following suit. In the midst of the battle, Lucifer, now in the form of an octopus, wrapped Adam in his tentacles. Adam, however, threw him off, and Lucifer returned to his original form. Charging up a massive blast of angelic light, Adam aimed it at Lucifer, but Lucifer dodged, causing the light to slice the hotel in half. Charlie screamed as she fell into the crumbling structure, while Izuku caught Hisashi. "Dad, I need to save Charlie," Izuku insisted. "Put me down and go," Hisashi urged. Just then, Lucifer swooped down and caught Charlie. "I got you," he said, and she smiled, but her expression changed when she heard Adam's laughter. She turned to see him charging towards them. "Dad, look out," Charlie warned. Lucifer turned, and Charlie, using her demonic powers, transformed her hand, blocking Adam just as he was about to strike. "Whoa, wait, what?" Adam exclaimed, taken aback. Lucifer and Charlie glared at Adam before launching him to the ground, the impact creating a blast wave of smoke and leaving a crater where he landed, his mask shattered to reveal his human face. Looking up, he saw Lucifer in his fully demonic form, flames sparking between his horns and his eyes glowing red. "You come at me, my daughter and my son. Don't forget you're in my house." Lucifer roared, delivering a series of powerful punches, fire emanating from his hands as he laughed at Adam's plight. As he summoned a sphere of fire, preparing to finish Adam off, Charlie placed a hand on his shoulder. "Whoa, did? He's had enough." They both looked down at Adam, who lay motionless in the crater. Lucifer smirked. "Alright. How's mercy taste, you little troublemaker? No, you don't get to end this." "I'm Adam," he shouted, rising from the crater to face them. "I started everything on Earth. All of mankind came from me. You should be worshipping me, you ungrateful losers." Just as he finished speaking, a small knife pierced through him, causing Adam to shout in pain. Everyone gasped in shock as an angelic blade was revealed to be stuck in his chest. "Hey, you've got something sticking out of you," Lucifer quipped, watching as Adam collapsed face first to the ground. Nifty appeared on his back, having snuck up behind him, and with a smile, she stabbed Adam again and again, her actions leaving a mark on the scene. Nifty laughed maniacally as she playfully brandished a weapon, her excitement palpable. The V's stared in shock at the screen from V-Tower, Vox exclaiming in disbelief. Valentino, visibly shaken, recalled a past encounter with Nifty that left him uneasy. Nearby, Loot gasped in horror at the sight of Adam's body. She rushed to him, desperately trying to keep him conscious. "Sir, stay with me, sir." "Adam," she cried out, but Adam managed a small smile before slipping away. As Charlie and Lucifer approached in their demonic forms, Charlie somberly declared, "It's over." Lucifer urged Loot to take her friends and leave, prompting her to pick up Adam's halo. "Retreat! All exorcists fall back," she commanded, leading the surviving exorcists toward the portal to heaven just as it closed behind them. Lucifer turned to the remaining group and sighed, asking, "So, who's up for pancakes?" Only Nifty raised her hand, while the others looked on, unimpressed. The scene shifted to a newsflash from 666 News, where Katie Killjoy greeted viewers. She quickly dismissed her co-host, Tom Trench, before announcing that Extermination Day had been cancelled. Clips from the recent battle played, showcasing Charlie Morningstar's unexpected resilience against the angelic forces. In Cannibal Town, Rosie watched the report with a cup of tea, while Velvet viewed it on her phone in V-Tower. Valentino briefly glanced at her screen before switching to his television to catch the same news. Katie continued, revealing that Lucifer had intervened just in time to assist his daughter, alongside Stolas from the Gosha family. She also reported the shocking news of Adam's demise at the hands of a janitor. From his surveillance room, Vox observed the broadcast, which now featured an interview with Nifty, who stared blankly at the camera. Carmilla Carmine smiled faintly as she watched from her office. Katie concluded the segment with a quote from the janitor, who had said, "Charlie told me to stab, so I did." She congratulated Charlie and her team for their unexpected success. The scene transitioned to a group of characters, including Izuku, Vaggie, Angel Dust, and others, sifting through the rubble of the Has-Been Hotel. Husk picked up a broken bottle, while Charlie anxiously searched for familiar faces. She found Kiki among the debris and comforted her, then smiled briefly at the sight of Angel reuniting with Fat Nuggets. As she moved toward them, she stepped on a banner that read, "Happy First Week, Serpentious." Izuku and Vaggie joined her, sharing the moment of reflection. Charlie sang about the ultimate sacrifice made for their cause, reflecting on the bloodshed that could have been avoided if she had convinced Heaven to collaborate. As she walked through the ruins of the hotel, she lamented her actions and the destruction that had occurred. Lucifer approached her, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. He encouraged her, reminding her that she was the first to bring change to the town in thousands of years. He believed in her potential and urged her not to give up, emphasizing that her story was just beginning and there was still much to be done. Surrounded by friends, including Izuku, Hisashi, Jill, Vaggie, Angel, Husk, Nifty, Cherry Bomb, Blitz, Stolas, Octavia, Luna, Moxie, and Millie, they all joined in a song of encouragement, expressing their determination to rebuild the hotel. Together, they envisioned a new place filled with hope and possibility. As they began to gather materials, Nifty excitedly ran around collecting bricks, while Lucifer magically created neat piles of them. Izuku and Angel worked together to construct pillars, and the atmosphere was filled with a sense of camaraderie and purpose. Charlie, wiping away tears, reminded everyone that they had to focus on the task at hand and make the best of the situation. With the help of her friends, they worked tirelessly to restore the hotel, painting it anew and lighting up the marquee with her powers. Meanwhile, in V-Tower, Vox burst into Valentino's penthouse, where they discussed the aftermath of their recent struggles. They expressed their determination to rise above their challenges and take control of their fate, dancing together with a sense of hope for the future. A month had passed since the Extermination Day, and Alastor sought help from Izuku to repair his damaged cane. Despite some hesitation, Izuku agreed to lend his cane, but soon realized that it was more than just a weapon, it was a part of him. As Alastor worked on the cane, Izuku felt a strange sensation coursing through him, leading to a moment of panic. Alastor, realizing the connection between them, worked quickly to sever the link. With a final surge of energy, the bond was broken, and Izuku collapsed, relieved but exhausted. Alastor rushed to check on him, showing genuine concern for his well-being. Izuku managed a weak smile, grateful for the support of his friends and the resilience they all shared. "Next time, maybe we can ask Charlie to help?" Alastor suggested, chuckling nervously as he scratched the back of his head. "Lesson learned. But I must admit, the energy from your cane is exquisite. Perhaps I'll study it further, with your permission, of course." Izuku groaned but couldn't help but laugh. "Just don't break anything else, all right?" As they shared a moment of laughter, their bond strengthened, solidifying their friendship amidst chaos. A reminder that even in the world of overlords, camaraderie could rise above the darkness. After the flashback, Izuku arrived at I.M.P. and heard Blitz calling out, "Luna, honey, wait just a— oh no." Blitz ran backward as Luna stormed forward, visibly upset. "Looney, please, can we talk?" An empty water dispenser flew his way, hitting him square in the face. "Wow. Good throw, honey. I'm so proud of you," he exclaimed. Trying to recover, Luna pounced and tackled him off camera. Meanwhile, Millie walked past to the couch where Moxie was sitting. She joined him, and they sipped coffee together from their matching mugs. "Is this part of a routine?" Izuku asked. "I don't know. What's this all about, honey?" Millie replied. "Oh." Blitz finally talked to her about her attitude with clients. Moxie explained. "I guess he pushed the Luna button," Izuku remarked. Blitz, hiding behind the couch they were sitting on, said, "I just think some small tweaks might help you be more of a people person, you know?" "I am a people person," Luna retorted. "I wouldn't say that. You and Husker jumped to fight each other the moment you saw each other," Izuku pointed out. Luna reached forward, grabbing Blitz by the collar and pulling him close. "If I'm so terrible, how about you just grow a pair and replace me?" "Okay, well, maybe I might," Blitz stammered. "Ouch," Izuku muttered, glancing at Moxie, who gave Blitz a thumbs up. "Maybe I will, little missy." "Yeah, that's right, it's tough love time. So now you can. To your desk," Blitz declared. Luna growled and dropped him before heading back to her desk. "Are you okay, Luna?" Izuku asked. "Yeah, I'm fine. Thanks, babe," she replied. Just then, Octavia opened the door, wrapping her hair around her neck like a disguise. No one noticed her entering, except for Izuku and Luna. "Should we tell them that Octavia is here?" Izuku whispered. "Nah," Luna replied, sinking into the shadows and disappearing. Moxie said, "Sir, if I may say so, you're doing the right thing. If we can't even hire a cheerful qualified receptionist, how can people trust us to handle their problems? It's good for business." Octavia paused before Luna spotted her sneaking in, but she didn't react. Octavia made her way into Blitzo's office and started rummaging through his desk, but found nothing. Turning around, she spotted a framed portrait of I.M.P. together and moved it to reveal a wall safe covered in spiderwebs, labeled, "Blitzo's Stuff Do Not Steal," with a drawing of 2 horses. She entered a code of 1-2-3-4, and the safe opened. Grabbing her father's grimoire, she flipped through the pages. "What are you doing here, Octavia?" Izuku asked, appearing in front of her. "Don't sneak up on me like that," she said, startled. "I'm sorry, Octavia. But what are you doing in Blitz's office?" he asked, noticing the grimoire. "Are you planning to go to Earth for some occasion?" "Yes," she replied. "Why didn't you ask me?" Izuku questioned. "Huh." With a snap of his fingers, a portal appeared. "Here." "Since when did you learn that?" she asked, surprised. "Since I became the Green Demon," he replied confidently. Octavia picked up the grimoire and read another spell. "Take me to see the stars." A pentagram swirled around her, and black swirls of power streamed toward the ceiling. The light show from Blitzo's office caught Moxie's attention. Sir?" Moxie said, looking concerned. Blitz, with cucumber slices over his eyes, exclaimed, "What the—" I.M.P. squeezed through the door, weapons drawn, just in time to see Octavia disappearing through the portal. "Luna!" Blitz shouted. "Oh yeah, you have a visitor," Luna said nonchalantly. Sheet. What am I supposed to tell Stolas?" Blitz panicked, grabbing Moxie. "Well, he seems to like you, sir. Maybe he would understand if—" Moxie began, but was shoved away by Blitz. "Okay, my charm is good, but it is not that good, Moxie. Wait, Izuku, create a portal and we'll go after her." "Even if I open a portal, we don't know where she is," Izuku replied. "Sir, I don't think we really have a choice," Moxie insisted. "So what? You just want me to call him up and be like, 'Hey, Stolas'?" Jump cut to Blitz actually on the phone. "So, your daughter came by, took your book and teleported off to who knows where, and we have no way of getting either of them back, okay? Good talk, bye. Blitz looked progressively more worried as he spoke and quickly put the phone down, backing away slightly. Oh, that actually went better than I thought. Suddenly, the door blew open, and Stolas stood inside in his full demon form. Blitz, he bellowed. Stolas paced in front of Izuku, Moxie, Millie, and Blitzo. How could this happen? Do you just let anyone waltz into your office and grab infinitely powerful artifacts? Why would she do this? How are we supposed to find her? Where would she go? Maybe today was a special day for her, Izuku suggested. Luna sniffed the air. Well, it reeks of urine and desperation, so… Los Angeles, everyone echoed, turning to look at Luna in surprise. What? She asked, confused. Cut to Luna being shoved through a portal that the rest of I.M.P and Stolas walked through. All right, Luna, let's make this quick. In and out before anyone notices us here, Blitz instructed. Sounds of gunfire and screaming echoed as Blitz looked around the alleyway they had entered. Oh, this doesn't look much different from hell. Wait until you see the place where I was born, Izuku said. Blitz brushed off his front. All right, now let's get to work. Looney sniff. Luna removed an empty can from her hair. How am I supposed to smell anything in this city? I can sense a bit of her power, but it's faint, Izuku noted. Can't you even do one thing right? Moxie asked Luna. Can't you finally do something about how you look? She shot back, smugly. I'm not, Moxie began, but Blitz interrupted. You know, it wouldn't kill you to eat a salad every now and then, Blitz added, smirking. Moxie stared at him, bewildered. What? Blitz leaped onto a dumpster and affixed a picture to the open lid. The drawing featured Izuku, I.M.P, Luna in her human disguise, and Stolas sporting a fake mustache. Blitz declared, Now, first things first, we're going to do this the old-fashioned way. He pointed at his drawing, emphasizing the need for disguises. Luna and Stolas then underwent a dual transformation sequence, adopting their human forms. Izuku realized that they didn't really need human disguises. Millie clapped in amazement while Moxie looked unimpressed. Blitz's eyes widened and he blushed upon seeing Stolas's human disguise. In the background, a poster warned about the water quality in L.A., humorously cautioning against drinking it. Blitz asked Stolas if he could conjure them some disguises, but Stolas explained that without his grimoire, his powers were limited in the human world. Blitz, a bit frustrated, questioned Stolas's memory, prompting a playful exchange about phone numbers. Izuku chimed in, joking that Moxie's number must start with 666, given their location. Moxie felt appreciated when Izuku pointed out they didn't need disguises. Stolas, confused, asked what he meant, to which Izuku explained about quirks, powers that had appeared on Earth 200 years ago. He encouraged Luna to revert to her original form, assuring her that if anyone questioned her appearance, she could simply say it was her quirk, Hellhound. Luna complied, and as they walked through the streets, no one seemed concerned about her appearance. Stolas transformed back to his normal form, and they exited an alleyway. Stolas playfully donned a pair of red-tinted sunglasses. Moxie accidentally bumped into a human who enthusiastically offered him a demo CD, trying to impress Millie. Moxie expressed gratitude for the music, but when the man demanded payment, Millie pointed out that he could simply return it. Moxie, feeling guilty, crouched behind a tree, clutching the CD tightly. He argued that artists put their heart and soul into their work and couldn't just give it back. A passerby complimented Moxie's quirk and tossed him a coin, which he excitedly flipped before dropping it. After retrieving it, he had an idea and called out to Millie for help. Izuku appeared and magically produced some money for Moxie, advising him not to spend it all. He then approached Luna, who was enjoying her coffee and scrolling through her phone. As she walked, she spotted a souvenir shop sign and took a selfie to post on her social media. While browsing, she noticed a recent post from Octavia at the same location. Surprised, she showed Izuku the post, which featured a castle. Realizing the castle was nearby, Luna rushed towards it, spilling her coffee in the process. They searched around the castle but couldn't find Octavia, even as her posts indicated she was nearby. As they continued their search, They approached an observatory when an explosion occurred. Izuku speculated that Blitz was involved. The smoke cleared, revealing Izuku and Luna still looking around until they spotted a crying Octavia on the staircase. Izuku greeted her, and Luna complimented her on her social media photos. Octavia, wiping her tears, expressed her frustration about missing a meteor shower and lamented the smoggy sky. Later, Izuku arrived at the I.M.P building and found Luna on her phone while Moxie was talking to her. He hugged Luna, greeting her affectionately. Blitz interrupted, warning them not to cause a scene in the office like last time, which made Luna blush. Blitz recounted the chaos from that day, mentioning their friends who had joined in the fun. Blitz slammed the door behind him, frustration evident in his demeanor. Moxie softly clapped twice, taking a moment to reflect on his progress. I checked the scale today, and it said I lost 2 pounds this week, he said, hopeful. Izuku nodded. 2 pounds is not much difference, but you look good, Moxie. Luna glanced at Moxie, then returned her focus to her phone, which annoyed him. I am not fat. Moxie insisted. Izuku reassured him, no, you're not. But please stop saying that. Suddenly, the front door swung open and Millie stormed in, mumbling angrily as she paced around the office. Izuku leaned closer to Luna and whispered, Is that type of the year? Luna shrugged, whispering back, I don't know. Millie continued to vent her frustrations, expressing her anger about a recent encounter. She slammed her coffee cup on the table, startling Luna. Hey! Luna exclaimed, but then relaxed as Izuku began to massage her shoulders. Oh, that feels so good, she said, enjoying the moment. Millie, still fuming, passed Luna and pressed a button that summoned a cardboard cutout of a human saying, Hi, I'm a human. In a fit of rage, she threw a knife at the cutout, startling Moxie. Millie, honey, is everything okay? Moxie asked, concern etched on his face. Izuku cautioned, Moxie, I believe it's best if you don't go any closer to Millie. She's dangerous right now. Millie hissed at Moxie, which only heightened his unease, but she managed to calm down a bit. Yeah. Bumped into an ex, she admitted, her tail twitching with agitation. Moxie responded, Oh. Ouch, Izuku added, sensing the tension. Millie retracted her knife and continued, He just kept going on about how he has money now, a bright future, and a bigger future. Moxie was taken aback. Wait, what? I wonder if he's working for Valentino, Izuku speculated. Millie's voice rose again. Every time I see his stupid face, I can't help it. I just need to. In frustration, she punched the filing cabinet beside her. Just then, Blitz entered the room, engrossed in a phone call. What is all this noise? I got a client, he barked. Izuku quipped, to kill someone or for your pleasure? Sorry, sir. I'll get this all cleaned up, Moxie said, trying to regain control of the situation. He held up a photo of 2 imps in horse suits. What is this? Blitz shrugged, research. For science. Just put it back correctly, okay? Alphabetize them. He retreated back into his office. Izuku suggested, I say we burn them, as he conjured fire in his hand, but before he could act, the sound of a helicopter filled the air. Blitz peered through the office blinds and noticed a helicopter in front of his building. He rushed to the office where Izuku, Moxie, and Millie were eager to see the helicopter from the main window. What is that? Blitz exclaimed as the helicopter shot a grappling hook under the window, breaking the wall. Luna watched silently. Enough with the wall damage. We have a door. Blitz shouted as a gust of wind swept through the office, scattering the photos he had been saving across town. My research, he cried out. 2 imp children grabbed one of the photos, visibly disturbed. One was crying while the other looked sick. Great, Blitz. You just traumatized 2 kids with your research, Izuku remarked. The helicopter approached Blitz, creating a bridge for them to walk upon, and the pilot stepped out. I.M.P? Right this way, please, the pilot called. Sir? Moxie hesitated, noticing Izuku's eyes flicker with static and his horns grow larger. Moxie pointed a gun toward the pilot, while Millie held her knife at the ready. What's going on? Moxie asked. Don't worry. It's just someone from Greed wanting to do business with us, Blitz assured them, leading Moxie and Millie toward the helicopter. I don't think this is a good idea, Moxie replied nervously. It'll be fine. Now, get moving, Blitz urged, pushing them into the helicopter. As Millie tried to buckle herself in, she noticed her seatbelt was broken. Is this thing safe? She asked. Don't worry, we are professionals, the pilot replied confidently. I'd prefer to fly on my own, Izuku said, turning to Luna. Goodbye, Luna. See you later. See you later, babe, Luna replied. The pilots then took off, tearing away a large chunk of the wall as they flew. Izuku followed closely beside the helicopter. Later, they flew out of a hangar in the Greed Ring, passing over Loo Loo Land, which was undergoing reconstruction, and a sign that read, Welcome to Mafia Town. No mafia here. We're mafia-free. I hate this place, Moxie said disdainfully. You and me both, Moxie. This is our birthplace, Izuku added. Oh yeah, this is your old stomping ground, isn't it, Mox? Blitz commented. Yeah, unfortunately. I grew up just over there, Moxie pointed through the glass. Swore I'd never come back and, wait, where are we going? The helicopter began to change direction, and Moxie's anxiety grew. Blitz, who did you say this meeting was with? He asked. I'm not sure, just some rich person who wants to do business at his place, Blitz replied. And we're doomed, Izuku muttered. When the helicopter finally landed, Moxie felt a wave of dread wash over him as he realized where they had arrived. Oh no, no. No, 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 he exclaimed. Are you okay, Moxie? Izuku asked. The location turned out to be a huge mansion, dark smoke billowing from both chimneys. Moxie shivered in fear as Blitz urged him to move forward. There he is. Crimson called out, stepping out of the doorway. There's my boy. Get over here and give your daddy a hug. Blitz and Millie exchanged confused glances. I only let Moxie call me that. Unless you pay me. Crimson laughed. Guys, this is my father, Crimson. Sir, this is my boss, Blitz. And Moxie began nervously. Millie, I'm his wife. Millie interjected, extending her hand to greet Crimson, who accepted it with a smile. And what a appealing wife you are, he said, kissing Millie's hand. Mox, where have you been hiding this pretty little thing? Oh, I'm sure he would have introduced us eventually, Millie replied. I'm sure, Crimson said with a grin. And this is my friend, Moxie continued. Izuku Midoriya. Izuku introduced himself, offering his hand to Crimson, who shook it. Pleasure to meet you. Pleasure's all mine, Crimson replied, moving on to Blitz. You must be Blitz with the silent, oh, right? I've heard a lot of good things about you and your work. Really? What has Moxie been saying about me? Blitz asked, turning to Moxie with a playful glare. From all over. Looks like you're building quite a name for yourself, Crimson said, chuckling. Well, I guess it's about time folks recognized my talent, Blitz replied with a grin. I like your attitude. I hope you're all hungry. We put together a fabulous dinner for you, Crimson announced. Hey, why haven't I met your dad before? Millie asked Moxie. Well, it's just never been a good time, Moxie stammered. Hey, you two, move it before it gets cold, Crimson urged. Look, we can talk about it later, Moxie said as Millie took his hand, and they entered the house with Izuku and Blitz. Crimson's smile faded, but only Izuku noticed as he snapped his fingers and followed them inside. Inside, Crimson prepared drinks for Blitz and Izuku, but Izuku politely declined. So, Blitz, have you always been a hitman? Crimson asked. No, not always. I was in the circus for a long time, Blitz replied, taking the drink from Crimson. Show business. Good money in that, Crimson said, sitting down. An awkward silence filled the room. Is it just me, or are we in a library? Izuku observed. What are we doing here? Moxie asked, glancing at Blitz, then turning to his dad. Moxie, I raised you better than that, Crimson said, rolling his eyes as he lit a cigar. There's no business before dinner. Besides, we're still waiting on one more. Suddenly, the last guest kicked his way into the house, making a grand entrance. Woo, what is up, party people? Chaz exclaimed. Chaz! Millie and Moxie exclaimed in unison, looking at each other in surprise. You know him? Moxie asked. Remember that ex I was talking about? Millie groaned, slapping her forehead. Chaz walked over and hugged Moxie and Millie. Looks like I got 2 big reunions today. How lucky am I? He said in a sing-song voice. Did you date him too? Millie asked, surprised. Hiya. No big deal, but I usually connect with half the people in any room I'm in, Chaz replied. Are you kidding me? There's someone who's been involved with both of you. Blitz said incredulously. Moxie pushed Chaz's arms off himself and Millie. It was a long time ago, he said bitterly. But I still remember it like it was yesterday. You, a fledgling mafioso. Me, the dashing and extremely charming muscle. It was like it was written in the stars, Chaz reminisced. If you want, I can send you to the stars, Izuku offered. Blitz chuckled at the exchange. Moxie in the mafia was quite a surprising revelation. Blitz looked around the room, noticing various items that supported Chaz's claim. A photo of Crimson alongside a mob boss, trophies of hell beasts displayed on the walls, and a framed family painting featuring Crimson, a younger Moxie, and Moxie's mother, posed like a classic mob family, hung over the fireplace. Just then, a knock on the door caught Blitz's attention, and he turned to see Crimson's associates entering, carrying a body bag. Izuku commented, Quite the good guys you have, Crimson. They do a good job. Thank you, Green Demon, Crimson replied. Blitz felt a wave of realization wash over him. Millie, looking concerned, turned to Moxie. You've never told me this before. Moxie hesitated. I don't really like to talk about this part of my life. But I first saw Chaz at my induction. Moxie declared that once he left, he never looked back. Izuku commented on the entertainment, noting the tragedy of the situation. Blitz sat anxiously while Millie glared fiercely at a nervous-looking Chaz, who chuckled awkwardly. Crimson frowned from his chair, and Chaz asked what they were preparing for. Millie, filled with anger, threatened Chaz, but as she lunged at him, Moxie and Blitz intercepted her. Crimson stepped in to calm the situation, urging everyone to hold on. Millie continued to express her fury towards Chaz, while a maid entered, announcing that dinner was served. Izuku, seemingly unfazed, asked if the maid was tired of life, to which she replied that he had no idea. As everyone took their seats in the dining room, Izuku cut into his steak, remarking that it wasn't as tasty as venison but would suffice. Millie angrily cut through her food, still glaring at Chaz, creating an uncomfortable silence. Blitz broke the tension by commenting on the awkward atmosphere, and Crimson explained that he wanted to discuss why they were all gathered. Blitz questioned the purpose of their meeting, noting that they typically didn't take contracts from locals. Crimson clarified that he was interested in Moxie specifically, revealing that Chaz was being brought into the family. Moxie was taken aback, questioning how just anyone could join. Crimson reminded him of the responsibilities he had left behind, suggesting that Chaz would help lighten the load. Moxie was confused, recalling how Crimson had previously expressed disdain for Chaz. Izuku chimed in with his own harsh opinions about Chaz, but Crimson insisted he had changed. Chaz claimed to have matured and recently come into wealth, although his confidence drew skepticism from the group. Millie, frustrated, demanded to know how this related to Moxie. Crimson explained that a ceremony would take place the next day, during which Moxie would officially release his holdings in the organization. Millie stood up, arguing that Moxie wouldn't ignore his family if they didn't force him to associate with someone like Chaz. Crimson attempted to ease the tension, suggesting they all get some rest before the ceremony. Moxie agreed, but Millie looked concerned as he stepped back into the dining room. As the others left, Crimson called Moxie back for a moment. Crimson confronted Moxie about his perceived superiority, demanding he come closer. When Moxie expressed confusion, Crimson reacted angrily, asserting that Moxie couldn't just walk away from the family. He insisted that Moxie would be useful for something, implying that marriage was the solution to their financial needs. Moxie protested, explaining that he was already married, but Crimson dismissed his concerns, insisting that Moxie needed to contribute. In a surprising turn, Crimson pressed a button on the table, causing party decorations to spring up, which left Moxie bewildered. Moxie expressed his disbelief at the situation, clarifying his sexuality and rejecting the notion that anyone would enjoy the bizarre display. Meanwhile, Izuku observed from the shadows, determined to protect his friends and ready to confront any threats. Crimson instructed Moxie to head to bed, reminding him of the big day ahead. As Moxie backed away towards the door, Crimson warned him not to talk back again, implying serious consequences for both him and the companion he had brought along. Moxie quickly exited the room, leaving Crimson alone in the dining area, surrounded by remnants of a chaotic celebration. Once in his room, Moxie climbed the stairs, visibly shaken, and found Millie waiting at her bedroom door. Alessio gestured for Moxie to enter a different room, which prompted Millie to question why they weren't together. Alessio explained that Crimson wanted them to stay separated for the night. Millie, concerned, reached for Moxie's hand, asking if he was okay. Moxie forced a smile, assuring her it was just one night and that everything would be fine. Millie, sensing his unease, reminded him that they were partners and he could confide in her. Moxie, feeling guilty, insisted he was all right and reassured her that it would all be over by the next day. Millie expressed her love for him, giving him a soft kiss, to which Moxie responded in kind before wishing her good night. Meanwhile, Chaz had attempted to spend the night with Moxie and Millie but had failed. Now at Izuku's door, he knocked and was greeted with a curt question about his intentions. Chaz, with a playful tone, suggested an unforgettable night, but Izuku, having learned something from his friend Alastor, was not impressed. Chaz fled in fear, eventually finding himself with Blitz. As Chaz slept, he mumbled about his confidence, prompting Blitz to sneak out of bed and put on Chaz's jacket. Blitz mused to himself that someone who was so poor in bed couldn't possibly attract two attractive partners without hiding something. Blitz searched through Chaz's clothing until he found the car keys. With a smile, he sneaked outside the mansion and clicked the keys until he located Chaz's car. Upon looking in the dashboard, he discovered an eviction notice, revealing that Chaz was broke and had lied to Crimson about his wealth. Blitz then opened the trunk and found a to-do list indicating that Chaz planned to marry Moxie to inherit Crimson's fortune. Blitz was suddenly tranquilized in the neck and groaned as he fell unconscious into the trunk, where Chaz shut him in. Chaz, realizing his poor choice of words, muttered to himself. Meanwhile, Izuku witnessed everything and decided to intervene. He used his powers to send a bit of healing energy to Blitz. The next day, Alessio was filling Crimson's mug with coffee when Chaz sat down with another filled mug. Crimson gestured for Chaz to sit at the other side of the table. Izuku, Moxie, and Millie walked in, and Crimson greeted them enthusiastically. Millie noticed Blitz was missing and asked Chaz about him. Chaz pretended to mimic Blitz's voice, claiming he had gone outside for fresh air. Crimson urged Chaz to fetch Blitz so they could proceed. Millie volunteered to go look for him, and Izuku decided to accompany her. After a quick kiss on Moxie's cheek, Millie left. Crimson questioned Moxie's glum demeanor, reminding him it was his wedding day. Moxie firmly declared he wasn't going through with it, standing up to Crimson for the first time. He expressed his fear of hurting Millie and refused to let Crimson control his life any longer. As Moxie confronted his father, Crimson signaled Alessio to intervene. Moxie declared he was leaving, warning that anyone who tried to stop him would regret it. Just then, Alessio approached from behind and incapacitated Moxie, who fell to the floor. Meanwhile, outside the mansion, Izuku and Millie searched for Blitz, growing increasingly worried. They heard a noise from Chaz's trunk, and Millie opened it with her knife to find Blitz dazed inside. Blitz, still groggy, recognized them and asked about their friend. Millie and Izuku quickly realized they were in danger as two goons approached. Millie defended herself, taking down one with her knife and surprising Blitz with her skills. Izuku joined the fight, using his powers to eliminate the remaining threats. Back inside, Crimson was preparing for the wedding, while Moxie struggled against his restraints. As the priest began the vows, Moxie called out for Millie, desperate for help. Just as Chaz was about to respond affirmatively, Moxie tried to escape but was pulled back by Crimson, who forced him to comply. Outside, Millie panicked at the locked doors and turned to Izuku for help. Blitz, having found the car keys, led them to his car. They quickly climbed in, and Blitz turned on the radio, searching for a suitable song. Finally, he settled on a track that pumped them up for the chaos ahead. As the wedding reached its climax, Blitz crashed the car through the wall, stumbling out and declaring his objection. Izuku and Millie followed, striking a pose as they prepared to confront the goons. Millie fiercely defended her husband, ready to fight anyone who threatened them. Crimson, frustrated by Millie's unexpected strength, ordered his goons to attack, but she was determined to protect Moxie at all costs. Izuku stood at the center of a ring of menacing loan sharks, their eyes glinting with greed and malice. They were overly confident, believing they could intimidate the boy they had cornered. One of the sharks sneered at him, his tattoos snaking around his arms like the vines of a wicked plant. "You think you can just take all of us at once?" he taunted. Izuku smiled, a newfound confidence radiating from him. He was no longer the timid boy who had always been someone else's punching bag. He was the Overlord Green Demon, a force to be reckoned with. Izuku stood confidently, his voice steady and low as he declared, "It's time I remind you who I am." The atmosphere shifted, and the gang fell silent, sensing the change within him. Suddenly, Izuku's eyes transformed into swirling patterns, sending a chill through those around him. His hair flared into a vibrant green, and his form began to shift dramatically. As he embraced his demon form, wings and tentacles emerged, radiating a powerful aura that filled the alley. With each step, the ground trembled beneath him, and the lone sharks realized the danger too late. "Not to mess with the green demon," he roared, his voice echoing through the alley. In a swift motion, he unleashed a wave of dark energy, striking down some of the sharks. One shark lunged at him, but Izuku sidestepped effortlessly, delivering a devastating blow that sent the man crashing into his companions. Izuku moved with a predatory grace, dismantling their ranks one by one, each defeat accompanied by his chilling laughter. The last lone shark stood frozen in fear, pleading, "Wait, we can talk about this." But Izuku merely tilted his head, a sly smile on his lips. "No more talking. Just consequences." With that, he unleashed a final surge of energy, engulfing the last of the lone sharks in a blinding light. As the dust settled, the alley fell eerily silent, save for the soft hum of Izuku's fading energy. He surveyed the scene, a grim satisfaction washing over him. "Oh, I missed letting out steam," he said, taking a deep breath as he began to revert back to his human form, the green radiance dimming. Meanwhile, Millie continued her rampage, taking down several goons with surprising ferocity. "You idiots! Get them!" Crimson shouted in frustration, urging the remaining goons to attack. Millie skillfully blocked a gun with a well-placed kick, causing it to explode. After a series of intense confrontations, she managed to tie up one of the goons and dragged him through the venue, destroying everything in her path. As Millie approached the altar, a goon attempted to sucker punch her, but she swiftly knocked him out. Izuku glanced at Crimson, his eyes flickering back to their original state. Millie, with determination, hoisted Moxie over her shoulder, claiming him as her own. "This but is mine," she declared, playfully slapping his rear and causing him to blush. Blitzo chimed in revealing, "Chaz isn't even rich, okay? Check his car." Crimson's eyes widened in surprise. "He just played you," Blitz added, flipping them off as I.M.P hopped the destroyed fence and boarded a waiting helicopter, which flew away with a banner proclaiming their marriage. Chaz, still struggling with the aftermath of the chaos, found himself in a precarious situation. Izuku turned to him with a plan in mind. "If you want revenge, I have a better idea." He opened a portal to Valentino's studio and, using his powers, brought Chaz along. Inside, Valentino confronted Izuku, demanding to know what he wanted. Izuku explained the situation, prompting Crimson to share his grievances about Chaz. Valentino listened intently, intrigued by the proposal. "What do you say, Valentino? Chaz will work for you, and 90% of his salary will go to Crimson," Izuku suggested. Valentino agreed, adding, "I'll give you double the money just to take care of the modifications." Chaz protested, but Crimson presented him with a choice: work for Valentino or face dire consequences. I'll choose to live, Chaz replied, resigned. With the deal struck, Izuku released Chaz, who was promptly taken by Valentino. Don't worry. I'll take good care of him, Valentino assured, as Izuku and Crimson left, satisfied with the outcome. Looks like you get your hands on some good money, Izuku remarked. That's why I let you go. But be aware, Crimson replied, a hint of caution in his tone. Next time we meet again, I'll have your head on a plate, Izuku thought, his eyes narrowing with determination. He flew towards I.M.P. Back at I.M.P., the helicopter arrived and Luna, sitting in the same chair as the day before, quickly glanced at the camera and gave an annoyed shrug. Izuku arrived just as Blitz, Moxie, and Millie disembarked the helicopter, which unfortunately crashed. Moxie hugged Millie tightly. Thank you for saving me. You're amazing. You too, Izuku, he said gratefully. Not to worry, Moxie. Chaz won't be a problem for you anymore. Valentino is taking care of him, Izuku reassured him. Millie smiled and added, next time, just tell me if your dad is a psychopath, I can handle it. Blitz chuckled. Well, I'm glad everything ended up okay. Good to know we both have family issues, Mox. Also, I got to meet your ex-boyfriend, isn't that great? Now we all have a connection. He hugged Moxie and Millie tightly. Later, Izuku arrived at the new Has-Been Hotel and entered his room, where he was greeted by Charlie, Vaggie, AI, Luna, and Octavia, all dressed similarly. Charlie looked at him playfully and asked, You like what you see? Absolutely. Izuku replied enthusiastically. Then come and claim us, Vaggie urged. I have a whole month off, AI added. Neither do we, Octavia chimed in. Luna smirked. We don't mind if we can't walk for a few weeks. Izuku closed the door and used his powers to make the room soundproof, ready to enjoy the moment. In a small future segment, a live interview with All Might played on the big screens. The host asked, All Might, can you tell us more about this green demon who appeared at the sports festival? All Might responded emphatically, It's not much to talk about him. I'll only say this. He's a villain and will be put behind bars for every life he took. He'll face justice. Then, Izuku's voice crackled over the radio. Salutations. Good to be back on the air, he announced from above the television building with his radio tech. Yes, I know it's been a while since someone with style treated this society to a broadcast. Fakers for joy, he continued. Shut up, you villain. All Might shouted back. Instead of someone mediocre addicted to steroids, Izuku retorted. What? All Might exclaimed. Is All Might insecure about his reputation? But in between this bad and that, nothing is working, Izuku teased. Don't listen to him. All Might warned. Every day he has new merchandise, Izuku countered. You'll be caught. All Might threatened. Is All Might as strong as he claims? Or is he just riding on support? He'd be nothing without OFA, Izuku pressed on. You scum villain. All Might shouted. And here's the sugar on the cream. I asked him if I could be a hero, but he told me no, and now that I'm about to destroy his career, he's upset. That's the tea, Izuku concluded. You villain. All Might yelled as the TV started glitching. I'll catch you. The live interview abruptly disconnected, and Izuku chuckled over the radio. I'm afraid you lost your signal. The world fell silent. Then Izuku said, Let's begin. I'm going to make you wish that I'd stayed gone, he declared as his horns grew larger. When I'm done, your status quo will know its race is run, he continued, his wings and tail expanding, transforming his appearance. His eyes flickered with intensity. Oh, this will be fun, he added, and the radio broadcast ended. In the future, Izuku was meeting all the teachers of UA. Snipe approached to introduce himself, but Izuku interrupted. Ah, yes. You're the one who shot and ruined my coat. I definitely remember you now. The atmosphere grew tense as all the teachers sensed the shift. And so, the story continued, with Izuku preparing to make his full appearance as the Green Demon on Earth, as his quest for vengeance began. Chapter End. Izuku was in the lobby, laughing uncontrollably, drawing concerned looks from everyone around him. Husk questioned why he was acting so strangely, while Angel shrugged, unsure of the cause. Charlie approached Izuku, asking him why he was laughing. Izuku paused, noticing his friends and girlfriend, and apologized for disturbing them. Alastor reassured him that there was no need to worry. Hisashi, curious, asked what was so funny. Izuku stepped aside to reveal a calendar marked for the next day. Cherry inquired about the significance of the date, and Izuku explained that it was the day of the UA High School entrance exam, where certain individuals would undoubtedly be present. Alastor chuckled, suggesting that Izuku was planning his revenge. Izuku confirmed this, and Alastor playfully ruffled his hair, proud of his protégé. Izuku acknowledged his mentor's influence but stated he needed to speak with Detective Naomasa. Hisashi remembered that Naomasa's quirk was a lie detector, and Vaggie expressed curiosity about its implications. Izuku opened a portal to Earth, stepping through to find Muzutafu enveloped in an eerie fog. The atmosphere was tense, with citizens whispering about the feared Overlord Green Demon. In his demon form, Izuku walked confidently through the streets, his coat rippling with energy and his green hair glowing ominously. With each step, his cane tapped rhythmically on the pavement, signaling his presence. Heroes, emboldened by their longing for glory, emerged to confront him. One hero shouted for him to stop, but Izuku merely smiled wickedly. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a wave of dark energy that surged toward them. The heroes ignited their quirks, but it was too late. The blast collided with Izuku's energy, creating a blinding flash that sent them reeling. As the dust settled, some heroes struggled to rise, visibly shaken. One murmured in disbelief, asking what Izuku had become. He stepped closer, mockingly declaring that he had embraced his true power. Tendrils of darkness erupted from him, ensnaring the heroes and pulling them down. Another hero attempted to fight back, but his efforts were futile against Izuku's overwhelming force. One by one, the heroes faltered, their morale shattered. Izuku proclaimed that this was their final lesson, sending out pulses of energy that overwhelmed any remaining resistance. The streets echoed with desperation as citizens watched in horror, realizing their heroes were crumbling before the Overlord Green Demon. In a final display of power, Izuku asserted his dems over the city, declaring it a realm ruled by fear. Later, Naomasa entered his apartment and heard a voice greeting him. He turned to see Izuku sitting calmly with a cup of tea. Startled, Naomasa drew his pistol, but Izuku assured him he meant no harm and only wanted to talk. Naomasa holstered his weapon and joined Izuku, who offered him a cup of tea. As they settled in, Naomasa asked what the conversation was about. Izuku introduced himself as the Overlord Green Demon and mentioned his connection to Hisashi Midoriya, who had died in an accident. When Naomasa expressed disbelief about the circumstances of Hisashi's death, Izuku revealed documents that suggested foul play, indicating that All Might had been involved. Naomasa struggled to accept the truth, but his quirk confirmed Izuku's claims. Izuku then shared more about his own troubled past, detailing how he had been wronged throughout his life. Naomasa listened intently, grappling with the corruption and greed that had tainted the world around them. Izuku handed Naomasa the documents revealing how Toshinori had planned to sell him to the Hero Commission. Naomasa reflected on the changes in Toshinori, questioning whether the man he once knew had ever truly existed. He asked about the last folder, and Izuku presented it, detailing a troubling scheme involving Izumi and her friends. Naomasa slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming that they were not heroes. Later, Izuku opened a window and spread his wings, announcing to Naomasa that it was time for him to leave. He assured the detective that he would make copies of the documents before flying away. Naomasa then called Toshinori and Inko to the UA office, requesting that they bring Izumi, her friends, and their parents. Toshinori asked Naomasa why he had summoned them, while Endeavor expressed his frustration at being there. In Class 1A, Izumi and her friends waited for the second day to start, distracted by their phones as news spread about another hero falling victim to the Green Demon. Eraserhead was asleep in his sleeping bag. Momo expressed disbelief that Izuku could have done something so terrible, while Fumikage felt an unsettling darkness. Ochako recalled Izuku claiming he had become a demon, and Mina questioned the nature of Alastor, the one who had influenced him. Katsumi vowed to confront Alastor for what he had done to Izuku, while Tenya expressed his disappointment in Izuku's actions, feeling he had not given permission for such choices. They all agreed to try to save Izuku from Alastor's influence. Suddenly, they heard Izuku's voice, though he was not visible. An old radio crackled to life, and Izuku's voice came through, teasing that it was time to get down to business. He then appeared before them, greeting his friends, who looked on in fear, including Eraserhead. Izuku sank into the shadows and reappeared in front of Katsumi, playfully lifting her chin and urging her to smile. Katsumi trembled, feeling the weight of his dark power. Katsuki charged at Izuku, demanding he stay away from his sister. Izuku easily dodged Katsuki's attack and summoned tentacles that ensnared him. Despite Katsuki's efforts, he found himself unable to break free, and Izuku taunted him about his struggle against someone he deemed quirkless. Izuku's tentacles tightened around Katsuki, causing him to cry out in distress. The rest of Class 1A prepared to step in, with Eraserhead at the forefront, but Izuku interjected. "I wouldn't try anything," he warned, his voice low and menacing. "I have your lovely classmate at my mercy. One wrong move and it will be on your hands." Momo, confused, asked, "What do you mean by the rest of it?" Suddenly, Izuku emerged from the shadows, appearing behind Momo and gripping her shoulders. "I always thought you were smart, my dear Creati, but seeing you so naive is amusing." Denki chimed in, "What are you talking about?" Izuku's gaze turned sharp. "Use your brain. You pushed me to make a deal with my good friend Alastor, and I became a demon. All those I took down? Their blood is not on my hands, it's on yours." Katsuki shouted, "That's not true, Deku. You killed them." Izuku turned to Katsuki, a smile creeping across his face. "If I'm the one who killed them, then answer me this, old pal. Who tormented me every day for something beyond my control? Who told me to give up? All those people I took down were like you, scum, fakes, and the list goes on. And if I remember correctly, you all left me to suffer. I guess I should repay the favor." With that, Izuku unleashed his tentacles, slamming Katsuki against the walls and sealing like a wrecking ball. Katsuki was unable to defend himself or use his quirk, all he could do was endure the onslaught. Izuku tossed him aside, laughing. How enjoyable was that? He surveyed the rest of the class, a wicked grin on his face. Who should I start with next? Or should I take all of you? Shoto stepped forward, challenging him. Do you think you can take all of us? The rest of Class 1A stood ready to fight, but Izuku's demeanor shifted. His eyes flickered with an unsettling energy, and his horns grew larger. Oh, trust me. I can. A chill ran down the spines of everyone present as Izuku revealed a glimpse of his power. His eyes returned to normal and his horns shrank back. But I just came to see how you scums achieve your dreams. Congratulations. You're in UA, the hero school of your dreams. It must be fantastic for you to be here while I'm out of the picture. Isn't it wonderful? Izumi shouted back. It's not. Izuku's smile vanished as he turned to her. We never wanted this to happen, Oni-chan. We wanted to stop you from pursuing being a hero, and we thought if we scared you with our quirks, you'd give up. We didn't want you to become a demon. Please forgive us. Tears streamed down Izumi's face, and the other girls followed suit. The boys, except for the unconscious Mutt, lowered their heads, even Eraserhead showing signs of remorse. They hoped Izuku would forgive them and they could start anew, but he laughed darkly. Never going to happen. The girls stopped crying and the boys, along with Eraserhead, looked up at Izuku in shock. What? Izumi stammered, her eyes glistening with tears. Do you really think I'll forgive you for what you did for 10 years straight? Oh, my foolish friends. You'll face my revenge. Eraserhead spoke up. Do you really think no one can stop you? You'll be caught eventually. Izuku smirked. That's what you think. But tell me this, how can you capture me if you can't cancel my powers? My abilities come from being an overlord, not from a quirk. And I'm stronger than All Might by a long shot. Minoru protested, "No one can surpass All Might." Izuku's expression hardened. "Is that so? Okay then. I'm about to end your lives." Izuku hit the floor with his cane, causing 4 tentacles to emerge from the ground. He sensed someone approaching the class and quickly made the tentacles disappear. "Well, I have to go. I'm sorry, but this broadcast ends for now," he said before sinking into the shadows and vanishing. Time passed, thanks to Kurumi's influence. Katsuki and Katsumi were on the villain team, preparing to face Izumi and Ochako, who were on the hero team. Despite Katsumi's protests, Katsuki charged towards Izumi. From the shadows, Izuku observed, "Look at poor little Kaken." Katsuki turned but saw nothing at first. Then, a shadow appeared on the wall. "Deku," Katsuki called out. "Yes and no. I'm now only a shadow. But even in this form, you're pathetic compared to me," Izuku replied. Katsuki felt a surge of anger. How dare Deku call him pathetic? He launched an explosion at the wall, shaking the building. "What's Katsuki doing?" Katsumi asked, confused. "I don't know," Izumi replied, equally puzzled. Katsuki smirked at the hole he had created. "Take that, Deku." Was that supposed to do anything? Izuku's shadow appeared in scathe. "How?" "I blasted your quirkless butt." Katsuki shouted in disbelief. "How foolish of you, Kaken. I'm a shadow. You can't hurt me no matter what you do. Even if I were in physical form, I'm immune to fire, and your explosions are just another form of fire. You're quirkless against me," Izuku taunted. Katsuki's anger intensified at the mention of being quirkless. He unleashed a barrage of explosions at Izuku's shadow, but it only moved from wall to wall, deliberately causing more destruction. In the monitor room, Ejiro asked, "What's Katsubro doing?" Mina shrugged. "I don't know. He's just attacking the walls for no reason." Back in the building, Izuku teased, "Miss me." Katsuki fired another explosion. "Miss me again. Come on, Kaken. Are you even trying?" Katsuki was frustrated. He wanted nothing more than to defeat Deku, but his explosions had no effect. Suddenly, an announcement rang out, "Heroes Team Win." Katsuki halted in shock. "What?" "You shouldn't have left Katsumi alone. She had to defend the bomb by herself, and since she's like you, anyone can beat her," Izuku said, moving to the floor where Izumi, Ochako, and Katsumi were. Katsuki followed him, bursting through the door to find Katsumi looking defeated. "I lost," she admitted. "Don't feel discouraged, Katsumi. You should work harder," Izumi encouraged. Then, Katsuki entered, radiating anger. "Katsuki, what are you doing?" Izumi asked, alarmed. Katsuki pointed his gauntlet at them. "Daidikeyu." He pulled the pin, unleashing a massive explosion toward Izumi, Ochako, and Katsumi. Katsumi quickly pulled her own pin to protect them, but Katsuki's explosion was too powerful, sending them crashing through the wall and into the streets. Realizing the consequences of his actions, Katsuki rushed outside. "No. What I've done." He saw Izumi, Ochako, and Katsumi injured and panicked, unsure of how to help. Then he succumbed to sleep, courtesy of Midnight's gas. Later, Katsuki found himself tied to a hospital bed in Recovery Girl's office. He thought he was alone until Izuku emerged from the shadows. "I have to say that was quite the entertainment," Izuku remarked. "Deku!" Katsuki shouted, furious. "The one and only. I wonder what the teachers will say about you now? They might consider expelling you for that villainous act. Don't you agree?" Izuku teased. "It was your fault." Katsuki yelled. "Oh really? Did I pull the pin from your gauntlet? Did I blast several walls? Did I shout die? Even if you told them about me, the teachers would just have questions like, why was the green demon here? Or, what history do you have with him?" Izuku replied with a smile. "Enjoy your life while it lasts." He sank back into the shadows, leaving Katsuki fuming. Meanwhile, Izuku returned to his room, where he encountered friends who welcomed him with playful banter. As he settled in, he reflected on the chaos that had unfolded, knowing that more challenges awaited him in the future. End of chapter. Izuku looked hopeful as he addressed his friends, expressing his longing to reunite their band. He greeted one of them, curious about their name, while another friend began to sing about their struggles, feeling trapped in a dark place. Izuku lamented their shared feelings towards All Might, and Alastor, a mysterious figure, chimed in, revealing that two heroines they thought were lost had returned. With a flick of his cane, Izuku transformed them into ink puppets, hinting at the deeper magic at play. As the atmosphere shifted, Izuku declared that their life support had been revived by remarkable hands, urging everyone to forget their past troubles and focus on bringing their band back to life. He encouraged them to play their instruments, emphasizing the importance of their music and the magic it held. Izuku's friend echoed his sentiments, expressing hope that they could reignite their passion. Together, they called for an amen, celebrating the power of art and the dreams that fueled their creativity. However, there were underlying tensions as they realized that not everything was as it seemed. Alastor welcomed them to the underground, hinting at the possibility of escape but warning that it would require belief and effort. The group reflected on their past, acknowledging the challenges they faced and the longing to break free from their constraints. As the narrative unfolded, Alastor took on a guiding role, encouraging them to embrace their talents and work together to overcome the darkness that surrounded them. Izuku, now the conductor of this performance, sought to rally his friends, asking them to trust in their abilities. With a dramatic flourish, they welcomed the audience to their Gospel of Dismay, and as they vanished into the shadows, Izuku found himself on a rooftop, meeting Alastor for the first time. They exchanged introductions, with Izuku revealing his identity as the Ink Demon from his world. Alastor expressed intrigue about Izuku's powers, and they shared a handshake, solidifying their newfound alliance. Just then, Izuku sensed an energy approaching and opened a portal, warning Alastor to retreat. He transformed back into his human form just as Inko appeared, ready to confront the situation. With a mix of tension and anticipation, Izuku greeted Inko, acknowledging her role in their story and preparing for the next chapter of their adventure. "You turned your back on the only son you had and transformed him into a demon." Inko couldn't respond to this. Izuku summoned 4 tentacles that restrained Inko's arms and legs as he approached her. "Any moment now, Inko," he said. "Believe me, I know I've sunk pretty low, but whatever I've done, you deserved." "Inko," she pleaded. "Quiet." Izuku snapped. "I'm the bad guy, and that's fine. It's no fault of mine, and some justice at last will be served." "Please, listen," Inko begged. "Now it's time to step up or back down," he declared. "And there's only one answer for me." He summoned his cane, which began to emit green energy. "And I'll stand up and fight because I know that I'm right." With that, Izuku transformed, revealing his demon form. "And I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, ready as I'll ever be." Inko struggled against the tentacles. "You won't stop me from having my revenge," he said, using his tentacles to knock Inko against the wall before flying away. As he soared above Japan, he searched for his next target when an angelic spear nearly struck him. He dodged just in time and turned to see Lute and Sarah flying toward him. He landed and they followed suit. "What do I owe the displeasure of this meeting?" Izuku asked. "You and the others. Killed Adam." "I'll kill you," Lute shouted. Adam had it coming. "And one more thing, Lute," Izuku replied. "What?" she exclaimed. "Talk to the hand." Lute, furious, charged at him with her sword, but he easily dodged her attack. "Like Adam, you lack DSPLN, he taunted, dodging again. "Control and worst of all, you're sloppy." He summoned over 20 tentacles that overwhelmed Lute and immobilized her. Suddenly, Izuku's right hand was ensnared in yellow chains. He looked to see Sarah had summoned them, using similar chains to destroy his tentacles. Free, Lute grabbed her sword and charged again. The chains held Izuku back, and despite his efforts to dodge, Lute managed to stab him in the shoulder. He felt the pain but refused to scream, choosing instead to laugh, which only irritated Sarah and Lute further. "What's so funny, demon?" Sarah demanded. "Oh, just how weak you both are," Izuku replied, blood leaking from his shoulder. "You need me immobilized just to kill me. I always wondered how you managed to defeat so many back in the day." Lute attempted another stab, but Izuku dodged and punched her, knocking her out. He summoned tentacles to free his arm, but they were destroyed, and his left arm was caught in yellow chains. Sarah walked toward him. So, after all this time, you decided to intervene? Did Adam's death anger you, or did you want him dead all along? He asked, but Sarah remained silent and slapped him, causing him to spit blood. Oh, I know. You're angry because Charlie's plan for redemption might actually be working, and you were wrong. The great seraphim Sarah is wrong? How delightful, he taunted. Sarah summoned more chains, pinning Izuku to the ground. She stomped on his chest, making him spit more blood, but he still wouldn't scream. What's the matter, Sarah? Is the high seraphim mad that she might be wrong? He coughed. Sarah took Lut's sword and prepared to strike, but suddenly a voice called out, "That's enough." Sarah turned, fear evident on her face. "My lord, what are you doing here?" she stammered. "I told you many times that I didn't approve of the extermination day. And what did you do? You went against my order. I told you that extermination day is useless. Every day, thousands or millions of people die or are born. Adam died because of his own faults. You are no longer the seraphim head, Emily is from now on. You can't do this." Those demons were uprising. Sarah protested. "From what I've seen, they're enjoying their lives in hell. I didn't even see them trying to rise up. From now on, your powers and those of the other exorcists will be stripped away." With that, God took away all of Sarah and the exorcist's powers. You're lucky to still be welcomed in heaven, but be warned. If I catch you doing this again, you'll be banished. He sent Sarah and Lute back to heaven. Izuku began to rise using his cane, and Emily approached to help him stand. "Let me help you," she said, using her powers to heal his wounds. As she touched him, she noticed how strong he was, causing her to blush slightly. Once she finished healing him, Izuku stood on his own. "Thank you, Charlie's sister," he said with a bow. "Hey, Charlie and I are not related." Emily protested. "Are you sure? You both have the same appealing faces," he teased, pinching her cheeks. Emily blushed harder and buried her head into his chest. "Are you okay, little one?" he asked. Emily quickly pulled away, and God spoke again. "Green demon." Izuku glared at God with resentment, and God felt the intensity of his gaze but didn't attempt to justify his actions. "I know I was wrong when I created quirks. I thought that if 20% of the population were quirkless, they wouldn't forget that they were once normal. Well, you made a big mistake. When quirks appeared, everyone panicked and treated those with quirks like freaks. Now it's the other way around. Freaks became normals and normals became freaks. You're stuck. You can't stop quirks from existing because some are used in medicine and to help others. And you can't give the quirkless quirks because, like me, they'll be labeled as villains for wanting revenge. I'll find a way. But for now, I must leave. I can't stay in the human realm for long. I could be exposed. And by the way, I won't stand in your way of vengeance." "You won't?" Izuku asked. "No. Your past brought this upon itself," God replied before departing. Emily then said, "Well, I have to leave as well. Maybe we can hang out. We could go for a jog." "Splendid idea. I know a stadium not far from here. And I don't think you need a disguise since now, all you have to do is say you look like that because of your quirk," Izuku suggested. "Okay," Emily agreed. "I'll see you next time," Emily said, leaving with a blush on her cheeks. The next day, Izuku decided to visit his friends. Izumi and her friends walked through the halls of UA, heading toward their classroom. Most of them were shivering in fear after the events of the previous day. Not only was Izuku known as the Green Demon who had caused chaos, but now there was also talk of a new threat, the Ink Demon. "Any news from your parents, Izumi?" Katsuki asked, concern etched on his face. "Not yet," Izumi replied. "Dad just woke up and doesn't remember much from yesterday, only that the Ink Demon has harmed many heroes and that he and Oni-chan are a team now." Katsuki's frustration boiled over. "When I find Deku and that Ink Demon, I'll confront them both. Will you be quiet? This is all your fault." Katsumi shot back. "If you hadn't come up with that ridiculous idea to bully Aiken to make him stop wanting to be a hero, he wouldn't have turned into a demon." It's not my fault Deku is quirkless. He's too weak to be a hero. Katsuki retorted. Shoto chimed in, we forgot. It's never your fault, it's always someone else's. When will you wake up to reality? Katsuki glared at him. What did you say, half-half? Denki added, it's all on you. You had to come up with that plan. My plans are perfect. Katsuki insisted. Ejiro shook his head. And look where that got us. Our friend became a demon. He's harmed many people. Their blood is on our hands. As they finally entered the classroom, they noticed their teacher hadn't arrived yet. They took their seats, tension still hanging in the air. But when Tenya sat down, a bear trap hidden under his desk snapped shut, catching his right leg. Tenya let out a loud scream, drawing the attention of his classmates. They quickly rushed to his side, noticing the bear trap clamped onto his leg. Where did that bear trap come from? Denki asked, bewildered. That's easy. I put it there, a voice replied, sending chills down their spines. From the shadows, Izuku appeared on the teacher's desk, casually sipping a cup of coffee. Good day, my friends. Don't you love a good hunting season? He said with a smirk. Katsuki prepared to activate his quirk, but Izuku raised a hand to stop him. I wouldn't try that, my dear friend, unless you want to turn your friends into barbecue. What are you talking about, Deku? Katsuki shouted, confusion and anger mixing in his voice. So powerful, yet so naive. Don't tell me you don't smell the wonderful perfume I used on your class? Izuku taunted. As the others exchanged puzzled glances, they began to notice a strange scent in the air. Denki's eyes widened. Gasoline. Correct, Izuku replied, a sinister grin spreading across his face. I knew my explosive friend would try to attack me, even if his attacks are useless against me. So I decided to change the. You're free to attack me, my friend. Everyone's eyes widened in horror, realizing the danger they were in. Anything could ignite the gasoline surrounding them. Shoto spoke up, I can use my ice to freeze the gasoline, Deku. True, Izuku acknowledged, but you forgot something. I used my powers to block the windows and doors. Plus, you can't freeze something as dense as gasoline. If you use your ice, you might cause everyone to suffer from hypothermia. Shoto fell silent, contemplating the implications. Please, Aiken. That BSTRD is controlling you. Let us help you, Katsumi pleaded. That's right, Oni-chan. Let us help you break free from that Alastor guy, Izumi added. Izuku stepped closer to Katsumi, cupping her face in his hands. My friend Alastor taught me something. Don't break someone's heart, they only have one of those. Katsumi leaned in, closing her eyes, expecting a kiss. Instead, Izuku suddenly grabbed her collar and threw her against the wall. Gee, she screamed as she hit the surface. Izuku's demeanor shifted dramatically, his eyes flickering with a strange energy as tentacles emerged from his back. Break their bones. They have 206 of those. Katsumi fell to the ground, dazed from the impact. Do you really think I'll forgive you for what you did? How foolish of you. I'll have my revenge, and when you beg for mercy, I won't grant it. Let me show you what I can do. The atmosphere darkened, shadows swirling around him, reflecting the turmoil within Izuku's heart. Once a hopeful hero, he now stood transformed, embodying a darker fate. This isn't you, Deku. Ochako shouted, stepping forward, desperation etched on her face. Katsuki clenched his fists, torn between anger and concern. Izuku raised his hands, energy crackling around him, no longer just a boy striving for greatness but the embodiment of his darker powers. Do you really think you can save me? He echoed, his voice resonating through the classroom. You tormented me and labeled me a failure, he continued, the temperature dropping as despair filled the air. Wither and decay, and this destiny, break these earthly chains, and set the spirit free, he chanted, dark magic weaving through the air. Katsuki shouted, What the hell are you saying, Deku? Pain surged through everyone, causing some to collapse. Izuku pressed on with his incantation, shadows creeping toward his former friends, fueled by his anguish. Take what has been hurt, grant them no mercy, bend and break the reins, and set the spirit free, he continued, memories of laughter fading into bitterness. Stop this! Katsuki yelled, channeling his anger. We're still your friends. You don't have to do this. But Izuku only laughed, a hollow sound that sent chills down their spines. Friends? You turned your back on me when I needed you the most. Now pay. Suddenly, sensing Eraserhead's energy approaching, Izuku cancelled his spell. Well, that was fun. But for now, this broadcast ends. He sank into the shadows and disappeared. Eraserhead arrived moments later, finding some of the students on the ground and Tenya injured from the bear trap. They rushed to Recovery Girl for help. Fortunately, the trap had been set in a way that wouldn't cause serious harm, but Tenya would need to take things slowly. Meanwhile, Izuku returned to a different realm, greeted by his true family, the ones who cared for him. As he settled in, Mimsy returned with some unexpected guests, and Izuku prepared for what was to come. Bendy, the dancing demon, twirled and hopped with a mischievous smile, embodying the wonders of imagination. He welcomed his friend back, hinting at the long wait they had endured. With a flick of his form, he transformed into a pot of ink, only to emerge as a more menacing version of himself. I'm the product of an artist whose creations bring delight, he proclaimed, inviting others to free themselves from reason and embrace the darkness that lay ahead. He created a doll resembling a familiar character, a reminder of why he had once aspired to be a hero. As he navigated the eerie surroundings, he felt the weight of despair, warning that the world could be a dangerous canvas. The ink flowed freely, and with it, the shadows of betrayal loomed large. Bendy reflected on his past, revealing that he had once been a source of inspiration, now twisted by the very power that had made him strong. The atmosphere thickened as he sensed danger approaching. With ink pentagrams forming beneath him, he prepared for confrontation, wielding an ink blade to defend himself against the lurking threats. I need help, he called out, surrounded by ominous symbols. The tension escalated as he faced off against foes, showcasing his strength and resilience. In a moment of chaos, he transformed into a giant, overpowering his enemies with sheer force. Once the battle subsided, he reverted to his original form, continuing his dance with a smile that belied the darkness within. Meanwhile, in a different scene, Izuku found himself at a stadium, preparing for a jog with Emily. Their conversation hinted at a deeper connection, but Izuku felt torn between his feelings for her and his commitments to others. As the day unfolded, a new threat emerged in the form of a powerful creature, the Nomu. Izuku intervened just in time, showcasing his own strength and determination. With a display of power, he faced the creature, revealing the extent of his abilities and the resolve to protect those around him. The battle intensified, and Izuku emerged victorious, proving that he was a force to be reckoned with. The tension of the day faded, leaving room for new challenges and the promise of adventure ahead. Now you're next. Tamura, filled with anger, called out for Kurogiri to help him escape. Kurogiri opened a portal, allowing Tamura to slip away. You'll pay for this, brat, he warned before disappearing. Izuku glanced behind him and saw All Might transform back into Toshinori. He approached Toshinori with a smile, ready for the next confrontation. Now you're next, he declared, preparing to attack. However, the door suddenly burst open, revealing UA teachers and Tenya. You can walk after that bear trap? You're a stubborn one, Izuku remarked, glancing at Nizu. Good day, homunculus. The teachers charged at Izuku, but he chose to toy with them, unsummoning his cane and allowing himself to be captured. Police officers arrived and took Izuku to Tartarus, yet he maintained his smile throughout the process. While the teachers felt relieved that the green demon was finally caught, Nizu remained skeptical. The smile on Izuku's face troubled him. Why did he let himself be captured? He wondered. The Hero Commission celebrated Izuku's capture, but little did they know, they were in for a surprise. Next, Sport Festival, Alastor game song. Then, training camp. Until next time. Chapter End. MDM President, Toshinori, Inko, Nizu, and Aizawa were seated in a room, facing the green demon, Izuku Midoriya, who was captured and restrained in a chair. A month had passed since his capture, and they had been unable to extract any information from him. His DNA indicated that he was still quirkless, which frustrated MDM President, who had believed that Alastor was one of All for One's minions and had given Izuku quirks. During the interrogation, Izuku maintained a smile, seemingly unfazed by the situation. MDM President demanded to know the whereabouts of Alastor and the Ink Demon, to which Izuku replied with a grin, questioning why she disliked surprises. Angered, MDM President slammed her fist on a button connected to Izuku's chair, sending jolts through his body. Despite the pain, Izuku laughed, claiming it tickled. MDM President, furious at his reaction, shouted for him to stop smiling. Izuku, still laughing, remarked on the power of a smile, comparing it to Toshinori's persona as All Might, stating that it could inspire friends and keep enemies guessing. Frustrated, MDM President left the room, followed by the others. Nizu noted that they had not gained any information from Izuku, not even about his quirk. MDM President assured them that after the sports festival, they would obtain his quirk through breeding, implying that Izumi and her friends would have children with him. Eraserhead questioned what would happen if Izuku refused, to which MDM President coldly replied that it didn't matter. Nizu expressed concern over the inhumanity of the plan, but MDM President insisted it was necessary to prevent Izuku from disrupting their system, stating that after they had his children, he would be executed. Toshinori and Inko both agreed with her. Unbeknownst to them, Izuku's shadow lurked through the walls, overhearing everything and feeling a surge of anger. Meanwhile, some heroes were trying to escape danger when the Ink Demon, Bendy, appeared, declaring his dominion over the realm and attacking them with ink spikes. Time passed, and Izuku watched the sports festival on a TV. The event concluded with All Might awarding medals. Shoto placed third, Izumi second, and Katsuki first. Izuku laughed at the outcome, and with a snap of his fingers his prison jumpsuit vanished, replaced by his green coat. He adjusted his bow in the mirror and summoned his cane, then was engulfed in flames and disappeared. At the sports festival, All Might rallied the crowd, but a chilling laugh echoed through the arena. From the flames, Izuku emerged in his green outfit, introducing himself as the Green Demon, known for his past deeds. As police rushed to apprehend him, Izuku summoned shadowy tentacles that overwhelmed them. Izuku dismissed their attempts to stop him and faced Kamui, who charged at him. With a flick of his wrist, Izuku sent flames toward Kamui, engulfing him. As he approached Kamui's fallen form, he remarked that things were much better now. When All Might attempted to intervene, Izuku struck him with his cane, sending the hero crashing into the wall, leaving everyone shocked at the display of power from a young boy. With a devious smile, Izuku teleported back to Katsuki's pillar, where Katsuki, chained and furious, glared at him. Izuku returned the gaze with a smile before beginning to sing. "I've got a game I want to show you," a voice echoed, filled with a playful yet ominous tone. "If I tell you my name, you'll have to play too. I've been here for years, biding my time, waiting until I could find you." Izuku emerged from the shadows, appearing next to some heroes. "Just sign on the line and we can be friends. I'll be here for you until your world ends. Enjoy all your toys, I will supply. You only live once, and you'll be mine." As he spoke, the atmosphere shifted, and he vanished, only to reappear in front of Izumi, Katsuki, and Shoto in a striking form. He reached out with tendrils, gripping the stadium where they stood. "Come into my world, take a look at me. I am the nightmare on the dark side of the moon. I'm your first last resort, so call me when you need a helping hand. Play your cards wrong, and I'll see you soon." He released them, a smirk on his face. "Sorry, I don't mean to alarm you. If you ask me to stay, I would be charmed to. You all have such cozy little lives. How do you survive like that? I wish I knew. But you've got a lovely little secret. You're tired of feeling small, so you give me a call to make a deal because you're hungry for the sights." Izuku continued, "You want to see them, earthly delights. You feel you need them, your appetites. I'll help you feed them, I'll be your sweet green demon. And once your hunger has abated, don't forget your friend who waited, watched as you indulged your thirst. Did I mention that you're cursed? Come into my world, take a look at me. I am the nightmare on the dark side of the moon. I'm your first last resort, so call me when you need a helping hand. Play your cards wrong, and I'll see you soon. You laid your chips out on the table now. When you gamble souls, the house will always win. I'm here to cash my payout. I hope it was worth the life of sin. Welcome to my world. Take a look around. Inside your nightmare, deep beyond the mortal veil, you made a wrong turn at the crossroads. Now you're at the final episode, Eternity with me. Izuku then appeared, sitting casually, sipping coffee. Pleasure to play, how I enjoyed you. Suffice to say, when I play, I don't lose. I collect on the debts that you accrued. Have a dark thought. I'm right beside you, a casual whisper just to guide you. Look over your shoulder and I'm gone. Remember this song, and I bid you adieu. As the music faded, Izuku laughed. For now, the broadcast is ending. In a flash of flames, he disappeared, leaving only his laughter behind. Meanwhile, at the Hero Commission, a voice exclaimed, "We need to capture him." Back in the locker room, Izumi and the rest of Class 1A were in shock. How did Deku escape Tartarus? Katsuki demanded. Maybe because they can't hold him, someone suggested, turning to see Bendy, who appeared in his cartoon form but was the same size as Izuku. Who are you? Kyoka asked, confusion evident. Bendy introduced himself. I'm the Overlord Bendy, the Ink Demon. I'm here to deliver a message from my friend, the Green Demon. Your days are numbered. He'll have his revenge. Izumi tried to explain, but Bendy interrupted. You just wanted to scare him with your quirks and make him give up. But it turns out you messed up a lot. Great job, everyone. Katsuki, furious, shouted, What did you say, Ink Bisudi? Bendy playfully created a version of Katsuki's head from his hand. Yeah. You'll kill me. That's no surprise. With a sudden leap, Bendy began to sing. That's right, I heard the story over and over again. Gee, it's swell to finally meet her other friends. He danced around, grabbing members of Class 1A, teasing them with questions about their activities. Did you think all this time that I wouldn't find out about you? As he continued, he playfully smashed them together, his laughter echoing. That's right, I heard the story over and over again. Gee, it's swell to finally meet her other friends. Toru asked, Who's this Ink guy? Izumi replied, I don't know. But Oni-chan knows him. They both beat Dad a month ago. Katsuki, still angry, demanded, Who the hell are you, extra? Bendy transformed, revealing his true form. Who am I? I'm the loser of the game you didn't know you were playing. Let's play another game, this time I get to win. With scythe-like blades emerging from his hands, he challenged them, lives on the line. Winner takes all. Ready or not, let's begin. Bendy swung his blades, creating chaos but intentionally avoiding any serious harm. Then, just as quickly, he vanished. Meanwhile, Izuku observed Tsubasa, one of his past tormentors, who had narrowly escaped a previous encounter. Tsubasa sat in a cafe, visibly shaken by the news of the Green Demon's escape. Suddenly, a boy with brown hair and glasses appeared before him, dressed in red, black, and white. Hey pal, hey friend, hey buddy. Why so sad, so downright unhappy? That's not my cup of tea. The boy drank Tsubasa's coffee and then started to dance, spinning his cane. You know that this could be your last day here on Earth, so buddy, please, won't you smile just for me? The boy showed Tsubasa his smile, and with his charm, Tsubasa forgot about everything and began to smile, captivated by the boy's charisma. They exited outside, and for some reason, Tsubasa followed the boy. My dear, no you don't have to cry. That ain't a pretty legacy to leave behind. They arrived at a rose bush. Stop and smell the roses while you've got the time. Pretty soon, you'll be pushing up daisies where the sun don't shine. Izuku's shadow lurked from behind, smiling. They ventured deeper into the forest until they reached a wooden cabin. Once inside, Tsubasa saw photos of his teachers from Aldera, his classmates, and the now Class 1A. The images were marked in a way that made Tsubasa uneasy. So lose that long face, Izuku said, revealing himself as the Green Demon. None of us are here to stay, so treat every day like it's a holiday. Tsubasa felt a chill as Izuku pulled out an axe. He tried to fly away, but the dense forest made his wings useless, so he ran. Until the day you slip away, Izuku called after him, walking casually, smiling. Tsubasa stumbled over a root and fell. Izuku approached him, his smile unwavering. Stop and smell the roses while you've got the time. Pretty soon, you'll be pushing up daisies where the sun don't shine. Then, Izuku vanished into the forest, knowing it well, as it was a place he used to hide. A few days passed since the sport festival, and Izuku had escaped Tartarus. Bendy returned to his world, and Izuku met his counterparts from other worlds, one of whom was a celestial dragon who granted him the ability to travel through the multiverse. Right now, a live interview with All Might was on the big screens. The host asked, "All Might, can you tell us more about the green demon who appeared at the sport festival and who successfully escaped Tartarus?" All Might replied, "It's not much to talk about him. I'll only say this. He's a villain and he will be put behind bars for every life he took. He'll face justice." Then, Izuku's voice crackled over the radio. "Salutation. Good to be back on the air." Above the television building, Izuku was broadcasting. "Yes, I know it's been a while since someone with style treated this society to a broadcast. Fakers rejoice." All Might shouted back, "Shut up, you demon villain." Izuku continued, "Instead of someone mediocre addicted to steroids." All Might was taken aback. "What?" Izuku teased, "Is All Might insecure pursuing a lure? But in between this bad and that is nothing working. Don't listen to him." All Might yelled. Izuku added, "Every day he got a new merchandise." "You'll be caught." All Might shot back. Izuku smirked. "Is All Might as strong as he proposed? Or is he based on support? He'll be nothing without OFA." "You scum villain." All Might roared. "And here's the sugar on the cream. I asked him if I could be a hero, but he told me no, and now that'll destroy his career. He's upset, that's the tea," Izuku concluded. The live interview suddenly glitched, and All Might shouted, "I'll catch you," before the broadcast was disconnected. "I'm afraid you lost your signal," Izuku said, and the world fell silent. Then he declared, "Let's begin. I'm gonna make you wish that I'd stayed gone," he warned as his appearance transformed. His horns grew larger, and his wings and tail expanded. His eyes became like radio static. "Oh, this will be fun." The radio broadcast ended, and everyone felt the immense power radiating from Izuku. In Class 1A, a chill went down their spines. Katsuki was fuming with anger, shouting, "Deku!" Eraserhead, their teacher, instructed, "Okay, sit down and choose your internship. Being afraid is not going to help us capture the green demon." Izumi asked, "But uncle, how can we stop Oni-chan?" Katsuki added, "He's a demon. His powers don't come from a quirk." Then, a voice that sounded like it came through a radio echoed, "Oh, that's easy. You can't stop my friend." All of Class 1A and Eraserhead felt a dangerous presence nearby. From the shadows, Alastor appeared. "Such fear coming from you. How exciting." Eraserhead tensed, ready to fight. "Who are you?" Alastor smirked. "Oh, you must be Shoyudaizawa. I'm Alastor, the radio demon." Eraserhead turned to face him, feeling the tension rise. Alastor extended his hand. "Pleasure to meet you. It's nice to finally meet one of the idiots who treated my friend like a plague." Eraserhead demanded, "What are you talking about? Who's your friend?" Izumi interjected, "Uncle he's." Katsuki exclaimed, "He's the one who turned Aiken into a demon." Eraserhead's anger flared. "You'll pay for this." He launched his scarf at Alastor, but Alastor simply vanished into the shadows, reappearing behind him. "Are you even trying?" Alastor struck Eraserhead in the face, sending him crashing into a wall, leaving him shocked. Eraserhead thought, "This guy is on a whole different level. He might have more power than All Might." Alastor grinned. "I feel so much better after my friend healed me." In a flashback, Izuku was touching Alastor's injured chest, causing him to twitch in pain and emit disturbing radio noises. "Are you ready for this, Alastor?" Izuku asked. "Trust me, my friend. I've been worse, Alastor replied, still in pain. Here goes. Let's hope Emily's powers will work, Izuku said, his eyes glowing as he began to chant a spell. Izuku stood, channeling his powers as he recited the incantation, his hands glowing with a golden light. He focused intently, wishing to reverse time and heal what had been lost. As he completed the spell, Alastor felt the healing energy wash over him, though it was accompanied by overwhelming pain. Both Izuku and Alastor collapsed from exhaustion. The scene shifted to the ongoing battle in Hosu, where the heroes were finally gaining the upper hand against the Nomus. In the midst of the chaos, Stain was poised to strike Tenya when Izumi's desperate cry pierced the air. Shoto and Shoka watched in horror, unable to intervene. Just then, a fire blast forced Stain to dodge, and the group felt a surge of hope, thinking Endeavor had arrived to save them. However, the ominous energy that followed sent chills down their spines, even making Stain tremble. Izuku appeared, his suit stained and his horns larger, casting a shadow that loomed ominously over the battlefield. Izumi thought to herself how terrifying her brother looked in that moment. Stain charged at Izuku, declaring his intent to rid the world of people like him. In response, Izuku summoned chains that ensnared Stain, holding him firmly in place. In a realm where heroes and villains collided, Izuku stood as a powerful figure, embodying both darkness and determination. He surveyed the devastated city, feeling the tension in the air as he toyed with Stain, who lay bound and defiant. Despite his predicament, Stain couldn't help but acknowledge the raw power emanating from Izuku. Stain taunted Izuku, questioning if this was all he had to offer. Izuku smirked, revealing his true intentions. He explained that this was not merely a game, but a chance to watch the world burn while he reigned supreme. The chains rattled ominously as he tightened his grip on Stain's fate. Stain, filled with venomous resolve, insisted he would never beg for mercy, but he could see the insatiable hunger for destruction in Izuku's eyes. Izuku chuckled darkly, revealing that his goal was to send a message rather than to break Stain. As Izumi and her friends regained their strength, Izuku lunged forward, seizing Stain by the neck. Stain struggled, but it was futile. Izuku leaned in closer, whispering that the encounter would be painful. With a wave of his hand, flames erupted, engulfing Stain. The fire consumed him, and the echoes of his screams filled the air. Izuku reveled in the spectacle, feeling a rush of power as Stain's struggles weakened. In shock, Izumi and her friends witnessed the horrifying scene unfold. As Stain's essence dissipated, a green substance flowed from him into Izuku's cane. The thrill of victory surged through Izuku, and he smiled at the remnants of his latest conquest. He knew this was not the way of a hero, but he dismissed the thought, embracing his identity as the Overlord Green Demon. Turning to face his friends, Izuku's eyes flickered ominously as he declared that they were next. He approached them, and in a moment of desperation, Native urged the group to escape, insisting he would hold Izuku off. Despite their concerns for him, they complied, with Shoto carrying Shoka and Izumi using her powers to move Tenya. As Native confronted Izuku, the Overlord turned his attention to him, swiftly capturing him as well. With flames igniting in his palm, Izuku unleashed his power once more. Izumi and her friends watched in horror as another life was extinguished before their eyes. Just then, Izuku was struck by a fire blast, and Endeavor appeared, checking on Shoka. She assured him she was fine, but the battle was far from over. The laughter echoed ominously, sending chills down their spines. Izuku walked through the flames as if untouched, declaring, "How foolish of you, Endeavor. I'm a demon of hell. Your mortal flames can't hurt me." With a powerful punch, he sent Endeavor flying a considerable distance. Endeavor managed to block the blow, but the impact still sent him reeling. The ground was scorched from battles fought long ago, and dark energy crackled in the air as Izuku Midoriya, now transformed into the Overlord Green Demon, loomed ominously. He wore a green suit adorned with spectral crimson flames that flickered as if alive, contrasting sharply with the charred earth beneath him. The two stood face to face. Izuku Midoriya, the Overlord Green Demon, now wielding immense demonic powers, and Enji Todoroki, Endeavor, the flame-enthused hero, muscles coiled and ready for battle. As night fell, casting long shadows across the battlefield, the air was charged with tension, illuminating Izuku's fierce gaze. Izuku, you won't get away with this. You've taken your power too far. Endeavor shouted, determination in his voice. Izuku smirked, his wicked grin revealing sharpened teeth. Leaning casually against the debris with arms crossed, he replied, Endeavor, still clinging to that pathetic quirk of yours? How quaint. You think you can stop me? You have no idea what I am now. Remember how you tied me up and made your protégés use their quirks on me as a testing dummy? But don't worry. After I'm done with you, they'll be next. His voice had a melodic yet sinister tone, echoing off the barren landscape. The crimson flames around him pulsed erratically, shadows dancing with malevolent glee. Don't underestimate me. My flames can burn through anything. Endeavor retorted, his fists clenched in frustration. You think your flames can challenge demonic powers? How adorable, Izuku replied dismissively, gesturing as dark energy filled the air. I've harnessed forces beyond your comprehension. When will you realize your fire is no match for me? Endeavor, irritation flashing in his eyes, heated outward. I've faced monsters before. Back down. Izuku straightened, amusement flickering across his expression. Do you really think your flames can stand against this? He summoned green tendrils of energy that twisted and pulsed around him. With a flick of his wrist, he sent a wave of crimson flames toward Endeavor, overpowering his flames. The ground trembled as the flames lunged forward, and Endeavor narrowly dodged, feeling the heat sizzle dangerously close. You're wrong. As long as I have the strength of my will and my family's support, I can fight you. Endeavor declared. Support? This isn't a family picnic, Endeavor. This is a war between light and darkness. And your light is flickering. Izuku leaned forward, eyes narrowing. When your greatest power is nothing but candle wax against the raging storm of my wrath. And what family support? The one you abused? Only Tuya, Fuyumi, and Natsuo were kind to me. Why do you think they disowned the name Todoroki? As Izuku taunted, dark clouds swirled above, heralding a shift in the landscape. Flames flickered faintly in response to the overwhelming magic saturating the air. He relished the fear in Endeavor's eyes, enjoying the psychological game. You may have power, but I'll show you what true strength feels like. Endeavor shouted, flames exploding forth in a roaring blaze aimed at the demon lord. With a swift motion, Izuku countered with a barrier of crimson flames, dissipating Endeavor's flames into smoke. This is your last warning, Endeavor. Bow down or be consumed. Endeavor stood his ground, defiance etched into his features. I will never bow to you, Midoriya. Not now, not ever. Izuku chuckled, a sound devoid of mercy. Then prepare to be extinguished. Suddenly, more heroes appeared, but Izuku smirked. As much as I want to play with all of you, I have other business to attend to. For now, this broadcast ends. He sank into the shadows and disappeared. In another realm, Izuku stood before another version of himself, this one wielding shadow dragon magic. So, you're me from another world? Izuku, Ken, asked. Yup, came the reply. And I'm a demon? An overlord, to be more precise. And you have similar powers to me? Yes and no. I have shadow powers, but as a demon, I possess additional abilities. Deal? Izuku, Ken, inquired. I'm a deal maker. I give people what they want in exchange for something insignificant, Izuku explained. What? Their souls, he said, his eyes flickering with static. Shocked by this revelation, Izuku grinned. In that case, I know the perfect person for a deal. Let me guess. It's Izumi from your world. She's inheriting one for all. How did you? That's simple. Izumi from my world also has one for all and she'll die. Then you know what you have to do? Of course, my friend. Well, I have to go. Izuku sank into the shadows and vanished. Meanwhile, at the Yagi residence, Izumi, Ken, was a mess, having not slept at all. Ever since she discovered her fate, She blamed Izuku for it. Too prideful to ask the magic users for help, she punched pillows and cursed Izuku's name. Suddenly, Izuku appeared from the shadows. "Izumi, my dear. You look like an absolute mess." Confused, she mistook him for Izuku Kn. "You," she shouted, launching at him, but Izuku summoned tendrils to trap her. "Are you going to listen?" he asked. "What do you want, Deku? I haven't heard that in a while." "My dear, I believe you confused me. Let me introduce myself. I'm Izuku Midoriya, the Overlord Green Demon and ruler of a portion of the Pentagram City. You're not the Deku I know. How smart you are, my dear. The reason I'm here is to save you." "Save me? Is this some kind of joke? Do you think I'll be joking? As a demon, I can remove the curse of one for all and make you stronger. Then what are you waiting for? Make me stronger to get ready for my revenge. So, do we have a deal?" Izuku's hand began to glow green. Without hesitation, Izumi took it. "Perfect. Now, sign here." He pulled out a contract. Izumi snatched the pen and signed immediately, rushing to Izuku Kin's home with a smirk on her face. Izuku sank into the shadows and appeared next to Izuku Kn. "It's done." She didn't even think about what I gained from her. "What did you expect? She's All Might's daughter." Just then, the door was destroyed as Izumi Kin burst in. "DKU. Izumi, what do I owe the surprise?" Izuku Kn asked. "I'll make you pay for what you've done." Izuku had grown stronger and was no longer suffering from the effects of One for All. He sighed as he watched Izumi charge at him. With a swift motion, he summoned shadowy tentacles that ensnared her, preventing her escape. Despite her struggles, she was unable to break free as he hurled her against the walls, floor, and ceiling. When she finally landed on the ground, her wounds began to heal. Confused, Izumi exclaimed, "I don't understand. I was supposed to be more powerful and defeat you. Why can't I?" Emerging from the shadows, Izuku replied, "That's simple. You're still weak." "What?" she shouted in disbelief. "Did you really think you could match my friend or me? Even with the boost I gave you, you're no match for either of us." Furious, Izumi accused him, "You tricked me." Izuku calmly responded, "No. I did give you more power to remove the curse. And now your soul belongs to me." "What?" she gasped. "Did you really think I would give you everything for nothing? The payment was your soul. You should have read the contract before you signed it." Izumi then noticed Izuku smiling, realizing he had known all along. "You knew." "Of course I knew. This was all part of our plan." "UBSD," she shouted, charging at him again. Suddenly, a green metal chain appeared around her neck, shocking her. "What the gagahe?" She looked at the chain and saw Izuku holding the other end wrapped around his cane. "If you ever try to hurt my friend," he warned, his horns growing larger, "I will tear your soul apart." His fingers transformed into claws, scratching the wall as he continued, "And broadcast your scream for every other disrespectful wretch who dares to disobey my orders." Shaking in fear, Izumi replied, "Understood." Izuku reverted to his original state, satisfied. "Lovely." He spun his cane and added, "Good talk, my dear. Always nice to catch up." Turning to Izuku, he said, "Well, I have to go, my friend. Now that I own her soul, she won't try anything against you." "Thanks," Izuku said. "No problem. It was my pleasure." With that, he opened a portal and stepped back into his world. Next, practical exam. After, training camp. Then, Green Demon vs. I.M.P. Until next time. Izuku opened a portal to Earth and stepped through, determined to confront the one responsible for attacking the heroes. Tracking them was simple, he just had to follow the trail of failure. Meanwhile, Tamura was in a fit of rage, breaking another glass in frustration. He shouted, "Gininu stain. Gininu, Green Demon. Them and all of you." From the shadows, Izuku quietly approached him. "Such a delightful view," Izuku remarked. Tamura, startled, demanded, "Who said that?" You reek of failure, Izuku replied, remaining hidden. Tamura looked around, confused. Where are you, BGMI? Show yourself. In an instant, Izuku appeared behind Tamura, grabbing him by the back of his head and slamming him onto the table. You want me to show myself? Here I am. You bastard. You keep ruining my plans. Tamura shouted. Oh please. Your plans are garbage. Even Blitz could come up with better ideas, and he's an idiot, Izuku retorted. Meanwhile in hell, Blitz sneezed and exclaimed, Who's talking about me? Back in the living world, Izuku applied pressure to Tamura's head. Despite your plans always failing, you've put Class 1A, All Might, and Magnet in danger. Let me be clear, you will leave them alone and stop being a villain. Or else, I'll show you what I'm really capable of. Tamura struggled to break free. I don't care who you are. You won't stop us. Very well. I'll introduce myself to you one more time. Open your ears and pay attention, Izuku said, releasing Tamura and summoning his cane. He took a deep breath and declared, I'm an overlord of hell, Izuku Midoriya, the green demon. He stepped closer to Tamura. And I'm here to warn you. He slammed his hand on the desk, causing it to shatter. Leave Class 1A, All Might and Magnet alone. They're mine to defeat. If you don't listen to me, I'll show you why I'm an overlord. Do you understand? The force of Izuku's voice shook the room, leaving Tamura and Kurogiri in stunned silence. Thank you for your understanding, Izuku said before sinking back into the shadows and disappearing. Meanwhile, Katsuki and Izumi were paired against All Might, struggling to keep up. Katsuki continued to attack relentlessly, ignoring Izumi's suggestion to strategize. Eventually, they managed to win, thanks to Izumi's quick thinking in reaching the gate. I didn't need your help, Izumi. I had everything under control. Katsuki insisted. By everything under control, you mean you got your butt kicked? Izumi shot back, causing Katsuki to grit his teeth in frustration. All Might approached them praising, Very good, both of you. Suddenly, a shadowy figure with horns appeared, holding a microphone. Who are you? Izumi asked, eyes wide with curiosity. Dearly beloved, for your entertainment, it's my pleasure to introduce to you Hell's latest arrival, the equal opportunity killer, Izuku. He revealed himself and began to sing, expressing confusion about his surroundings but slowly coming to terms with his new reality. He acknowledged that he didn't belong among the angels and was ready to embrace his new path. Weird symbols appeared around him as he confronted those who stood in his way, promising to understand their pain while demonstrating his newfound powers. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned tentacles that ensnared Izumi, Katsuki, and All Might, tossing them aside effortlessly. He reveled in the chaos, questioning if his enjoyment of it made him insane. As he unleashed his power, the city around them caught fire, a once bustling place now reduced to ashes. All Might shielded Izumi and Katsuki from the flames, and they were left in shock at the devastation. Izumi questioned how this could happen, while Katsuki shouted in frustration at Izuku. Izuku, now a towering figure, taunted them, relishing in his depths. He continued to mock All Might, challenging him to fight or simply entertain him. All Might, filled with determination, urged Izuku to fight the darkness within him and accept help. Izuku chuckled, embracing his new identity and the limitless power it brought. He playfully dodged All Might's attacks, recalling the times when All Might was a formidable force. The tension between them grew as All Might insisted that they could save Izuku from his current path. Izuku dismissed the idea of being saved, envisioning a world under his control. He summoned flames, crashing them down toward All Might, who struggled to withstand the force. With a fierce determination, All Might declared that he would do everything in his power to bring Izuku back. As the battle raged on, Izuku continued to taunt All Might, reveling in the chaos he created. All Might, weary but resolute, reminded Izuku that he still had a choice and urged him not to let darkness consume him. For a brief moment, conflict flickered in Izuku's eyes, but he quickly dismissed it, charging forward with renewed vigor. In this clash of ideals, both hero and demon confronted not only each other but the shadows within their hearts. The fate of their world hung delicately in the balance as the battle continued, with Izuku holding all might, Katsuki, and Izumi ensnared, playfully brandishing his axe and smiling at Katsuki. Izuku had used the same axe on Tsubasa a few weeks ago, finding it quite entertaining. As he approached All Might, a smile spread across his face. He felt compelled to say something, acknowledging the gravity of the moment. "You might not have a lot of time left," he began, his tone light yet serious. "So lose that long face. None of us are here to stay, so treat every day like it's a holiday until the day you slip away." With that, he prepared to swing the axe toward All Might. "Say hi to Nana from me, Toshinori Yagi," he added. Izumi, tears streaming down her face, pleaded, "Oni-chan, please stop. This isn't you." Katsuki shouted, "Deku, don't you dare. I'll kill you if you lay a finger on All Might." Just as Izuku was about to strike, a bullet whizzed by, shattering his axe. Another shot tore through his coat. "Looks like you finally came," he remarked, recognizing the arrival of Nizu and the other teachers from the gates of the fake city. "It's over, Green Demon," Nizu declared. "Your villainy stops here. Your broadcast is ending now." Izuku smirked. "I have to disagree with you there, homunculus. But it is ending this broadcast." With that, he sank into the shadows and vanished. In a bustling market in a quaint town, illuminated by the golden hues of the setting sun, Izuku, known in the shadows as the Overlord Green Demon, had mastered the art of disguise. He transformed from a feared figure into an unassuming young man in simple clothes, blending into the crowd as he sought venison for his friend Alastor, who had been craving it for weeks. As he wandered through the market, the normalcy of it all surrounded him. Shoppers chatted, children laughed, and vendors called out their wares, creating a symphony of everyday life. Yet beneath this facade, Izuku remained vigilant for any lurking threats. He approached a rustic booth marked "The Butcher," where the owner, with a somewhat sinister grin, stood behind a counter laden with various cuts of meat. "Good evening," the butcher boomed, drawing the attention of nearby customers. "What can I do for you today?" "I'm looking for some venison," Izuku replied, keeping his tone friendly yet guarded. "It's my friend's favorite meat." The butcher's smile widened, but there was something unsettling about it. "Ah yes, prime cuts. Freshly hunted. But you should know, my dear, venison is not created equal." As Izuku examined the cuts on display, he overheard whispers of missing townsfolk, piecing together a narrative that sent chills down his spine. The butcher wasn't just selling venison, he was the source of the town's troubles, taking more than he was owed from the innocent creatures of the forest. Determined to act, Izuku allowed a flicker of his true self to emerge. Energy coursed through his veins, turning his eyes a vivid green, a stark contrast to the mundane world around him. The transformation was subtle, masked by the illusion he maintained, but the air around him grew tense. "Perhaps I should have a word with you about your methods," he said calmly, a hint of authority creeping into his voice. The butcher's demeanor shifted, his smile faltering as he realized he was facing a more formidable presence than he anticipated. "What do you mean, boy?" he snarled, stepping back defensively. "I've heard enough." In an instant, Izuku shed his disguise, revealing the full might of the Overlord Green Demon. As he summoned the raw force of nature, panic crossed the butcher's face as he struggled against invisible restraints. "Wait, you don't understand," the butcher pleaded, but Izuku was resolute. The lives of the innocent were at stake, and he would not allow this tyrant to continue his reign of terror. With a decisive movement, he channeled the energy around him, a surge of raw, green force erupting from his fingertips. The bright light silenced the threat once and for all. As the energy dissipated, the townsfolk gasped in awe and fear, witnessing the legendary Overlord Green Demon standing before them, a protector, not a monster. With the butcher's tyranny at an end, Izuku reasserted his civilian guise and navigated through the lingering shock of the crowd, feeling the weight of his actions. He hoped that by stopping one evil he could help restore peace to the innocent lives he had sworn to protect. After leaving the market, he returned to the Has-Been Hotel, where he presented Alastor with the bag of venison. In his room, adorned with dark yet regal decorations that reflected his dual identity, shadows danced across the stone walls, illuminated by flickering torchlight. The air was thick with an otherworldly aura, filled with whispers of ancient secrets and the faint scent of alchemical herbs. Izuku, the Overlord Green Demon, wore his iconic green coat, which had seen better days. His eyes shone with determination, though a hint of frustration suggested something was amiss. At the head of a massive table cluttered with overgrown maps and glowing trinkets, he examined the frayed edges of his costume. With a sigh, he looked up at Alastor, who lounged casually on a dark, ornate chair, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "Alastor, my coat. It's starting to look like it belongs in a forgotten dungeon rather than on the shoulders of the Overlord Green Demon. Those heroes ruined my coat and destroyed my favorite axe." Alastor chuckled, his voice smooth as silk. "Oh, my dear Izuku. A true overlord like yourself should never have to suffer such a grievous fate as a tattered coat. We simply must pay a visit to the tailor." "Who is rumored to work magic with fabric?" Izuku asked, intrigued. Alastor leaned forward, resting his chin on his hands, his grin widening. "Why yes. The very same. They say he can mend more than just seams. Just imagine striding into battle with a coat that not only looks good but also enhances your aura of command." Izuku's eyes light up at the prospect, a mixture of excitement and nervousness flooding him. He wonders if he will be taken seriously, feeling like just a kid who was moved into this world of power. Alastor stands up theatrically, dismissing Izuku's doubts. "Nonsense. You are the Overlord Green Demon. Remember, confidence is the best accessory. Besides, if he sees you in that coat, he'll be eager to help. Let's go before someone else tries to claim the title of Most Fashionable Overlord." With a wave of his hand, Alastor conjures a swirling portal decorated with gleaming patterns. The portal pulses with energy, reflecting the chaos and beauty of the realm beyond. Taking a deep breath, Izuku agrees, "All right, let's do this." As they step through the portal, a rush of energy envelopes them, and the sights and sounds of Izuku's room fade away, replaced by vibrant colors and the workshop. The scene shifts to a bustling shop filled with enchanted fabrics, shimmering threads, and astonishing garments. The atmosphere is alive with creativity, as the clinking of tools and the soft whir of machines fills the air. "Welcome to the tailor, my friend. Let's find you the best coat this side of reality," Alastor declares with a flourish. Izuku's eyes widen in awe as he surveys the fantastical surroundings, feeling a mixture of anticipation and hope as he prepares to embrace this new chapter of his journey, all while wearing the mantle of the Overlord Green Demon. Later, with his coat fixed, Izuku and Alastor walk back to the Has-Been Hotel. The realm of hell is a twisted landscape filled with jagged rocks and rivers of molten lava. Dark skies crackle with purple lightning, casting eerie shadows over the land. The air is thick with tension, and the echoes of distant sounds fill the dark chasms. As Izuku strides confidently forward, the ground trembles beneath him, responding to the weight of his presence. Alastor walks gracefully beside him, his energy crackling in the air. "The residents of this lovely hellhole seem a bit skittish today, wouldn't you agree?" he observes. Izuku chuckles, looking around at the cowering demons, creatures of every shape and size hiding in fear. The infamous reputation of the Green Demon and Radio Demons strikes fear in their hearts. "Even in hell, I'll protect my friends," Izuku declares resolutely, his hands clenched into fists. The demons glance at the duo, having heard tales of their power. Alastor adds, "But remember, dear friend, these demons think of us as a massive ravine filled with swirling shadows trying desperately to hide from the formidable pair." Izuku pauses, contemplating. "Maybe we can show them that we're here to change things, that hell doesn't have to be a place of fear. But it's going to be a difficult task here." Alastor tilts his head, intrigued. "You want to teach them about hope? How quaint. But, my dear Izuku, you must understand, hope is a fragile thing here, often snuffed out before it can even flicker. Still, I find your optimism refreshing." With renewed resolve, Izuku raises his voice, calling out to the trembling demons, "Together, we can make hell a better place." His words echo through the ravine, reverberating against the walls of rock. For a moment, silence reigns. Then, slowly, a few demons peek out from their hiding spots, curiosity overtaking their fear. Alastor leans closer to Izuku, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Well, look at you, trying to play the hero in a land where such things are rarely honored. Let's see how far this charade goes." Just then, a larger demon, a towering beast with fiery eyes, emerges from the shadows, glaring down at them. "What nonsense is this?" he bellows. "You think you can change hell? You think we'll listen to a child and a fool?" Izuku squares his shoulders, not backing down. "I may be young, but I believe everyone deserves a chance at something better. If you want to stay in the shadows, that's your choice, but I won't stop." The demon scoffs. "Fighting? You're amusing, little green demon. But your light will only draw more darkness." Alastor grins widely. "Oh, but darkness already has two around. Isn't that right, my dear overlord?" With a determined glint in his eye, Izuku steps forward. "Together, we'll forge a path. You're welcome to join us or continue hiding." As the demons watch, transfixed by the strange display of bravery and charisma, Izuku extends a hand toward the larger demon, offering a chance at redemption, but the demon refuses and walks away. The scene shifts back to UA, where the sky hangs low over a landscape that has seen better days. The ruins of once great structures whisper tales of despair and glory, and the air is thick with the scent of smoke and ash, remnants of Izuku's latest rampage. Back in hell, Izuku stands atop a jagged cliff, his emerald coat glinting in the fading light. The aftermath of his recent conquests surrounds him, and he can still feel the thrill of his last chaotic encounter. With a heavy sigh, he checks the straps on his belt, ensuring his other weapons are secure. He knows he can't go into his next conquest without a proper weapon. That's when he thinks of Alastor, who is notorious for collecting the finest weapons forged in the darkest corners of the world. If anyone could help him find a new axe, it was Alastor. He descends the cliff, his boots crunching against the gravel. As he approaches the clearing where Alastor often lingers, the air shimmers with static. "Ah, there you are, my dear Izuku," Alastor exclaims, stepping forth from the shadows with a grin. "What brings you here, my friend? Another round of chaos? Or perhaps you're in need of something slightly more personal?" Izuku chuckles softly, rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly. "Hey, I need your help. My axe was destroyed during my last spree. I need to continue my reign." Alastor's eyes gleam with excitement. "A shattered axe of mayhem, you say? Now, that sounds positively delightful. But we must replace it with something that will strike fear into the hearts of your enemies." Izuku nods, feeling a surge of enthusiasm. "Exactly. I can't just have anything. It has to be perfect for the green demon," Izuku declared with determination. "Well then, follow me," Alastor replied, leading the way through the forest. The path whispered secrets, and shadows danced playfully around them, accompanied by the soft hum of metal. They passed rows of bizarre weapons displayed on the walls, swords glowing with energy, shields, and, most importantly, axes. "Here you go, my friend," Alastor exclaimed, pushing aside several odd weapons to reveal a massive axe forged from a shimmering green material that pulsed with a radiant glow. This beauty is called the Axe of Verdant Fury. It embodies the essence of nature's wrath and channels it into every swing. With this in your hands, you can continue your journey. As Izuku reached for the handle, a surge of power flowed through him, igniting a sense of incredible strength. "I can already feel it," he said, excitement evident in his voice. Alastor chuckled, clapping his hands together. "Oh, I knew you'd love it. Just imagine the impact you'll have on the world with this splendid weapon. Now go forth, my friend, and try your new Axe of Verdant Fury." Izuku felt a renewed sense of purpose. He turned to Alastor, gratitude shining in his eyes. "Thank you, Alastor. I won't let you down." As Izuku stepped back into the darkness of the world, the echoes of his laughter mingled with Alastor's sinister chuckle, signaling the chaos to come. The Overlord Green Demon was ready to continue his quest for vengeance. Meanwhile, back at Yu, Toshinori, Izumi, and Katsuki were inside the infirmary, all three of them covered in bandages and unconscious. The rest of Class 1A and Inko were with them. Inko looked worriedly at the scene. "How bad are they?" "They'll recover," a voice reassured. "But they need a full week of rest and quiet. So please leave them be." The rest of Class 1A and Inko exited the infirmary, allowing their friends the peace they needed to heal. The story continues with the training camp, followed by the confrontation between the Green Demon and AFO, and then the aftermath. Until next time. A dense, mist-laden forest loomed, where ancient trees towered overhead, their thick canopies filtering sunlight into ethereal beams. The air was damp and alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and distant animal calls. The sun hung low in the sky, casting elongated shadows through the dense foliage. In this labyrinth of towering trees and creeping vines, Izuku moved with a silent grace, his dark green suit adorned with jagged edges reminiscent of twisted branches. Strapped to his back was an enormous axe, its blade gleaming ominously, reflecting the essence of his transformation. This weapon was not just a tool, it was an extension of his will, resonating with the shadows that danced around him. His target was Death Arms, a stalwart hero known for his immense strength and unwavering resolve. For Izuku, revenge was all he sought. 10 months ago, he had risked his life to save someone he believed deserved it, only to be scolded by this hero and others for his actions. Now, in this realm of darkness, he intended to turn the tables. Crouched low, Izuku's eyes searched for any sign of movement, each rustle and snap of a twig thrumming with tension. A flicker of red in the underbrush caught his attention. It was Death Arms, cautiously making his way through the thicket. Izuku's heart raced, not out of fear, but exhilaration. He steadied his grip on the axe, feeling its familiar weight in his hands. With a primal roar, he charged forward, the ground shaking beneath him as he emerged from the shadows. "Death Arms. Remember me?" he bellowed, his voice echoing like thunder. The hero turned sharply, recognition dawning on his face. "I know who you are. And I'm sorry for my actions. But you've got to stop. You've fallen so far." Death Arms shouted, bracing himself for the impending battle. In an instant they clashed. Izuku swung his axe with a force that matched the fury of a tempest, the blade slicing through the air toward Death Arms. The hero raised his arms to block, the impact reverberating through the forest, sending shockwaves that rattled the leaves above. "Your strength won't save you," Izuku taunted, the darkness within him surfacing. "You're still in there, kid. Fight it." Death Arms pleaded amid the chaos. Izuku chuckled darkly. "Now you want me to stop? Let me tell you something. All my life I was treated like a plague. Whenever I tried to fight back, it was always my fault. This world pushed me to the breaking point. And now, when I have the power for revenge, you want me to stop out of mercy for you." The forest became a battlefield, each swing of the axe accompanied by the crack of branches. Izuku felt the thrill of the hunt surge through him, a dark satisfaction mixed with the echoes of his former self. With a defiant roar, he swung the axe downward once more, and the battle raged on. As the night continued, the fate of the Green Demon teetered on a knife's edge, a testament to the struggle between the remnants of darkness that beckoned him deeper into the abyss. Izuku then sank into the shadows and disappeared. The next day, news broke that Death Arms had been found in the forest, his body marked by wounds. A bouquet of daisies lay on his chest, hinting at a connection to the Green Demon. Meanwhile, Izumi and the others watched the news on their phones, concern etched on their faces. "This is Oni-chan's doing," Izumi said, her voice trembling. "How can you be so sure?" Mina asked. "Remember when I.M.P jumped to save my brother 10 months ago?" Katsumi interjected. Denki looked puzzled. "What about it?" "After All Might saved the day, he was scolded by Death Arms and Kamui. They humiliated him in the media," Shoka explained. Katsuki scoffed. "So what? Deku killed them for some stupid reason like this? For you maybe. But for him, it was the ultimate humiliation. And now he killed them. And we're next," Ejiro warned. In a dimly lit underground poker room, adorned with old posters and flickering neon lights, Izuku sat across from Tony, the Shark, Marino, a notorious gang leader known for his ruthless demeanor. With his intense green hair glowing subtly under the ambient light, Izuku's emerald eyes revealed his duality as both a hopeful child and a fearsome figure. The poker game began, tension palpable as Izuku took his seat across from the mobsters. "Let's make this interesting. Each round, the winner claims a soul," he proposed, a smirk creeping onto his face. Tony scoffed, his bravado evident. "Souls? You think you can scare us with your little tricks?" Izuku smiled confidently as he glanced at his cards, revealing a royal flush. All eyes were on Vinny, who attempted to intimidate him. With each raise and call, Izuku read their tells and deciphered their bluffs. When the final community card was revealed, he declared, "Full house." Tony, trying to mask his nervousness, revealed his cards, but Izuku simply laid down his royal flush. The air thickened with disbelief as Izuku stated, "Time to collect your soul," energy crackling around him. In a swift motion, he reached for Tony, who gasped and collapsed, his essence swirling into Izuku's cane. Vinny muttered in fear, and round after round unfolded, with Izuku winning hand after hand. Each victory claimed another soul, Vinny, Leo, leaving the gangsters helpless against the overlord's powers. The once boisterous laughter turned into nervous silence, the stakes too high, each gangster growing more desperate. Finally, only Leo remained, glaring defiantly. "You might have taken my boys, but I'm ready to fight," he declared, going all in with a straight flush. Izuku remained calm, studying Leo closely. With a flick of his wrist, he revealed his cards, a dragon straight flush. Leo's face fell as hope drained from him, and Izuku claimed the final soul, his power intensifying and glowing brighter than ever. As the remnants of the fallen mobsters settled over the room, Izuku's presence served as a reminder not to cross him. The poker table lay empty, money scattered, and cards left unplayed. Izuku exited the building only to be surrounded by heroes, including Inko. "Well, what do I owe the displeasure of your presence?" Izuku taunted. Inko responded, "Don't make this harder than it looks, Green Demon. Just turn yourself in." Instead of surrendering, Izuku laughed, sending a wave of fire that forced the heroes to retreat. Some were caught too late, their essences swirling into Izuku's cane. Transforming into his full demon form, Izuku's tentacles emerged, his horns and wings grew larger, and his eyes turned to a static glow. Miniature creatures appeared around him, and a shadow of a deer skull loomed behind him. "Let's see how you handle me now. Didn't that imp who escaped from hell tell you about me?" In a flashback, an imp recounted how Izuku Midoriya manifested in hell, initially dismissed as a mere sinner. However, overlords and mob families began to go missing, and eerie broadcasts filled the air, accompanied by screams. The imp revealed that Izuku was known as the Green Demon and was Alastor's apprentice, warning that those who crossed them faced dire consequences. Back in the present, Izuku fought the heroes with ease, a bored expression on his face. Many fell to the creatures he summoned, while others were overwhelmed by his tentacles. "Is this the heroes meant to save us? What a joke," he remarked. Suddenly, Mount Lady leaped from a building, attempting to crush Izuku. "I got it," she said, but as she landed, hellfire erupted beneath her, sending her crashing to the ground, burned but still standing. Izuku emerged from the crater, ready to finish her off with a fire blast, but he found himself immobilized by a green aura. "You won't take any more lives, Green Demon," Inko declared, using her quirk to hold him down. Despite her efforts, Izuku struggled against her grip, anger boiling within him. "I'm sorry, Izuku, but we can't let you destroy everything Toshinori and I worked for. I hope that deep down you'll forgive us," she said, her voice filled with sorrow. Izuku gritted his teeth in anger, feeling betrayed by those he once trusted. As he channeled his powers to rise, Inko increased her quirk, determined to keep him restrained. Inko let out a startled scream as a figure with green curly hair, dragon claws, wings, a tail, and horns appeared before her. The dragon demon, one of the new overlords of hell, slashed at her, catching her off guard and causing her to turn off her quirk. Izuku quickly summoned tentacles to capture Inko, who was shocked to see the familiar face. Hisashi? But you're dead, she stammered. Hisashi smirked. Thanks to you, Toshinori, and the Hero Commission, I reached heaven. But because I'm a dreamer, I was sent to hell. Now, I can seek vengeance for what you did to me and my son. He glanced at Izuku. Hey, son. How about a little soccer? Izuku grinned. I love that idea, Dad. Let's also call our friend, Alastor. He'll enjoy this. 10 minutes later, in a twisted realm where morality was turned upside down, Izuku Midoriya, known as the Overlord Green Demon, towered over the city. Clad in a suit that shimmered with an eerie green hue, he exuded an air of depth that could intimidate even the bravest souls. Hisashi Midoriya, the dragon demon, stood beside him, his scales glistening like molten gold under the dim light, a perfect counterbalance to his son's enigmatic presence. As Izuku walked through the streets of hell, demons scurried away in fear. He soon encountered Verasika and Vortex. Hello, my dear. How are you doing today? Izuku greeted Verasika. Oh great, it's you. Whatever Blitzo told you to do, it won't work on me, she replied. Izuku appeared behind her, placing his hands on her shoulders. I deeply apologize for my behavior that day, but I was on the job. I hope you're not mad. Okay, fine. I won't be mad at you. But why are you working with that guy? You're the Overlord Green Demon. Simple. I can combine two things I love, Izuku explained. What are those? Vortex asked. Easy money and chaos. Besides, sometimes I wish to teach Blitz a lesson. His antics have gotten worse. You mentioned being on the job that day, but what about when you threw me at the party? Vortex questioned. You kind of asked for it, Izuku replied. What did I do? Not only are you dense, but also oblivious. What does that mean? Verasika chimed in. What he means is that girl Hellhound. Luna? Vortex asked. Yes, Luna. She had a crush on you, and you didn't even notice. You were so distracted at the party, and then you wondered why I threw you. Oh, now I feel bad. How's Luna doing? Is she okay? I don't want to make her feel bad. She's fine now. She's in a relationship, Izuku said. Really? Who's her boyfriend? You're looking at him. In a different scene, Izuku and Luna were on a date. Luna struggled to find the right words but finally mustered the courage to speak. I want little kisses for silly reasons. I want to kiss every day. From dawn to dusk. Later, Izuku was on a date with Octavia at a restaurant. He had venison while Octavia had fried rats. So, you meet other versions of yourself? Octavia asked. I know it sounds crazy, but it's true, Izuku replied. Don't worry. I know it's not crazy. Dad always told me about the multiverse theory. So, what are the other versions of yourself? Well, for one, you're in that world too, along with many others. But all of you are humans with quirks, not demons. That's interesting. How are the others? If I had a hell dollar for every time a version of myself was a jackal with a gem called the Phantom Ruby, I'd have 3 hell dollars, which isn't much, but it's strange that there are 3 worlds like that. There's also worlds where I'm literally a skeleton. Izuku continued to share stories about the multiverse, and Octavia listened with intrigue. In another scene, Izuku stood atop UA, his radio technology activated for a broadcast. Welcome everyone to a new broadcast. I'm your host, Izuku Midoriya, the Green Demon. Today, we're discussing UA and their numerous failures, he announced. Curiosity filled the audience as he continued. UA is the best hero school in Japan, yet they have failed multiple times. I find it entertaining to watch those who claim to be heroes stumble. Then, Izuku began to sing, sharing a haunting melody about his experiences and the world around him, filled with themes of power and control, leaving listeners captivated. As the broadcast concluded, Izuku smiled, satisfied with the impact of his words. Katsuki found himself tied to a chair in a dimly lit room, surrounded by the ominous presence of the League of Villains. The one tormenting him was Izuku Midoriya, known as the Green Demon. How does it feel, my friend? Izuku asked with a wide smile. You coward! Katsuki spat, struggling against his restraints. Oh, I'm the coward? Izuku replied, his tone mocking. If I remember correctly, you attacked me while others held me back. I'm just returning the favor. With a flick of his wrist, Izuku conjured a gasoline tank and poured it over Katsuki. Let's see what the heroes and villains think when they see your charred remains. Suddenly, SWAT forces burst in, guns drawn, ready to apprehend Izuku. He merely smiled, effortlessly dispatching them while ensuring a protective shield surrounded Katsuki, preventing any harm from the flames. Outside the chaos, the heroes were in disarray. Where's young Bakugo? All Might shouted, his voice booming. I hate you, All Might, Tamura sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. Just then, Katsuki emerged from the shadows, bruised and smelling strongly of gasoline. The scent hit the heroes like a wave. Finally, Tamura, we agree on something, Izuku remarked, his grin unwavering. Hey, nobody invited you. Tamura snapped, shocked that Izuku had found them. Oh my friend, you're easy to track. You reek of failure, Izuku taunted, turning his attention to the heroes. If you're wondering where the guards are, you might want to grab some bags and brooms to clean up. As the SWAT forces opened fire, one shot struck Izuku in the chest, encasing him in liquid hydrogen. That'll freeze you in place, an officer declared. Someone did their homework, Izuku replied, unfazed. All Might glared at him. I'll deal with you later, green demon. He turned back to Tamura. Where's your emissary, Tamura Shigaraki? You'll never get an answer from me, Tamura replied defiantly. Suddenly, laughter echoed through the room, but it wasn't Tamura. All eyes turned to Izuku, who was laughing heartily, his mirth filling the facility. What's so funny, green demon? A voice crackled over the TV. Everything here is funny as hell, Izuku said, pointing at Tamura. The fact that you're focused on these buffoons instead of the real threat is hilarious. You think you're the real deal? Tamura challenged. When Sensei gets you, you'll beg for mercy. What a joke. Everything I've done is barely 20% of my power. And there's also the Ink Demon, a good friend of mine, Izuku replied confidently. Suddenly, a strange substance began to emerge from the mouths of Katsuki and the League of Villains, causing them to vanish. Young Bakugo, no. All Might shouted, but it was too late. How unfortunate for you, heroes, Izuku said, a smirk on his face. Creatures reminiscent of those from the USJ incident emerged, attacking the heroes. I'd love to see you perish, but I have other business. Don't worry, I'll make sure you join my broadcast, he added before sinking into the shadows and disappearing. Time passed and All Might found himself battling All for One. This time, I'll put you in jail, he declared. Not far away, Izuku, the green demon, watched with a sinister grin. Let the chaos begin, he laughed as the fighting area became enveloped in a dark green dome adorned with strange symbols. What is this? All for One questioned, bewildered. Where did this dome come from? All Might echoed, sensing the impending danger. Footsteps echoed ominously, signaling Izuku's return. Izuku faced All for One, the notorious villain, with determination. Foe, you're about to meet your end, he declared, striking the ground with his staff. He turned to All Might, reassuring him, Don't worry, All Might. You're next. All Might, visibly concerned, pleaded, Son, please. You don't have to do this. Izuku quickly clarified, I'm not his son. Never was. AFO, intrigued, pressed for more information. Tell me more. Izuku shrugged off the question, saying, What's the point of telling that to a man facing death? With a flicker of defiance, Izuku prepared for battle. Let's get started, Fossil, he thought, glancing at the desolate landscape around them. The crumbling buildings cast eerie shadows, remnants of a once vibrant world. In the center stood Izuku, the Overlord Green Demon, cloaked in a dark emerald coat that shimmered ominously. His eyes sparkled with a mix of confidence and mischief. Oh, AFO. You should have known better than to face me. Look at this kingdom of despair, Izuku exclaimed, summoning swirling tentacles of green energy that danced around him. He began to sing mockingly, his voice echoing through the ruins. In shadows deep, where villains creep, you'd win, but look who's here to reap. With every scheme, you plotted and dreamed, but today, dear AFO, your plans are deemed. AFO's expression darkened as he felt the surge of Izuku's powers. Izuku continued unfazed, "Oh, how the mighty have fallen! Your darkness cannot extinguish my righteous creed." He twirled gracefully, channeling energy into a powerful punch that struck AFO's face. With a laugh filled with joy and defiance, Izuku launched his attack, but AFO barely managed to raise a hand to defend himself. "So come now, all you've got. Your power is waning, your hopes in the quirks, but you'll never steal my heart. That's why, old man, you'll collide with my powers." The force of the blast sent debris flying through the ruins. "You got cocky thinking you'd never be defeated. Until All Might showed you otherwise," Izuku teased. "You'll need more than your quirks if it's me that you're facing. I'll broadcast your defeat for all to hear." AFO gritted his teeth, feeling the sting of defeat creeping in. "What's wrong? Is the Overlord Green Demon too much for you? You were the one playing God, and now look where it's led you." Izuku taunted. As the dust settled, AFO staggered, maintaining a defiant posture. His fury burned, but a flicker of doubt emerged. Was the Overlord truly untouchable? "You think this changes anything? You're still just a child playing," AFO smirked. Izuku grinned widely. "Oh, but even children can change the world. And trust me, this throne isn't for you anymore." He summoned more tentacles, ready for the next clash, determination surging within him. As his laughter echoed amidst the ruins, the air thickened with tension, crackling with raw energy. Izuku, once hopeful, now stood as a formidable force. His emerald eyes glowed fiercely, and dark tentacles of energy spiraled around him, a manifestation of his new power. Across from him, AFO loomed ominously, cloaked in shadows. "Is this all you got?" AFO taunted, his voice dripping with condescension. "A pathetic demon playing king in a world of mortals? You think you can challenge me?" Izuku's expression remained calm, but a deep roar echoed in his heart, igniting his dormant power. "I am not just anything," he replied, his voice a blend of his original self and the powerful cadence of the Overlord. "I am an Overlord, a ruler forged in despair. You've lived in the shadows too long, AFO. It's time for you to see how weak you truly are against a demon of hell." With a thunderous roar, Izuku unleashed a surge of energy, transforming the ground beneath them into a churning mass of power. His appearance shifted dramatically, his horns and wings grew larger, and his eyes glowed with an otherworldly intensity. The atmosphere shifted palpably. The Overlord was no ordinary enemy. "Your power is nothing against the will of hell," Izuku shouted, charging toward AFO, flames erupting from his hands. With each step, the ground trembled, and the skies darkened further, acknowledging the emergence of a true force of nature. AFO sneered, attempting to retaliate with a barrage of stolen powers. His blasts illuminated the air, but they dispersed upon contact with Izuku's energy, leaving him unscathed. "Fool!" AFO spat, as the battle intensified. "You think you can overpower me?" All for one bellowed, frustration creeping into his voice, though deep down he was terrified. He had never encountered a being like Izuku before. The difference between a tyrant and an overlord was starkly evident. Izuku raised his arms, channeling a massive spear of pure darkness. With a deafening crack, he hurled the spear toward All for One. The attack struck with cataclysmic force, resulting in a blinding explosion. As the echo of the blast faded, All for One lay defeated, gasping as he struggled to comprehend the overwhelming power of his opponent. Standing tall above him, Izuku was an indomitable figure against the backdrop of a shattered world. "You've underestimated me for too long," he declared, his voice steady despite the enormity of what had just transpired. "This is the end of your reign. Understand this, I am neither a hero nor a villain. I am the embodiment of the darkness that fuels true strength." The sky hung ominously, casting an eerie glow over the scene. All for One, defeated and broken, lay with his mask cracked and eyes filled with disbelief. The dark tyrant, once feared across the world, gasped for breath, his body barely holding on to life after their titanic clash. How could you defeat me? He spat, his voice dripping with venom. You were never supposed to defeat me. Izuku stepped forward, the ground trembling beneath his feet as remnants of his power pulsed outward. His voice was calm, almost serene, yet carried an overwhelming authority. You underestimated not just me, but the spirit of those who fight for what is right. Each soul you've tormented adds to my strength. In this confrontation, Izuku had shed the burdens of uncertainty and fear. He embraced his destiny, harnessing darker powers that embodied his demonic powers, a force unknown to mankind. With a swift motion, he gripped All for One's throat, energy crackling around his arm. A swirling vortex of green light enveloped them, and terror washed over All for One as he realized what was coming. No, you can't, he cried out, but it was too late. Izuku released a surge of energy that siphoned All for One's essence, pulling the very soul from his body. It manifested as a dark shadow, writhing in panic before being captured in an ethereal chain of green light and absorbed into Izuku's cane. Now radiating an aura that instilled fear in anyone's heart, Izuku stood tall. The air around him vibrated with power, as if the land itself acknowledged his ascent. He looked down at All for One's lifeless body, a symbol of tyranny now forever silenced. Izuku then conjured a fire blast and directed it at All for One's body, incinerating it completely. He turned to All Might, who stood paralyzed with fear, struggling to comprehend the reality before him. His nemesis was dead, by his son's hand. You're next, Izuku said, his voice echoing ominously as he walked toward All Might, ready to confront him. But before he could act, many heroes and SWAT forces arrived on the scene. Deciding to play along, Izuku unsummoned his cane and surrendered. Next, after Green Demon vs. Katsuki. The films.